Reborn as the young demon lord in a book, I embraced the darkness. Chapter 201. Azure Dragon War Drum, Apex Level Dragon Race Talent. Now that the negotiation is over, everyone, let's summon the ancient battle platform together. The Yushuan human king said indifferently, waved his hand, squeezed out a drop of essence and blood, and injected it into the realm of the sky. The rest of the human kings also joined him, squeezing in a drop of essence and blood, which merged between the realms. Buzz. In an instant, the sky was torn apart, and a corner of a vast ancient battlefield emerged from the crack. The antiquity and vicissitudes of life seemed to have spanned billions of years and instantly filled the sky. The battle platform slowly flew out from the crack. The scene was filled with traces of swords, spears, and halberds, and was filled with a strong sense of fighting. On the human race battlefield, life and death are at your own risk. It seemed as if an ancient being was whispering in everyone's ears, causing the faces of many of the strongest people in the field to subconsciously become solemn. The battle platform has 9 corners, and in each corner stands a residual image that reaches into the sky. Some have lost their heads, limbs, etc. Some have only their feet left, and their original appearance can no longer be seen. Buzz. An aura of majesty, vastness, iron-bloodedness, and nobility emanated from the residual images. Even though they were incomplete, they seemed to still stand on the top of the myriad worlds, overlooking the myriad races. One of the 9 great human kings of the mythical era, he was an ancient mythical figure who once led the human race to conquer the myriad worlds and made the human race the number 1 in the myriad worlds. The 9 human king families today are surprisingly the bloodlines passed down by them. After the decline and split of the human race, they still guard the 9 realms of the human race to prevent the bloodline of the human race from being cut off. Even if the human race splits, each of the 9 realms of the human race can occupy a place among the top 100 myriad worlds. The weakest Hang heavenly world has now squeezed into the 99th place. In the ancient mythical era, how glorious was our human race! Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable sighed, looking at the solemn and iron-blooded battlefield, his eyes filled with nostalgia and confusion. From the fragments in ancient books and the ancient battlefields, we can see how powerful the human race was in the mythical era. But how could such a powerful human race fall to this point? Alien inheritance is rampant, and some human races even despise their own human race bloodline, considering themselves inferior. They aim to cultivate into a true alien body, or simply want the next generation to be transformed into a true alien. The Dragon Divine Sect and the Ancient Dragon Court are actually just the tip of the iceberg of the 9 realms human race forces. Heavenly World has always insisted on independence and has used the scriptures passed down by other races for its own benefit. Although there are almost mythical human races such as Duanmu Shengsu and Tianming Dao Venerable appearing from time to time, it is always at a disadvantage in the competition with other races in all realms, and even with other realms, and has been at the bottom of the 9 realms for tens of millions of years. The power of a few transcendent monsters cannot conceal the fact of overall weakness, and such monsters usually only appear once every 100,000 years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Oftentimes, even within Heavenly World, many of the strongest people would wonder, is their persistence really right? Human race should really take the path of integrating with the blood of other races, rather than taking the path of respecting the human body and using the divine ability of other races as a supplement to strengthen itself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon roared, shaking the sky. Kang Ji-yu and Chu Yuyao simultaneously transformed into 2 streams of light and flew into the ancient battlefield. Without any unnecessary words, they began a shocking battle. Boom, boom. Kang Ji-yu was extremely powerful. As the blue dragon's body moved, it collided violently with Chu Yuyao. In an instant, it was like a collision of stars. The horrifying aftermath directly tore apart the sky for thousands of miles. I can actually collide with Kang Ji-yu with my physical body. Tianyan Dao Venerable said subconsciously in shock. Supreme Bone plus Taiku dual pupils, these 2 most apex-level talents, make Chu Yuyao's body as strong as a real dragon cub. Many powerful people were amazed. Chu Yuyao's first attack shocked them. After all, this was a 10-clawed true dragon cub, one of the most powerful races in the myriad worlds. It's interesting, but the warm-up is over. Kang Ji-yu sneered, it's time to show you how powerful a great dragon race talent divine ability who has awakened and merged with the understanding of the human race can be. Blue Dragon War Drum, Blue Sky Dragon King Technique. Boom. The ancient dragon's body glowed, with black light flowing and pouring into the sky. In an instant, a black war drum appeared in the sky, like a black bright moon, huge and boundless, covering the sky. The next moment, the shadow of a vast blue dragon thousands of miles long emerged, emitting a dragon roar that shook the earth, and its tail struck the blue dragon war drum. Bang, 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 the war drums made a deep sound, which caused cracks to appear in the sky, and many mountains thousands of miles away collapsed. One of the apex-level talent divine abilities of the Kang dragon race is the Kang dragon war drum. The Dark Human King exclaimed in admiration. This king remembers that one of the talent divine abilities awakened by the current Kang dragon race great emperor is the Kang dragon war drum. When the war drum is beaten, a vast galaxy will be destroyed. The great emperor Kanglong relied on his talent divine ability to compete with the dragon emperor of heaven for the position of dragon emperor. A human king said in a low voice, "This Kang Gu is incredible. Although it is only a 10-clawed azure dragon, it definitely has the potential to transform into a 12-clawed azure dragon in the future." With only a little human race blood, he actually comprehended the apex-level divine ability of the Kang Gu Long Ting, the Kang Tian Long Wangju, to the realm of great accomplishment. The power generated by the combination of talent divine ability and vision is already invincible in the divine realm. Once this talent divine ability and vision came out, there was no suspense. Although dual pupils and supreme bone were strong, they had obviously just broken through the divine realm, and their accumulation was far less than that of Kang Gu. Many human kings spoke up, their eyes becoming serious. After all, in the 9 realms competition 3 years later, prodigy from their own world would have to face Kang Gu, which would definitely be a huge threat. No wonder the ancient dragon emperor and Feng Changhao hid these 2 blue dragon cubs so deeply. They probably wanted to make a bid for the first place in the 9 realms competition. King Chu Tian's eyes became solemn. Buzz. But at this moment, the dual pupils in Chu Yuyao's eyes glowed, the space became layered, and the supreme bone between the chest burst into golden light, and it seemed that the terrifying divine ability was revived. The 2 apex-level talents merged together, and Chu Yuyao's body turned into a black sword, and she flew out in an instant. Bang, 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 the blue dragon beat the drum, shaking the earth and heaven. The black sound waves surged like the tide. Chu Yuyao could be clearly seen spitting blood continuously, with blood all over her body. However, she turned her body into a sword, and her eyes were still cold. It seemed that she was forcibly blending the 2 apex-level talents, as if she was using the pressure from the blue dragon to continuously evolve the mysteries of dual pupils and supreme bone. Buzz. Suddenly, the black sword burst out with supreme power and directly hit the weakest point of the Black Ancient. With a bang, the Azure Dragon war drum was pierced by a sword, and the vision of the Azure Sky Dragon King was also destroyed. Chapter 202 Evolution Again, 11-Clawed Azure Dragon Puff. The black giant sword pierced through Kang Gu's head and went straight through his entire body, leaving a black dragon tendon. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ancient 1,000-foot dragon body suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. Only a black dragon ball was suspended in the air, and the 1,000-foot dragon tendon in Chu Yuyao's hand was swept away by the aftermath of the strong wind. The 10-clawed blue dragon cub was killed. In an instant, the sky was dead silent. Many people looked at Chu Yuyao with serious eyes and horrified expressions. Breakthrough in battle, 2 apex-level talents, it seems that some kind of abnormality has occurred. At that moment just now, time and space seemed to be frozen. Kang Ji-yu is much stronger than Chu Yuyao, but Taigu dual pupils found his weakness and used the divine ability to kill Kang Ji-yu instantly. In Heavenly World, many powerful people were stunned. In that moment just now, they were all in despair, thinking that Chu Yuyao was bound to lose. Taiku dual pupils plus supreme bone, so amazing. Kang Gu's strength and understanding of divine ability are overwhelming Chu Yuyao, but he was killed in the opposite direction, and instantly. The Hell Poison Lord, who was still suppressed under the Taihuang Tianlong seal, looked pale. Chu Yuyao was supposed to be the strongest disciple of Hell Valley talent, and he could have used this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Chu family. But in the end, he might actually die at the hands of his own sect's disciple. Best of 3. Chu Yuyao actually won the first battle. This means that if one of Chu Tian and Chu Tianyan wins the fight, Feng Changhao will not be able to take him away. Chu Yuyao looked pale. She flew down the stage and came to Chu Tian. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "I won the first battle. When I surpass you, I will protect you." Chu Tian smiled slightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Sister, great." Chu Yuyao walked up to King Chu Tian, handed him the dragon ball and dragon tendons, and said, "Dad, I can kill a real dragon." I'm not a waste. Chu Tianwang's eyes were complicated. He looked at his daughter's stubborn and strong eyes, nodded and said softly, Dad has always known. Chu Yuyao smiled and flew into the main hall of the Chu family. After disappearing from everyone's sight, she suddenly half knelt on the ground with a pale face and suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. Her snow-white skin cracked and filled with thick blood. Although her face was pale, she couldn't suppress her happiness. She can finally contribute to her family. She is not a waste that drags down the family. At this time, the sky was suffocating. Chu Tian looked calm, and performed the wind and cloud spirit dragon technique, stepping onto the human race battlefield. Without even looking at the 800-foot-tall Kang Ming, he said to Feng Changhao, as a human king, you actually think that a real dragon is stronger than a human race? You are simply a great shame to the human race. Blackworm, get on the stage. Feng Changhao's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, looked at Kang Ming beside him, and shouted angrily, is this what you call the great Kang dragon bloodline? In this battle, we can only win, not lose. He had originally planned to win the first two battles directly without giving Chu Tianyan a chance to play, but he did not expect that the combined power of Taiku dual pupils and supreme bone would explode far beyond his expectations. I am a humble human king, but in the eyes of the future great emperor, there is no such thing as failure. Kang Ming's voice was ferocious, his teeth were bared, and he was full of wildness. He didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness for his brother's death in front of him. Kang Ji-yu has always been a waste, and he even wanted to compete with me for the position of Kang Long Great Emperor. If it weren't for that despicable old father who kept trying to stop me, I would have swallowed him up long ago. Kang Ming flew into the human race arena, opened his big mouth with fangs, and the blood mist from the explosion of the ancient dragon's body was condensed and swallowed into his stomach. Bang, 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 suddenly, his dragon body, which was 800 feet long from head to tail, began to swell rapidly, getting bigger and longer. The dragon head became more and more ferocious and terrifying, with sharp white fangs. The antler-like dragon horns grew rapidly in length and grew several branches again. The dragon's scales became more and more dense. In the blink of an eye, his blue dragon body suddenly expanded from 800 feet to 999 feet, which was only 1 foot less than the previous Kang Ji-yu. And Chenjong is the symbol of the true dragon in the divine realm. This means that Kang Ming is now only 1 step away from the divine realm. Roar. Kang Ming let out a fierce and wild dragon roar that shook the sky. Finally, I have gotten rid of this last trace of the lowly human race blood. Buzz. Suddenly, another finger grew on his dragon claw, and it evolved into an 11-clawed blue dragon again. I have to thank you, the lowly human race. You helped give birth to a great dragon race great emperor. To express my gratitude to you, I decided to swallow you whole, so that you will die without any pain. Kang Ming is more ferocious and violent than Kang Ji-yu, and has a wildness. He has completely gotten rid of the intangible rational aura of being a human race. He bared his fangs and claws, devoured Kangoo, and evolved into an 11-clawed blue dragon. His body seemed to be even stronger than Kangoo. As the dragon twisted its body, it whipped the sky and caused it to collapse. Kang Ming's whole body was glowing, and every dragon scale on his body seemed to be emitting black light, all reviving and awakening. 46,075 Dragon Race Secrets. OMG! Emperor Venerable trembled all over, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he gave an accurate number. It is said that Dragon Race has a total of 84,000 secret treasures, and Kang Ji-yu has opened up more than half of them. How did he do that? Many of the strongest men in Heavenly World were also shocked, and subconsciously turned their heads to look at Hylian Saintus, who was standing at the door of the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. Saintus Hylian seems to have opened up about 10,000 secret treasures. Don't be fooled by the rumors that human race has a total of 180,000 secret treasures. Even the Heavenly King Emperor Venerable and Tianyan Dao Venerable only opened up 10,000 to 20,000 secret treasures in the beginning. It is conceivable what it means for Kangoo to open up these 75 secret treasures. Tens of thousands of secret treasures. No wonder he said he wanted to swallow Kang Ji-yu. The voice of the Weapon King Sect Master was filled with horror. This definitely has the terrifying power to cross the border and kill the gods. Now he has evolved into an 11-clawed true dragon, and he must have awakened the talent divine ability. If he comprehends an apex-level divine ability like Kang Ji-yu, how powerful he will be. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, Tianxing Emperor Venerable, if it doesn't work, let Chu Tian come down. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable said with a gloomy face, in the early stage of human race, compared to dragon race, it is a little weak after all. There's no need to die in vain. Now that we have won a battle, it shouldn't be difficult to have Tianyan Hall Master kill an ancient dragon divine king. Could it be that they can bring out a 12-clawed real dragon divine king and forcefully claim that it is my human race? Chapter 203. Is this kid still a human being? The secret treasure revealed by Kang Ming shocked many powerful people in Heng Heavenly World. Some of the most powerful people who had good relations with Shungshan sect spoke out to dissuade King Chu Tian and Chu Tianxing, and were not optimistic about the battle between Chu Tian and Kang Ming. There are more than 40,000 and nearly 50,000 secret treasures. These powerful people looked at Kang Ming as if they were looking at a mythical. The most powerful beings like Heavenly King Emperor Venerable were unable to reach this level when they were in the body integration realm. It's too abnormal. Hylian Saintus, who once occupied the first place on the Earth list and the body integration list for a long time, will most likely be swallowed up by Kang Ming when she comes on the field and will not have the slightest ability to resist. There were even some powerful people asking what realm Chu Tian was currently in. After all, he was still on the soul refining list. But in the previous battles, it was shown that many secret treasures had been opened up. Chu Tianxing shook his head, saying that Chu Tian's realm was a mystery, unprecedented, and he couldn't understand it. Shaoshan, if you are not sure, don't try to be brave. Chu Tianxing said to himself. His dark red eyes looked at Chu Tian with expectation. He did not choose to interfere with Chu Tian's choice. He believed that Chu Tian had his own judgment and would step down on his own if things were impossible. Moreover, on the human race battlefield, there is the great power of suppression left by the 9 statues of the human kings. Once the battle begins, even the human kings cannot interfere. King Chu Tian had a gloomy face and his white hair fluttered slightly. Boom. The blue dragon twisted its body, and its dark dragon tail was like a giant whip, lashing towards Chu Tian. Dark light was everywhere, and he did not use any weapons in this attack, only his secret storage, physical body, and spiritual power. But this blow was like a meteorite falling from the sky, bringing up thick dark flames, crushing the sky, and it was so terrifying that it was suffocating. The strength of Kang Ming's physical body has probably exceeded 10 million pounds. Combined with his spirit and secret treasure, this casual attack has exceeded 10 billion. The voice of a powerful man trembled, almost suffocating. The dragon's tail cut through the sky like a meteor, which was terrifying. I will kill you to avenge my lowly father. From now on, the great Kang Ming will have no connection with your lowly tribe. Kang Ming's voice was full of wildness and coldness. Chu Tian's face was calm, and suddenly, the eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and his 100% concentrated spirit burst out directly, multiplying tenfold. The body was glowing, and in an instant, all the secret treasures were opened. The vast light of chaos shot up into the sky, tearing the universe apart. After the last 10 days of seclusion, the potential of the chaotic Godfian body was tapped, and his secret treasure had been transformed into a chaotic secret treasure. By practicing the Chaos Creation Sutra, he condensed a huge amount of chaotic mist in the secret treasure. 16,460 chaos secret treasures. A human king blurted out with a strong shock in his voice, and Kang Ming's previous changes were not able to move a human king, but what Chu Tian showed made them a little embarrassed. Isn't he just a 9-year-old kid? Didn't you just break through the soul refining realm a few months ago? Even if by chance, some secret treasures were discovered, how could so many be discovered? Many people were stunned. It is unheard of for soul refining realm to open up secret treasures ahead of time. As everyone knows, the special secrets of the strongest physique are 10 times more difficult to crack than ordinary secrets. Although Chu Tian was still very young, he had opened up more than 10,000 chaos secret treasures and stored up a powerful chaos power mist that could scare a large number of people to death. Boom. Chu Tian had a calm expression as he threw a punch. In an instant, the entire ancient battlefield, which was nearly 10,000 miles in size, was directly sucked into a vacuum state. The terrifying pressure directly froze time and space. Boom. Chu Tian punched out a huge transparent fist print, which collided with the dark dragon's tail. In an instant, it was like a meteorite collision. The sky was directly collapsed, and the terrifying aftermath rolled back the 9th layer sky, as if the galaxy outside the domain was rolling up. Bang, 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 in an instant, a series of explosions were heard. It was the bucket-sized dragon scales on the tail of the Kangming dragon that were bursting and exploding. All of a sudden, These scales that were as hard as divine iron were torn into thousands. Boom, boom, it can be seen that thousands of secret treasures on the Kangming dragon's tail were directly blown up by Chu Tian's punch. Kangming's attack, with a force of hundreds of billions of pounds, could blow up the stars, but was almost crushed by Chu Tian. The blood mist rose up and exploded wildly, causing him to subconsciously let out a ferocious roar. The power of Chu Tian's punch, with the blessing of spirit and secret treasure, reached nearly 20 billion pounds. Because the realm pearl absorbed the power of origin, it not only opened up many secret treasures for him, but also subtly improved his physical body, which had reached a terrifying level of 50 million kilograms. Even though the secret treasures he opened up were not as many as Kangming's, his condensed spirit, the Eye of Heaven, and his physical strength that was 5 times greater directly crushed Kangming's power. Chu Tian's body, the minimum weight should be over 30 million kilograms. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable muttered to himself, and he felt his voice becoming hoarse. So scary, so shocking. Is this the supreme physique, the chaotic Godfian body? The Yushuan human king looked extremely solemn. Many people were moved. It was visible to the naked eye that the eyes of the Hengkong human king, who had always had a gloomy face, flashed with brilliance, as if he saw some hope. Dao Venerable Tianyan trembled violently, his old eyes widened, and he even raised his hand to rub his eyes, saying, "FK, 50 million kilograms, am I old and blurry, am I confused? This brat hasn't even officially broken through the body integration realm, and hasn't even reached the peak of soul refining. How could he have a physical strength of 50 million kilograms? Even if you have the Chaos Demon God visualization technique, you can't do that. It is recorded in the classics that the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body of the human race, at the peak of the body integration realm, can only reach 10 million Jin, which should be about the same as Kangming. What the hell? UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* because of the bloodline of the ancient Sword God clan. That's not right. The ancient Sword God clan is not known for their physical strength. Unless this brat has apex level blood of the Titans, but that's impossible. The number of people in that tribe is very small, and the females are over 10 million feet tall. Even King Chu Tian can't ride on them, right? Chu Tian Wang had a gloomy and cold expression on his face as he looked towards Tian Yundao Venerable, as if he would have already drawn his sword if his son had not been fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian's body was very small in front of Kang Ming's huge dragon body of nearly 1,000 feet, but when he raised his hand, there was a thunderous sound and terrifying power. With every punch and kick, Kang Ming roared and wailed continuously. Transparent fist and leg shadows spanned the sky, hitting Kang Ming so hard that a blood mist kept rising up. His dragon horns were split and broken, and his dragon claws were all broken. Chapter 204, Dragon Seal, that's enough. Kang Ming roared, and a terrifying light burst out from his body. He flew directly 100 miles away, staring at Chu Tian with ferocious and wild eyes, and roared, "Damn little thing, you have successfully angered the great dragon race." Blue Dragon War Drum, Blue Sky Dragon King Technique, Tianlong Seal. Kang Ming roared angrily, and black light filled his body, turning the world into a dark abyss. A huge dark war drum emerged from the abyss, and there was a blue dragon king spanning thousands of miles, covering the entire battlefield. Moreover, a huge silver seal appeared in the sky, with millions of silver lights dropping down, illuminating the dark night sky. He was terribly powerful. Although he was younger than his brother and not as advanced as him, he had already cultivated the 3 divine abilities to the realm of great accomplishment and had created visions. Talent Divine Ability Blue Dragon War Drum, as expected. Many powerful people were suffocated and dumbfounded. It was difficult for the dragon race to produce one powerful talent in tens of millions of years, but Long Pan, a human race, and the Kanglong princess had produced 2 in a row. No wonder Kang dragon race made Long Pan the honorary deputy clan leader. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable muttered to himself. But at this moment, the eyes of Chu Tianwang, Tianyan Dao Venerable, and even the 9 great human kings were focused on the huge vision of the Tianlong seal. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, I remember that the Grand Emperor Heavenly Dragon Seal that you comprehended was derived from the incomplete Heavenly Dragon Seal that you obtained in the ruins of myriad worlds. Tianyan Dao Venerable said in a solemn voice. King Chu Tian looked grim and nodded. The pupils of many people contracted. The dragon race's most powerful divine ability Dragon Seal is said to have been created by an invincible dragon great emperor tens of millions of years ago. How could it appear in Kang Ming's hands? The profound emperor's voice became solemn. The heavenly dragon race is the branch clan in dragon race that has produced the most dragon emperors. It is extremely powerful. The contemporary heavenly dragon emperor is a descendant of the heavenly dragon race dragon emperor. The invincible dragon emperor who lived tens of millions of years ago was said to be the ancestor of the lineage of the destiny dragon emperor, and his strength was almost comparable to the invincible supreme of the mythical era. Ha 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 ha, Feng Changhao laughed wildly. Kang Ming has long been chosen as the dragon son of Kang dragon race, the next generation dragon emperor of Kang dragon race. Otherwise, why do you think Long Pan became the deputy leader of Kanglong and why Zan Wush became the elder of Kang dragon race? All of this is thanks to Kang Ming. Kang Ming awakened a trace of the blood of the Chaos Dragon. His blood returned to his ancestors. When he was born, the imprint of the ancient dragon's soul descended upon him, passing down the supreme inheritance to him. The entire Kang dragon race has even decided to wait for Kang Ming to break through the divine realm, then take him to the dragon realm, train him with all the strength of the clan, and help him compete for the position of Dragon King in the future. Feng Changhao laughed wildly, feeling extremely proud. This was also the reason why he was close to Kang Jiyu Longting, and even why Dragon Race had a good relationship with the eternal human realm, because all of this was pushed by Kang Dragon Race behind the scenes. Otherwise, the eternal realm would not even be in the top 3 among the 9 realms of the human race. Even if the Dragon Race wanted to choose an ally, it would be a powerful realm like the Netherworld. Many human kings were shocked and looked at Kang Ming with surprise in their eyes, amazed in their hearts, and even envious. If Kang Ming can become the Dragon King of Dragon Race in the future, the benefits it will bring to the eternal realm will be unimaginable. I am the future Great Azure Dragon Great Emperor, even the supreme and majestic mythical Dragon Emperor. The Chaos Demon God visualization technique body can only be a stepping stone for me. Kang Ming danced wildly and flew into the sky, merging into one with the vision of the ancient Dragon King Kang. The dragon's tail slammed heavily on the Kanglong war drum. Boom! The sky is falling. The sky collapsed, the wind and clouds reversed, the entire human race arena seemed to be shaking, and the rubble was swept away by the thunderous sound waves like raging waves. In an instant, it seemed as if millions of blue dragons, great emperors, were roaring, disrupting time and space. The marks on the statue of the human king nearby seemed to have become more numerous. The combat power exerted by the Azure Dragon War Drum and the Azure Sky Dragon King technique in his hands is more than 10 times stronger than in Kanggu's hands. An ancient aura permeated the body of the Kangming dragon, making his talent divine ability even show signs of atavism, ancient and powerful, as if returning the world to its original state. Buzz. At the same time, the majestic dragon seal seemed to come from the ancient times, traveling through time and space, suppressing Chu Tien together. The 3 killer moves are used simultaneously to reverse time and space, aiming to kill Chu Tien with one blow. Buzz. Chaotic mist was burning around Chu Tien, his face was calm, and he raised his hand and the 3-legged 10,000 Dao cauldron appeared, with endless Taoist aura flowing and rising into the sky. Visions of yin and yang beasts emerged, roaring to the sky. The strange vision of the hand of God emerged and grabbed Kang Ming directly. The vision of the prison dragon emperor appeared, and 9 12-clawed golden dragons rose into the sky. 4 strange phenomena emerged and collided continuously with Kang Ming. The terrifying aftermath of the Tao raged out and even destroyed the mountains around the Shungshan sect. Many powerful beings were nearly suffocated. They could not imagine that this was a collision between a body integration realm and a soul refining realm. The resulting scene seemed to destroy the heaven and earth. Myriad worlds young supreme is no more than this. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable muttered to himself. 4 major visions, Chaos Demon God visualization technique. Emperor Venerable's eyes were shining with excitement. Many human kings had solemn expressions on their faces. This kind of battle, even in the myriad worlds, was definitely a showdown between the most powerful monsters. In the 9 realms of the human race, this level of monster battles has not occurred for a very long time. Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and Chu Tianyan all looked solemn, their hearts almost in their throats. The 2 men used deadly moves frequently, strange phenomena occurred one after another, their bloodlines and physiques were amazing, and the battle scenes were comparable to Emperor Venerable. Things change rapidly and if you are not careful, you may find yourself in a desperate situation. On the ancient battlefield, even they are beyond salvation. Kill, kill, kill. Kang Ming was extremely ferocious and wild, with an ancient and powerful aura. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His dragon tail, claws, and even the dragon head all madly bombarded the Kanglong war drum. He pushed the Tianlong seal to its limit, causing it to collide violently with Chu Tian. Chu Tian's secret treasure glowed, and he cast the Chaos Dragon Shield, making him immune to all evil. Even if a violent sound wave swept over the sky and could destroy a whole starry sky, it could not hurt him at all. His eye of heaven opened, and he was able to find the weak points every time, pass through them, and keep getting closer to Kang Ming. The powerful and substantial spirit drives the four great visions, with the Wandao Cauldron as the core, to suppress the Tianlong seal. Many of the most powerful people watched with their mouths dry and even opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss even a single second of the scene. The terrible aftermath swept across, the collision of the most powerful apex-level divine ability visions, and the showdown of the ancient supreme bloodline. Many of the strongest people may never see a battle of this level in their lifetime. After all, a monstrous genius of this level has not appeared in the human race for many years. Chapter 205 6 Visions, Chu Tian, you have successfully earned my respect. Kang Ming roared, and suddenly a black bead spurted out of his mouth, filled with an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura. You are very powerful and excellent. To show my respect for you, I decided to send you off with the most powerful treasure. Black beads were filled with clouds and mist, with ancient Tao patterns on them, as if depicting a huge dragon king standing on the top of the myriad worlds, challenging the unpredictable existence. The vast vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere penetrate the sky. Does this bead seem to have the aura of the mythical dragon emperor? The dark human king was horrified and said, This seems to be the aura of the destiny dragon emperor. How is this possible? Feng Changhao, did Kang Ming obtain the inheritance of the heavenly fate dragon emperor? Not only does his dragon ball seem to be gestating an incredible power, but it also contains the auras of several dragon race invincible dragon emperors, ancient and powerful, as well as traces of the dragon soul of the destiny dragon emperor. Many dragon emperors and powerful beings were shocked, no, horrified. From this dragon ball, it can be seen that what Kang Ming obtained was not just the inheritance of a certain ancient invincible dragon emperor, but of at least three, and it may be related to the destiny dragon emperor. The destiny dragon emperor was too supreme and mysterious. Even they had only seen him from afar before, so they could only guess. This is the aura of the heavenly world dragon emperor. A powerful person from the heavenly world gave the answer. After all, they had just come into close contact with the heavenly world dragon emperor not long ago, and the memory of that grand and supreme aura was still fresh in their minds and would never forget it. This monster. Chu Tianyan's expression was cold and fierce. What kind of shit luck did that black bug Long Pan have to give birth to such a monster child? Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianxing said nothing, but held their breath and concentrated. After all, the situation in Chu Tian at this moment had reached the most critical moment. The severity and intensity of this battle had exceeded their prior expectations. Shaoshan, you must create a miracle. Chu Tianxing said to himself, feeling the chaos heartstone in his chest, and feeling that the extreme emotions were showing signs of returning. If Chu Tian died in battle, he would go crazy. Chu Tian Wang clenched his fists and his white hair fluttered. Kang Ming swallowed and spit out the dragon ball, causing it to emanate a hint of ancient and vicissitudes of life. Time and space seemed to be solidified in an instant, and Chu Tian's elusive figure was found by him in an instant. I found you. Kang Ming roared, and the dragon ball permeated the air, making him seem to have received some kind of ancient blessing. He opened his big mouth, and there seemed to be an abyss hidden in it, which was about to swallow Chu Tian directly and destroy him. Chu Tian looked calm, and used the Chaos Golden Body Shield to withstand the attack. With a bang, the Golden Body Shield exploded, but he also dodged the attack. It was visible to the naked eye that a large piece of the void was bitten off by this bite, and was swallowed by Kang Ming and destroyed in the abyss, which made the people watching horrified. You have such a strong and hard body. It must be crunchy when I chew you. Kang Ming roared wildly and used the dragon ball to fix the space and time where Chu Tian was. The abyss then bit towards Chu Tian directly. After devouring your supreme physique, perhaps I can evolve into a 12-clawed blue dragon. Don't move, let me eat you. Is it the original power of the dragon realm? Chu Tian's eyes turned cold as he sensed a familiar aura from the black dragon ball. Although it was different from the aura of the eternal realm, it was the same supreme power. Kang Ming actually obtained the blessing of the original power of the dragon world. No wonder he is so powerful. This kind of evil level guide did not appear in the original plot. It seems that it was because of the collusion between Yi Tianshang and Feng Changhao that the protagonist Yi Fan and Kang Ming did not directly confront each other. It may also be that Kang Ming was taken to the Dragon Realm for training because of his extraordinary potential, but the original plot ended badly and the human race did not have time to fight against the dragon race, so there was no plot about him. But now it seems that Kang Ming's talent potential is definitely not worse than the protagonist Yi Fan's Hongmeng Holy Bone. In fact, in terms of adventures, Kang Ming is even stronger. This is a son of fortune who is even more powerful than the protagonist Yi Fan. Chu Tian raised his hand and summoned 4 great visions, suppressing himself with the 10,000 Dao Cauldron. The other 3 visions turned into Dao essence and merged into the 10,000 Dao Cauldron. With this supreme divine ability, he isolated himself from the outside world and blocked the original power escaping from the Black Dragon Ball. Boom! He began to continue evolving the 10,000 Dao Cauldron, while at the same time comprehending the Wind and Cloud Spirit Dragon technique and the Chaos Golden Body technique, and communicating with the boundary bead within the Chaos Spirit bead with his mind, attempting to draw out the original power within it, to fight against Kang Ming's Black Dragon Ball, and comprehend the original power, evolving 2 apex-level divine abilities. After many times of practice, he had already comprehended these 2 apex-level dragon divine abilities to the high level. Now, under great pressure, and with the help of the power of origin, Chu Tian tried to push the 6 divine abilities he had mastered to a higher level at the same time. Buzz. Under the pressure of the Dragon Realm's original power on the Black Dragon Ball, the human king's seal in the secret realm shook slightly, and a ray of eternal original power merged into Chu Tian's Wandao Ding. In an instant, the 3-legged 10,000 Dao Cauldron burst out with billions of chaotic rays of light, directly knocking Kang Ming, who was charging forward, thousands of miles away, and the Black Dragon Ball also moved slightly. This is, outside the battle stage, Feng Changhao's pupils suddenly shrank and his face instantly became ferocious. However, at this time, many powerful men were concentrating their attention on the battle between Chu Tian and Kang Ming, and no one noticed his changes. If you can achieve unity of vision, so can I. Kang Ming roared, and forcibly suppressed the 3 strange visions with the Black Dragon Ball. He merged the visions together, merged them into the abyss in his mouth, and killed Chu Tian with an arrogant attitude, determined to kill the enemy with one blow. The sound of drums was as deafening as thunder, dragons roared, and an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere filled the air, as if it came from before the creation of the world. Chu Tian's face was calm. With the help of the power of origin, he pushed the 6 divine abilities towards a higher level. With the blessing of the 4 middle-level halos, he can maintain the most perfect state in all aspects no matter what the circumstances. Buzz, buzz. The Wind and Cloud Spirit Dragon technique and the Chaos Golden Body technique were the first to break into the realm of great accomplishment, giving rise to strange visions. A 12-clawed Wind Dragon and a 12-clawed Cloud Dragon emerged, lifted Chu Tian up from under his feet, stepped on the Wind and Cloud Dragon, and flew into the sky and hid underground. The Chaos Golden Body technique evolved into a Chaos Golden Dragon, covering his body and making him immune to all evil. This time, no matter how Kang Ming roared and attacked, he could not shake Chu Tian's defense at all. The 2 strange visions transformed into 2 kinds of Dao essence and merged into the 10,000 Dao Cauldron, once again strengthening the supreme divine ability created by Chu Tian. The Wandao Cauldron seemed to have become substantial and kept shrinking until it finally became the size of a fist and turned into divine light and flew away. Puff. A hole shaped like a 3-legged cauldron appeared in the center of Kang Ming's dragon head, and the life force in his eyes quickly faded away. Chapter 206, Victory, Roar, Roar, Roar. The dragon head of Kang Ming was pierced by the 3-legged small tripod, and his sea of consciousness was broken. Sen Yi's dragon eyes dimmed visibly, and his vitality faded away drastically. The wild dragon roar he made could clearly feel that he was constantly weakening. The dragon body twisted violently in the void and struggled to death. The extremely powerful dragon body disrupted the universe, causing the void to shatter and the wind and clouds to rage. Even though his bloodline returned to his ancestral state and his combat power was incredible, and he could cross borders and crush the gods, he was ultimately unable to ignite the divine fire and condense his divine soul. It was impossible for him to break away from his physical body and sea of consciousness and still survive and fight. Although he can regenerate severed limbs and has transcendent vitality, before reaching the divine realm, the head is still the core. I am destined to become the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and challenge the mythical Dragon Emperor. How could I be defeated by a lowly human race like you? Kang Ming roared, filled with endless wildness and ferocity. Feeling the vitality in his body constantly slipping away, he was still unwilling to fall down. The black dragon ball directly filled the hole on the dragon head. The dragon ball was filled with an ancient and powerful aura, which actually replaced the existence of his sea of consciousness, suppressing his vitality and maintaining the functioning of his dragon body. How can you be my opponent? Kang Ming went against the will of heaven and was so wild that it was unimaginable. Even with his head pierced, he still forced himself to defying the heavens and changing fate, and survived by suppressing his body with the black dragon ball. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hole in the center of his dragon's head, made by the three-legged tripod, was transparent from front to back. His sea of consciousness collapsed, and his brain and spirit were constantly leaking out. But even so, his vitality was suppressed. His dragon body went against the sky, and under the pressure, he began to break through himself. His body became even stronger, and even secret treasures were constantly being broken open, launching an attack on the 50,000 secret treasures. Boom, 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 a raging dark flame began to burn on his dragon body, burning a huge hole in the sky that was 100 feet in size. Kang Ming forcibly suppressed the collapse of his sea of consciousness with the black dragon ball. After losing his vitality, he actually began to ignite the divine fire in the battle, condensing the soul of the dragon god and breaking through to the divine realm. You lowly human race, how could I, who has awakened the great chaos origin dragon bloodline, be defeated by you? You have succeeded in angering me. Kang Ming roared, and his dragon head was pierced, making him look extremely hideous and terrifying, like a devil dragon crawling out of hell. Under the threat of death, he became even more wild and terrifying. In this situation, his strength was actually constantly increasing, and he launched even more terrifying attacks towards Chu Tian with his fangs and claws. His talent, divine ability, vision, black dragon ball, powerful physical strength, spiritual strength, and even the power of ancestral bloodline, were all rising rapidly, causing the dragon shield transformed from the chaotic golden dragon around Chu Tian to tremble continuously, and cracks appeared on it. With his ancestral bloodline returning and countless adventures, Kang Ming, blessed with the original power of the black dragon ball, has become incredibly powerful. His attacks are extremely wild and powerful. Hiss! The strongest people in the heavenly world around them gasped and turned pale. This scene was so horrifying that it made people's scalps explode. Even for them who were at least half-step Emperor Venerable, or even Emperor Venerable who had survived for a long time, it was still a very horrifying and unbelievable scene. This scene is enough to scare someone to death. Is this blue dragon really the offspring of that beast Long Pan and the blue dragon princess? It's so terrifying. Emperor Venerable Lingfeng's voice was trembling, his face slightly pale. He simply couldn't imagine that there was such a perverted and terrifying monster in the world. However, with only a body integration realm, even the head was pierced, but it was not dead, and it was even making an all-round breakthrough in the battle against the will of heaven. Not only him, but many powerful people around him felt like they were watching a dream. Even in their dreams, they probably wouldn't dare to imagine such a monster. Is this the supreme genius that can emerge from the bloodline of the mythical overlord dragon race, an invincible monster? Yushuan's voice was extremely heavy. As the human king of the human race world, the dragon race was ultimately an alien race to him. Even though he hoped to see Kang Ming win and prevent Feng Changhao from kneeling, he could maintain his dignity as the human king. But when he saw a so-called descendant of the human race, who was actually a dragon race guy, and was so powerful and abnormal, he felt mixed emotions. Not only him, but the other 7 worlds' human kings also had heavy expressions and felt the same as him. The only one who was extremely excited was Feng Changhao, who was laughing like crazy at this moment. His face was extremely pale at the moment. He had been in despair when he saw Chu Tian's ultimate breakthrough, divine ability, great accomplishment, and the appearance of 2 dragon-shaped visions that directly pierced through Kang Ming's dragon head. Unexpectedly, when one seems to have reached the end of his rope, there is always a way out. Under the unparalleled pressure brought by Chu Tian, Kang Ming began to break through the adversity in the battle. Of course, anyone can see that this is also because Kang Ming had great ambitions before, so he had been suppressing his realm and did not choose to ignite the divine fire and break through the divine realm. After all, even human race apex-level powerhouses like Chu Tianwang and Tianyan Dao Venerable had only opened more than 10,000 secret treasures before. Kang Ming has now opened more than 46,000 secret treasures, but still has not chosen to break through the divine realm. His goal is probably to reach the limit of 84,000 secret treasures in the dragon race legend. Now, under Chu Tian's terrifying oppression, he actually took the initiative to give up the attack on the top of the 84,000 secret treasures, break through the divine realm, and reverse the trend of victory. In a sense, although Chu Tian was about to be defeated and killed, it was still an honorable defeat. After all, breaking through prematurely and failing to reach the pinnacle of a realm would reduce some of Kang Ming's powerful potential. In this case, unless Chu Tian can also ignite the divine fire immediately and break through the divine realm, otherwise, the huge combat power improvement that igniting the divine fire brings to a supreme genius like Kang Ming cannot be offset by some small breakthroughs. But how old is Chu Tian? He was only 9 years old, and his realm looked strange and special, but in fact he had not even reached the peak of soul refining realm, he just broke through body integration realm in advance. The most basic prerequisite for breaking through the divine realm was spiritual perfection, and Chu Tian's spirit could not even fill the sea of consciousness, so it was impossible for him to break through the divine realm. At the moment when Kang Ming broke through to the divine realm against the odds, victory was completely secured. Chu Tian, what a pity. A human king whose face could not be seen clearly sighed slightly, feeling sorry for Chu Tian. Such a brilliant and amazing person, at such a young age, has reached such a level. If he grows up, he may even impact mythical in the future and rival myriad races sovereign. But in the impulse, it will die here. Chapter 207 Brother. You can do it, ha ha ha, everyone, did you see that? Feng Changhao laughed wildly, his voice full of surprise. This is the blood descendant of my eternal human realm. This is the prodigy monster of my eternal human realm. In this 9 realms competition, my eternal human realm has a young supreme genius like Kang Ming, and the support of dragon race. The first place in the 9 realms competition is certain for my eternal human realm. Eternal heavenly world, listen carefully. You dare to insult and bully me like this? If you dare to participate in the 9 realms competition, the monsters of my eternal human race will carry out a bloody massacre against the monsters of your eternal heavenly world. At the entrance of the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak, Hylian Saintess's beautiful face was covered with a thick layer of sky-blue frost. Her eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. She stared at Kang Ming and Chu Tian without blinking. Her chest heaved violently, as if she had suffered an extremely huge blow, and she had a strong feeling of unwillingness. A strong fighting spirit gradually spread from her icy eyes. She must be able to reach this point. The eyes of the human king Henkong were extremely heavy. He didn't know when, but he had already grasped the human king's seal in his hand. A terrifying aura flashed on his body, and he seemed to have the urge to bombard the human race arena. He seemed to be risking the backlash of the human race arena and violating the pressure of the 9 realms agreement, trying to forcibly rescue Chu Tian from the arena. At this moment, a big hand was placed on the human king's seal. Human King Henkong looked up and saw King Chu Tian appeared beside him, stopping him from taking the next step. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, the heavenly human king's voice was hoarse. I, heavenly human race, need a young man who can stand up and save the heavenly world and even the human race. Human King, please believe Chu Tian. King Chu Tian's dry white hair fluttered and his voice was hoarse and low. At this point, I choose to absolutely trust my son. This is his choice, and as a father, I believe he can do it. My son has proved himself by creating many miracles through his actions. As a father, I have always been very stupid, naive, and self-righteous. I always wanted to pave the way for him, and the facts have proven my stupidity. So, Human King, we, the older generation, should just support him from behind. As for what path he chooses to take, let him make the decision himself. Shaoshan said that the younger generation should be so powerful and influential, like a comet in the sky, and constantly accumulate invincible will. As a father, I support them unconditionally. Shaoshan also said that he would represent our heavenly human race, win first place in the 9 realms competition, and destroy the younger generation of the dragon race. As a father, I still support him unconditionally. Kang Ming is the first powerful test that dragon race brings to him. I believe he will make it through. King Chu Tian's voice was low and hoarse, and his words were like everything he had done during this period of time. He handed over all power, did not interfere, did not make decisions, and only took on the responsibility of being the pillar of the family, responsible for bearing the pressure, and let Chu Tian decide and deal with everything else. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, you have changed. The voice of Henkong Human King was complicated, but the aura on his body slowly faded away. Looking at the battlefield, Chu Tian, who was being suppressed by Kang Ming, who had broken through against the trend and whose combat power was constantly rising wildly, and the Chaos Golden Dragon shield around him kept exploding, sighed softly. Kang Ming's fighting style is almost to exchange injuries for injuries, and life for life. The three-legged small tripod turned into divine light, and its spiritual aura soared into the sky, constantly causing terrible injuries to Kang Ming and piercing through his body. The majestic and falling green light erased his iron dragon body, but he didn't care, and was wild and boundless. While giving Chu Tien powerful attacks, he relied on the black dragon ball to suppress his sea of consciousness and began to ignite the divine fire. His vitality became even stronger and his limbs regenerated quickly. He wanted to exchange his life with Chu Tien. At this time, the power of his dragon body itself even began to break through 20 million pounds, the power of his physical attack, and the 20 billion pounds close to Chu Tien. The sky was collapsed, the void was wiped out, and the void's destructive turbulence bombarded his dragon body, but could only emit dazzling sparks. Chu Tien seemed to have run out of ideas and was still evolving the six visions. The Taoist aura on the three-legged cauldron was becoming increasingly strong, but the increase in combat power was already not enough compared to Kang Ming, who had ignited the divine fire and broken through to a great realm. He was far behind and was constantly falling behind. In this battle, no matter how you look at it, Chu Tien has no chance of turning the tables. If my son dies on the battlefield, I will not be able to explain to his mother, and I will not be able to take good care of my three daughters. Chu Tien Wang's white hair fluttered, and he said softly, Human King, I will resign from the position of deputy leader of Shungshan sect and no longer serve the heavenly human race. I will first destroy the Yi family, then enter the eternal human realm, kill Feng Changhao, and destroy the Kangoo Dragon Court. Then I will enter the dragon realm and kill millions of real dragons to pay for my son's life. After hearing what Heavenly King Emperor Venerable said, the human king of Hengkong let out a long sigh. There was a strong sense of powerlessness in his voice, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. Huime gritted her teeth and scratched her head frantically with both hands, leaving bloody marks on her smooth head. She looked up to the sky and shouted, Brother, I haven't defeated you yet. I asked you to call me brother, but how can you die at the hands of a black bug? I believe you can win. Huime's eyes were full of bloodshot, and she roared continuously, It's just a black bug. Huime, don't even take him seriously, let alone you, big brother. You can definitely do it. Feng Changhao sneered and looked at Huime coldly, Eternal Human King, are all the brats of your generation of heavenly human race so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? A demon who dies early will never be a demon again. Young man, only by keeping a low profile can you win. Why don't you learn this from Heavenly King Emperor Venerable? If it weren't for his forbearance and low profile, how could Chu Tien, this little beast, have lived to this day? The fate of not being able to be low-key is to die young. Bang, 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 the sound of the deafening war drums echoed through the sky thousands of miles away, accompanied by the earth-shaking dragon roars, which was breathtaking. The heavenly dragon seal became more and more grand, with a silver heavenly dragon entrenched there, looking ferocious, majestic, terrifying, and with overwhelming dragon power. Chu Tien, just admit defeat and wait for death. To express my respect for your strength, I can spare you and bury you with an intact body. Kang Ming roared, his voice was eerie and ferocious. The dark fire around him became more and more intense. In the hole on the dragon's head, a miniature Kanglong soul could be seen condensing, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life smell, as if it came from before the mythical era. There was actually a chaotic color on the soul he condensed, which was a sign that his bloodline was one step closer to reverting to its ancestral form. It was extremely terrifying and made many human kings shudder. If Kang Ming reaches the realm of Divine King and experiences an extreme nirvana sublimation, could he really be able to revert to his ancestor, the Chaos Dragon before mythical? Could it be possible that under his control, Dragon race will be able to challenge the top 10 myriad races? Chapter 208 Please go back. I won't send you off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Facing powerful attacks and incomparable oppression, Chu Tien's expression remained calm. Even though the Chaos Golden Dragon cover was covered with cracks, he remained calm. With the blessing of the four halos, he was able to do 6 things at the same time, deducing 6 major visions. His spirit was also constantly improving, and his secrets were constantly breaking through. He was deducing the form of the 10,000 Tao Cauldron, and transformed his understanding of the 5 divine abilities that had reached the realm of great accomplishment into substantial Tao patterns, which he engraved on a small 3-legged green cauldron. the middle-level Dao Yun aura and the middle-level spiritual aura allowed him to always stay at the top. In a short period of time, one of the legs of the three-legged cauldron was already engraved with dense Dao patterns. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The small tripod vibrated violently. This supreme divine ability created by Chu Tian himself had not shown the power of the transcendent divine ability until now. This was because Chu Tian created the 10,000 Dao tripod with the purpose of melting all the Daos into one tripod. The more Dao patterns were engraved, the stronger the 10,000 Dao tripod would be, and there would be no end to it. At this moment, 5 apex-level Dao patterns were engraved on it, and the three-legged small tripod began to emanate a supreme aura. Sudden. A raging green flame began to burn on the small cauldron. The small cauldron was not big, but it seemed to be able to crush the heavens. It experienced the vision of a huge cauldron of 10,000 feet high, and then changed from big to small. At this moment, it grew from small to big again, and turned into the size of a 1,000-foot mountain again, like a meteorite, pressing towards Kang Ming. With a humming sound, the dark divine fire burning around Kang Ming's body was instantly extinguished, and the dragon's soul condensed in his sea of consciousness was crushed. A powerful force pressed down, causing Kang Ming's head to explode instantly, turning into a blood mist all over the sky. The huge tripod fell and pressed Kang Ming's headless dragon body on the platform. No one knew how heavy it was, but it seemed to cause the entire platform to shake violently. Cracks spread wildly, and rolling rubble fell from the platform and hit the ground like a mountain torrent. Then, with a bang, Kang Ming's iron dragon body, which possessed a strength of over 20 million pounds, exploded like a piece of tofu and turned into a blood mist all over the sky. Kang Ming's roar suddenly stopped, and his vitality disappeared in an instant, accompanied by the black blood mist that floated all over the sky and dissipated. The wild roar still echoed in the sky, spreading farther and farther, but the source of the sound had disappeared without a trace. On the ring, Chu Tian was the only one left, standing in the sky with 12 clawed twin dragons under his feet. Ding, ding, ding. The black dragon ball was extremely hard, flowing with brilliance, and had an ancient aura. It was also filled with the wild and boundless aura of Kang Ji Yu. It smashed onto the battlefield from midair, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The sky was dead silent. Many of the most powerful people in Heavenly World, the people of the Eternal King's court, the 9 human kings, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and even Chu Tianyan, who was always hot-tempered and straightforward, all stood there in a daze. We won, we won, we won. Hui Mei's mouth corners were stretched to the back of her head as she laughed silently. The blood marks on her head made her look horrified. I know that apart from me, a little brother who is unwilling to be inferior to others, who else can be qualified to challenge my big brother? Feng Chenghao's face was pale and his whole body was trembling slightly. He was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. 2 wins in 3 games. Now that Shungshan sect has won 2 games, there is no need to fight the next match against Chu Tianyan. The outcome is decided. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to his reaction. Many human kings were staring blankly at Chu Tian, who had a calm expression, in the sky above the battlefield. It seemed that they saw a comet rising up in an unstoppable manner, which would represent the human race and illuminate the myriad worlds. Kang Ming, who was so extraordinary, was definitely qualified to compete for the position of Dragon Race Mythical Dragon Emperor and be honored in Dragon Emperor Palace. However, he was killed by Chu Tian with a single blow on the eve of condensing his soul. Has the transcendent divine ability, which has melted the essence of the 5 apex-level divine abilities, walked out of its own path? Hengkong Human King said to himself. In shock, he looked at Chu Tian with a gleam in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind completely. Buzz. At this time, on the human race arena, a huge silver dragon claw as big as a star tore the void like a piece of paper and stretched straight towards the human race arena. The terrifying and supreme power filled the sky for millions of miles. Changes come suddenly and the situation is changing rapidly. Heavenly Dragon King. The pupils of the human king Hengkong suddenly shrank violently, and the human king's seal flipped into the air, communicating with the power of the heavenly world, and shouted angrily, Heavenly Dragon King, prodigy battle, life and death are determined by fate, what do you want to do? We are separated by thousands of realms and endless starry skies. You want to bully the weak and touch my human race monster. No one in my heavenly world can do it. Boom, 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 the entire heavenly world seemed to be shaking. If you dare to touch my son, I will slaughter millions of real dragons in your dragon race and destroy all the prodigy in your dragon race. King Chu Tian roared angrily, his white hair dancing wildly, and he instantly appeared in the sky, with 9 Taihuang Tianlong seals appearing directly above his head. Including the Yushuan human king, their pupils suddenly contracted and their faces became gloomy, because according to the human race 9 realms agreement, although the human race was divided, they were still one race, and if one realm was invaded by aliens, the 8 realms had to work together to fight back. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor's direct intervention into the heavenly world was already an invasion of the heavenly world, but after hesitating for a long time, none of them took action. After Feng Chenghao's despair, hope reappeared in his eyes. If the Heavenly Dragon Emperor announced that the Dragon World would directly declare war on the heavenly world, then he would not have to kneel. Boom. On the human race battlefield, 9 broken statues simultaneously exuded boundless majesty, suppressing the Destiny Dragon Emperor with their dragon claws. It seemed as if the power from the mythical era had revived, reversing time and space, and washing over the silver dragon claws of the Destiny Dragon Emperor like a surging tide, shattering the dragon scales on them, breaking tendons and bones, and causing a blood mist to explode. Bang. However, the silver dragon claws of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were so terrifying that they actually tore through the barrier outside the human race's ancient battlefield. However, its target was not Chu Tian. Instead, it directly picked up the falling black dragon ball and retracted it into the crack. As expected of the first tribe in the mythical era, even after falling so far, they still have such a precious treasure. The voice of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor came from the crack. In the battle of prodigy, life and death are determined by fate. This emperor will not interfere, let alone kill the young ones. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, you can rest assured. But my order to suppress heavenly world for 10,000 years will not end. Since you have destroyed the divine sect, the dragon race's inheritance dragon, then in all the myriad worlds, my dragon race will destroy 100,000 strong men from heavenly world. In the 9 realms competition, Kang Ming will fight Chu Tian again to restore the reputation of my dragon race chaos dragon atavism bloodline. You dragon race monster will kill all the young people in your heavenly world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crack slowly closed, and at the last moment, one could faintly see a blue dragon spirit with some chaotic colors condensing on the black dragon ball. In the Dragon Emperor Palace on the other side of the crack, the Destiny Dragon Emperor seems to be using his divine ability to reverse life and death. With the power of a creator, he wants to reverse the way of heaven and resurrect Kang Ming. Buzz. The crack closed completely. The 9 broken statues on the battlefield also stopped reviving and returned to their original state. Only the vast and supreme dragon power lingered in the sky. The power of the Destiny Dragon Emperor is simply breathtaking. Chu Tian glanced coldly at the closed sky, turned around and flew down the stage, landed beside his family, looked at Feng Changhao, and said, Eternal Human King, it's your turn to fulfill the agreement. The next thing is the matter between my heavenly world and the eternal realm. I don't think the human kings have any intention of staying to watch the ceremony. Please go back, I won't see you off. Chapter 209 Memorial Ceremony. The sky is cloudless and clear. Deep inside the Holy Heaven sect, Duan Mulei, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, held a jade slip in his hand and used his finger as a pen to write on the slip. A middle-aged man beside him kept speaking. Collect 2 apex-level secret realms of the Kang Ancient Dragon Court, the Tian Kang Secret Realm, the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, 1 apex-level secret realm of the Eternal King's Court Feng family, and the Time Secret Realm. Collect 2 Kangji Yu Long Ting Dragon Blood Divine Gold Stars, 1 Dragon Bone Gold Star, and the Eternal King's Court Apex Level Star Divine Mine. Collect 30 Apex Level Divine Medicine Eternal Holy Flowers, 90 Apex Level Divine Medicine Dragon Blood Grasses, 3 Spacetime Holy Trees, and 10 Eternal Star Trees. Collect 63 Heaven Level Yuanshi Mines in Kanggu Dragon Court. Strong men who were responsible for receiving compensation from the Eternal Royal Court kept returning from the cracks in the realm, handing over jade slips that recorded the coordinates of the sacred mines and stars, as well as the secret method of controlling the outer array patterns, storage rings and other items. After the middle-aged strong man checked them, Duan Mulei was responsible for recording them in the jade slips and sending them to the sect's treasure house. The human king of Hengkong, King Chu Tian, and Emperor Venerable of Heavenly Luck sat at the top of the main hall of the Internal Affairs Hall. Chu Tian, Chu Yuyao, Saintess Hillian, and Huimei stood on both sides of the 3. Sitting on the chairs on the left were the strongest people of the heavenly world, led by Emperor Venerable Lingfeng and the Master of the Weapon King. Sitting in the first position on the right was the human king of eternal Feng Changhao, who had a gloomy face. Behind him knelt a row of senior officials of the Kangoo Dragon Court, whose bodies had mostly turned into blue dragons, and spread out like a long dragon to a very far distance. Logically speaking, for such a large-scale compensation, the Feng family, who are high-level powerful people of the human king family and the strongest people in the eternal human realm, should all be present. Even if they lose the fight, they can still hold up the situation. Even if the human kings from the other 7 realms do not come, as signatories to the 9 realms agreement, they should have the strongest people present to witness it. But strangely, no one else came to the scene except Feng Changhao and the top leaders of Kangji Yulongting. Time passes by every second. The chanting of counting the compensation continued until dusk. Reporting to the deputy sect master, the secret realm, resources, minerals, divine medicine, etc. that the eternal human realm paid as compensation have all arrived and have been registered. The divine gold stars, Yuanshi mines, etc. have also been received by the strong men from the divine medicine hall, the war affairs hall, the law enforcement hall, and other halls. Duan Mulei took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Hengkong Human King, Tianyan Dao Venerable, and Chu Tian King for review. Then he took out a backup jade slip from his sleeve and put it in Chu Tian's hand. He laughed and patted Chu Tian on the shoulder, saying, "Good boy, you did a great job. This time it's all thanks to you. You should be the first major contributor to the victory of our Heng heavenly human race this time." Chu Tian got the jade slip that many powerful people such as Lingfeng Emperor Venerable and apex-level sect leaders failed to get. However, no one looked dissatisfied. Instead, they felt that this was natural. After all, in this battle, although everyone contributed and could get a share of the resources that were compensated at a sky-high price, it was the Shungshan sect that made the real effort and suffered huge casualties. The battle that finally silenced the other 7 realms kings was fought by Chu Tian himself. These sky-high compensations were proposed by Chu Tian. Chu Tian should, of course, get a list of backup resources. Chu Tian had a calm expression and smiled at Duan Mulei. "Uncle Lei, this great victory was achieved because the sect's elites fought desperately and made great sacrifices. The human king and Dao Venerable helped us, and many major sects and seniors put aside their past grudges and worked together to fight against the Eternal King's court. This is why we have this great victory. I just did some insignificant things at the end. I have no credit for this. Uncle, you are really praising me too much. I don't deserve it." As soon as these words came out, Hengkong Renwang and Tianyan Dao Venerable, who were looking at the list, raised their heads and looked at Chu Tian, with surprise in their eyes. Many powerful people also had smiles on their faces, and an old Emperor Venerable even gave Chu Tian a thumbs up on the spot and praised him continuously. "Don't be arrogant when you win, and don't be discouraged when you lose. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, you really gave birth to a good son. Chu Tian has a bright future ahead of him. In the 9 realms competition, the younger generation of our sect still needs your support, Chu Tian." It was obvious that Chu Tian's words greatly benefited many of the strongest people, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. After all, to be honest, apart from mobilizing the entire sect's strength and fighting to the death at the last moment, they did not contribute much in the whole process. Otherwise, Duan Mulei would not have said that Chu Tian should be credited with the greatest achievement, but no one powerful person would have spoken out to refute or claim the credit. But even though no one objected, it didn't mean they felt better. After all, it was embarrassing for them to have a younger generation suppressing them, but Chu Tian's words made everyone feel comfortable. Emperor Venerable Feng Changhao looked at the interior of Heavenly World. The scene had become harmonious because of Chu Tian's words. His expression became even uglier and he cursed in his heart. "Damn you little b****************, d, why are you pretending to be gentle and modest? Where did your previous aggressiveness go? Bring it up." Chu Tianyan strode into the palace with a black scimitar in his hand, a white cloth tied on his head, and said, "Brother, the human king, Tianyan Dao Venerable, the memorial ceremony is ready. The desert god Emperor Venerable and the Hell Poison Lord, the former head of the Internal Affairs Hall Yi Tianong, and the former Moyan County Governor Yi Tiancheng have all been taken to the execution platform. The senior Emperor Venerable and the sect masters who died in this battle have all been placed in the coffin and are waiting for burial." Chu Tian raised his head and looked outside the hall. White flags were fluttering and soul-calling banners were dancing. At a glance, the entire Shungshan sect was covered with fluttering white cloth strips. No matter if they were sect leaders, elders, or middle and lower level disciples, all had white cloth strips tied on their heads. If Shungshan sect wins this battle, then the disciples who died in this battle will naturally become unprecedented heroes and martyrs, and will receive the highest honors, and the blessings will be passed on to future generations. Let's get started. Chu Tianxing, who was sitting on the left, stood up, took out a white cloth from his sleeve and tied it on his forehead. He looked coldly at the eternal human king and many high-ranking officials of the ancient dragon court with his dark red eyes, and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want the strong men of the eternal heavenly human race to help you?" Feng Changhao's whole body trembled violently, his face turned pale, and he closed his eyes in pain. He took out a white cloth strip from his sleeve, tied it on his forehead, and suddenly knelt down facing the outside of the hall. He kneeled every 3 steps and kowtowed every 9 steps, and went towards the martyrs' cemetery deep in the Shungshan sect. As the king of the human world, he knelt down to say farewell to the lower class of the human race, who they considered lowly, 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. This is the only case throughout history. Many high-level officials of Kangji Yu Longting also wore cloth strips and followed Feng Changhao, kneeling step by step towards the depths of the sect. Along the way, disciples of Sheng Tian's sect stood on both sides of the road to watch, all the way to the deepest part of the sect. They looked at the leader Feng Changhao with curiosity in their eyes. After all, this kind of apex-level figure would never be seen in the lifetime of most human races, and would only live in word of mouth. Some disciples began to whisper to each other. "Have you heard? This is the descendant of the only queen among the 9 human kings of my human race, the Eternal Empress. She is the human king of the contemporary eternal human realm and the ruler of the eternal royal court. I heard that his strength is at least comparable to that of Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking. It feels like a dream. The supreme human king, the heavenly ranking Emperor Venerable, kneels down and kowtows to our sect's disciples who died in battle, performing the rites of a descendant." Chapter 210, The Pioneer of Spiritual Condensation. Feng Changhao, your wish can be fulfilled. You will be recorded in history and leave a strong mark in the ancient books of human race. Chu Tianyan sneered. The strongest men such as Hengtong Renwang, Tianyan Dao Venerable, Chu Tianwang, etc., also took out white cloth strips and tied them on their heads, and followed behind on foot, with Chu Tian, Chu Yuyao, Hilian Saintus, and Huimei following beside them. Tisk tisk, he is such a king. If it were me, I would have drawn my sword and committed suicide by now, but he is still so shameless that he can still live. Huimei was amazed, her voice was loud and she did not hide it. In this group of people who are neither human nor ghost, they don't even care about human dignity, no wonder they are so shameless. The other disciples were whispering in very low voices, but Huimei had no scruples and her voice was as loud as thunder. When Feng Changhao heard this, his chest heaved, his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked back at Huimei with resentment, as if he wanted to remember this little bald guy with his nose in the air to his bones. "What are you looking at? Are you unconvinced?" Huimei was not afraid at all. She pouted and said, "Remember, my name is Huimei, and I will be the future saint child of the holy Sihang sect. In the 9 realms competition in 3 years, I will beat you, the prodigy of the eternal human race, to tears." Tianyan Dao Venerable glared at Huimei, raised his hand and hit the bald head hard, making a bang sound, and said angrily, "You are not very capable, but you are very arrogant. I told you not to come out until your spiritual concentration reaches 95 or above, but who told you to run away? You don't consider the occasion when you speak. Do you have the right to speak here, a young boy like you?" Looking at Chu Tian, who was acting steadily and calmly, and then looking at Huimei, Tianyan Dao Venerable was extremely furious, and looked very much like Chu Tianyan when facing Chu Shang. He used to be very satisfied with this disciple, but now with Chu Tian's pearl in front of him, the more he looked at him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Huimei cried out in pain, but she could see that her master was extremely dissatisfied with her, and this time he had taken the opportunity to sneak out, and he didn't know what kind of beating he would suffer when he returned. She immediately looked at Chu Tian for help, as if to say, "Brother, I ran out to help you." He also understood that the reason why his master was dissatisfied with him was mainly because his elder brother Chu Tian performed too well. After all, before, no matter how he behaved, the master always doted on him and cleaned up his mess. Chu Tian walked forward calmly, ignoring Huimei. While walking, he continued to multitask and comprehend the many divine abilities in the Taihuang Sutra and the Shungshan Sutra. He gained a lot from the battle with Kang Ming. His understanding of the 10,000 Tao cauldron made a great step forward, and he discovered a way to smelt all the Taos. The more apex-level divine abilities he comprehends, the stronger his combat power will be, and the more powerful his spirit will be. The more secret treasures he will uncover, the stronger his body will become. At this moment, every aspect of him, including his divine ability, spirit, body, and secret possessions, seemed to form a complete and perfect cycle. In his mind, the speed at which the realm pearl absorbed the original power of the eternal realm seemed to be gradually increasing as his strength increased, but the increase was so small that it was almost imperceptible. The power of origin cleanses his body and spirit, and at the same time increases the speed at which he comprehends divine ability. Shaoshan, come here and follow me. At this time, the king of Hengkong waved to Chu Tian, his wrinkled face full of kindness, like a kind old grandfather. Chu Tian, meet the human king. Chu Tian bowed politely. He had learned from Chu Tianxing that the human king had taken out the human king's seal and tried to take a huge risk to rescue him from the human race arena. So his respect at this time also came from the bottom of his heart. The Heng family is indeed willing to do whatever it takes for the benefit of the Heng heavenly human race. This king asks you, has your spiritual concentration been materialized and reached perfection? Heng Tianren Wang asked, silently releasing his Tao essence and isolating everyone except Tianyan Tao Venerable and Chu Tianwang. The spirit exists in the sea of consciousness. Unless it is forcibly suppressed and explored with the great divine ability, even an Emperor Venerable can only see a rough outline from the outside and cannot be sure. Yes, human king. Chu Tian did not hide anything, nor did he have any intention of keeping a low profile, because there was no need. Prodigy, like the blazing sun in the sky, dominates the world. His own strength is his biggest bargaining chip. Only if he is good enough can he get more support and resources. He can't understand why he should hide it. The purpose of the Hengtian ranking has always been to find the most outstanding, most powerful and most potential prodigy for training. Buzz. Chu Tian used his spirit to condense a silver needle in his palm. He flicked his finger and the silver needle broke through the air, piercing through the sky and nailing a mosquito flying over a mountain 100 miles away directly to the tree trunk. King Chu Tian had gloomy eyes and fluttering white hair. He didn't say anything when he saw this scene, but the desolate aura on his body became even stronger. He has not yet reached the limit of the soul-refining realm, and his sea of consciousness is far from being filled, but he can see everything 100 miles away. Hengkong Human King exclaimed, it is indeed recorded in the ancient books, a symbol of the spirit reaching 100% condensation. Tianyan Tao Venerable's eyes were also filled with amazement. Chu Tian, do you know how many people in the human race have achieved perfect spiritual concentration in the soul-refining realm before you? The wrinkled face of Hengkong Human King became solemn. Without waiting for Chu Tian to answer, he raised 2 fingers and said, there should be at least 2 before you. One is the ancestor of our Heng family, Heavenly Emperor Heng. The other one is the emperor of our human race from the mythical era. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank slightly, and he looked up to meet the eyes of Hengkong Human King. He originally thought that he was the only one in the history of the human race who had achieved a material level of spiritual concentration. After all, the system played an indispensable role in his reaching this point, coupled with the 3 magical halos and the unlimited supply of supreme-grade soul-refining pills. Unexpectedly, he is not the only one in the history of human race. Tao Venerable Tianyan was also extremely shocked, and King Chu Tian was also trembling all over, as if even they were hearing the news for the first time. Are you surprised? It's unbelievable. After all, according to rumors, no one in the human race has ever been able to achieve the spirit of reality. But this is written in the notes left by our ancestors. Even in my Heng family, only the current human king can read it. The human king Hengkong looked solemn. It is recorded in the notes of our ancestors that this is a forbidden realm, which is even more secretive than the 3 realms of the ancient times. It seems to involve some unpredictable things. Therefore, the notes left by our ancestors say that it must not be passed on to others, and it must not be cultivated by force, wasting the potential and time of future generations, because this realm cannot be cultivated by force. Tao Venerable Tianyan was shocked and said, Human King, my Sihang holy sect's founder followed Heavenly Emperor in battles all his life, how come he didn't know about this? Chu Tian's brows were also furrowed, because in the original plot, Yi Fan did not get this information until he broke through to Emperor Venerable. Even though Yi Fan was valued by the Hengkong Human King and resources were poured into his training, there was no mention of it at all. Chapter 211 Taboo Clan Hengkong Human King said in a low voice, if it weren't for Chu Tian's incredible fighting power and his unprecedented soul refining and body integration, I would have taken these things into my coffin like all the human kings of the past and would never have told anyone about them. You should just listen to what I said today, and never spread it to others. You should know that my human race belongs to the lower class in the myriad worlds. The innate blood is low and the body is weak. The difference between us and the apex level races like dragon race is like heaven and earth. And the top 10 myriad races have another name. Do you know what it is? Emperor Venerable and King Chu Tian shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they did not know. Forbidden tribe. The face of Hengkong Human King was extremely solemn, and he slowly uttered 4 words. The word, taboo, seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it made Chu Tian feel heavy in his heart. It was a mysterious feeling. It seemed that these 2 words involved the core secrets of the myriad worlds, which even Yi Fan could not touch until he broke through Emperor Venerable in the original plot. The Dragon Race, Phoenix Clan, and other mythical overlord clans have extraordinary bloodline power and have swept across the myriad worlds. So they are apex level clan, but their spirits will never be able to reach this forbidden realm. This is the exclusive domain of the top 10 clans. It is an invisible rule in the myriad worlds that binds all visible and invisible creatures. The king of Hengkong said solemnly, unless they can make it into the top 10 tribes, the descendants of the tribe will have a chance to step into this threshold. And my human race is the only race in the myriad worlds that can enter this forbidden threshold without being in the top 10. So my human race, in the mythical era, once climbed all the way to the top, making it to the top of the myriad worlds race, and reaching the top of mythical. Later, Hengtian ancestor tried to reenact this mythical, but unfortunately failed at the last moment. The human kings of our Heng family have speculated that the reason why the human race is coveted by various powerful races in the myriad worlds and passed down various inheritances and supported powerful sects is because of this reason. Their most powerful ones want to find out from me the reason why the human race can enter the forbidden realm. Dao Venerable and King Chu Tian were extremely shocked. They had already stood at the top of the human race, but they had never expected that there was such a reason why the myriad races had been invading the human race. No wonder my heavenly world once fell out of the top 100 myriad worlds. However, behemoths such as the Supreme Dao Clan, the Supreme Demon Race, the Dragon Race, the Heart Demon Race, the Ancient Sword God Clan, etc., have repeatedly invaded my human race, and even spared no effort to spend huge amounts of resources to support the inheritance forces. Tianyan Dao Venerable said. The heavenly human king looked at Chu Tian and said, you are very likely the 3rd prodigy of my heavenly human race to enter the spiritual forbidden realm. Next, I hope you can impact the 180,000 secret treasures, step into the limit of my human race body integration realm, and then break through the divine realm. The divine ability 10,000 Dao Cauldron you created will probably require a lot of divine ability secrets to fill the gaps in smelting. So in the next 3 years, you can come to the ancestral temple at any time and enter my Heng family's Sutra Pavilion to read all the divine ability scriptures. If you have any questions, you can always ask me for advice. I know very little about your chaotic Godfian body, so I cannot give you any advice in this regard. However, I will do my best to collect all the divine medicine that can help you unlock the secrets. I will give you the treasure. Next, I, Heavenly Dao Venerable, and your father Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, will always be by your side. We will use our experience to point out some of your shortcomings in your current cultivation and teach you some tips and tricks on how to unlock the secret treasures. The mission of our Heng family for generations is to restore the glory of our human race. The reason why our ancestors left notes is that they hope that if there are outstanding people in the forbidden field in the human race, our Heng family will do its best to assist them. The face of Hengkong Human King became serious. Chu Tian, I can see that you have entered the spiritual taboo realm. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Dragon Emperor has also seen it. If before, he only ordered the suppression of Heavenly World because he wanted to maintain the face of Dragon Race and did not invest much energy and attention, then next, he will probably send the strongest monster of Dragon Race to target you and find out all the secrets of you and the reason why you can enter the taboo realm. The Dragon Race has been ranked in the top 20 of the myriad races for so long. Their biggest goal is to enter the top 10 forbidden races. In order to achieve this goal, they will go crazy to a degree you can't imagine. This 9 realms competition is for the benefit of the heavenly human race, and even for the benefit of the entire human race. So from now on, As long as it can benefit your cultivation, you can ask me for anything. I will do my best to meet all your requests. Dao Venerable and King Chu Tian were not very shocked when they heard the last part, as it seemed that they had already discussed it with King Henkong. 3 heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables followed a young man, responding to his every request and giving him guidance. Even in the dragon race, it was impossible for a monster to receive such treatment, but Chu Tian was too young. They could see that Chu Tian lacked some understanding of the details of cultivation and even the divine ability. The upcoming 9 realms competition will determine whether Heavenly World can continue to rise under the pressure of dragon race. Therefore, in extraordinary times, extraordinary things must be done. Chu Tian's face was calm. Although he heard such a secret, he was still able to remain calm and said, "Did the human king, mythical human sovereign and heavenly emperor also break through 180,000 secret treasures?" The human king Henkong shook his head and said, "I don't know either. The ancestors' notes only mentioned the spiritual taboo realm. As for the next realm, he didn't mention it. And my human race is too far away from the top 10 taboo races in the myriad worlds, so I can't get any information about it." But, the king of Henkong raised his head and looked towards the direction of Hengtian Palace, saying, "It is not recorded in the notes, but there may be information about this in Hengtian Palace. Chu Tian, as far as I know, you haven't been able to break through the soul refining realm's test space yet." Chu Tian shook his head. This king speculates that our ancestors should have left some key information in the Hengtian Palace. If you break through the test space of soul refining realm and kill all the strongest people of all generations including Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, your mother, and Saint Ancestor Duanmu, you should be able to obtain the information you want. The human king Henkong said with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Tianwang and Tianyan Dao Venerable's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 212 Master, I don't. The sun sets and it is almost dusk. The setting sun was hanging on the top of the mountain. At first glance, it looked like a piece of blood-red silk, stretching all the way from the internal affairs hall to the martyrs' cemetery, scarlet and dazzling. Chu Tian followed beside the king Henkong, listening to him telling some mysterious stories of the myriad worlds and some of his cultivation experiences. Dao Venerable Tianyan and King Chu Tian were beside him, occasionally chiming in, their words full of sighs. Looking at Chu Tian rising like a comet, it seemed to bring back memories of their youth. Travel through myriad worlds with high spirits. Today, they have replaced their elders and become the mainstay of the heavenly human race, continuing to protect the younger generation from wind and rain. Henkong Human King told Chu Tian that the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body is the supreme physique of the demon race. It is the first time that it appears in the human race throughout history. So to be on the safe side, he discussed with Tianyan Dao Venerable, Chu Tianwang, and Yi Tianshang. In order to protect him, everything should be kept low-key for the time being. The main purpose is to guard against other alien races, mainly the other 8 realms, which may be unfavorable to him. But they did not expect that Yi Tianshang would actually take advantage of this and do such excessive things in secret, and even show signs of colluding with Dragon Race and the Eternal King. They also expressed admiration for Chu Tian. After all, if it weren't for Chu Tian's series of actions, the heavenly human race would have suffered great losses due to the internal strife of the Shungshan sect. Chu Tian had a calm expression and just smiled slightly in response to their praise. He was humble and didn't say much. In the original plot, Yi Tianshang was the final winner. If the Chu family failed, the ones they would probably praise would be Yi Tianshang and the protagonist Yi Fan. Of course, he didn't mind. History is written by the victors. The winner becomes the king and the loser becomes the bandit. The Henkong Ancestral Temple does not interfere in the internal fights of each sect, which is also an ancient tradition. If Yi Tianshang had not been desperate enough to collude with Dragon Race and harm the overall interests of Heavenly World, neither Heavenly King nor Dao Venerable would have intervened. Not long. Feng Changhao knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, then brought hundreds of senior members of Kangji Yulongting to the martyrs' cemetery and knelt in front of a large number of tombstones. At the front of the mausoleum, the 3 most conspicuous tombstones were the 3 living fossils of the Chu family, Emperor Venerable, who passed away in this battle. They were sealed in the heritage, exhausting their lives in attacking the Dragon Divine sect. Eventually, their energy was completely depleted and they turned into ashes on the spot. Not even their bodies were left. In the coffins that were about to be buried, there were only some tattered clothes left after they turned into ashes. Because they had been buried in the dust for too long, they didn't even have a complete set of underwear left in the world. Chu Manjiang, the 23rd leader of the Holy Heaven sect, was titled Emperor Venerable, and was ranked second on the Divine King list, and on the True Body list. Chu Heng, the 31st deputy leader of the Holy Heaven sect. The tombstone records the life stories of the three people, as well as their contributions to the sect, the heavenly world, and the human race. Feng Changhao and others knelt before the tombstone with the respective children and grandchildren. Led by King Chu Tian, Chu Tianyan, Chu Tianxing, and the younger generation of the Chu Tian family came forward and kowtowed to their ancestors. The most powerful ones, such as the King of Hengkong, also stepped forward and bowed to see them off. Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot. He stepped onto the high platform of the altar and drew out his dark red scimitar to the sky. His voice shook the sky. Execute. Sacrifice the rebellious blood to the sky and bury him with it. Opposite, Emperor Venerable of the Desert, Poison Lord of Hell, Yi Tianong, and Yi Tiancheng were each being held in custody by disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Their powers had been crippled, their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Cut. The executioner disciple raised the dark red sword and chopped it down fiercely. In an instant, 4 heads flew up, blood rained everywhere, and turned into a drizzle, dyeing thousands of tombstones red, and coffins began to be buried in the ground one after another. The eternal King Feng Changhao and all the high-ranking officials of the Kangji Dragon Court kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, weeping and wailing to bid farewell to you. Chu Tianyan's icy voice exploded. Feng Changhao's face turned pale, and he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. Some high-ranking officials of the Dragon Divine sect beside him gritted their teeth and pretended to cry, like ghosts and wolves howling. Killing people is not the right way to go. Such humiliation will make them 10,000 times more uncomfortable than killing them. Soon, the memorial ceremony is over. Feng Changhao, along with the strong men of Kangji Longting, left Sheng Tianzong and stepped into the crack of the boundary under the cold gazes of many Heng Heavenly World strong men. Before leaving, he turned his head with resentment and looked at Heng Kong Ren Wang, and then glanced at Chu Tian gloomily, but this time, he didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and flew into the territory of the Eternal Realm, and his body quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother, I also want to enter the Rising Sun's secret realm and continue to comprehend the Eye of Heaven with you. Hui Mei was impatient and winked at Chu Tian while speaking. He regretted so much after the blow he received last time and went back to seclusion. He actually wasted the opportunity to be alone with his cousin in the secret realm for 10 days. Especially, this time when I go back, I don't know when I can find an opportunity to come out again. Are you sure you want to practice in the secret realm? Chu Tian asked calmly. I'm sure, absolutely sure, extremely sure that I don't want to go anywhere except the secret realm. Hui Mei said with a determined look. Chu Tian nodded. Okay, I will leave you some of the mysterious aura of the Eye of Heaven in the secret realm for you to comprehend. Hui Mei didn't understand Chu Tian's hidden meaning and was overjoyed. She said to her cousin Hillian Saintis, Sister, we can discuss the cultivation of the Eye of Heaven together in the secret realm. Hillian Saintis was like an ice sculpture, expressionless as she said, I will go to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple with Chu Tian to practice with the Human King, Master, and Heavenly King Emperor Venerable for a while. When Hui Mei heard this, her face instantly fell and she was stunned. What's going on? Soon, he learned about the situation from his master, Dao Venerable. It turned out that in order to prepare for the 9 Realms competition 3 years later, the Human King and Dao Venerable, Chu Tianwang, discussed and decided to select a group of prodigy monsters in the world for special training. The Rank 1 section would first practice in the Chu family's Rising Sun secret realm to comprehend the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Because of the strong support of the Shungshan sect by all the major sects this time, the Chu family was very generous and each sect had several places to enter the secret realm. As for him, Dao Venerable was originally going to be taken to Hengtian Ancestral Temple together, but he unexpectedly proposed to stay in the Rising Sun's secret realm to practice and comprehend the Eye of Heaven. Tianyan Dao Venerable said in a deep voice, You kid, you have finally matured a little and know how to work hard. The Eye of Heaven is the condensation of Dao Venerable's lifelong understanding of the Tao. Although its effect on you is not as great as Hillian's, it is still not insignificant. Then you will stay in the secret realm of Rising Sun and be taught by the Emperor Venerable of Sky Star, the Master of Sky Cloud, the Emperor Venerable of Spirit Wind and other powerful people. You will not be allowed to leave the secret realm until you comprehend the Eye of Heaven. Hui Mei. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that Duan Muwaner, Su Shikun, Chu Shang, Yi Guilong and other prodigy of Shungshan sect, as well as Lin Jia of Sihang Shengzong, Shenfang Valley, and some young prodigy of Qiwang sect, were led into the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak at the signal of Chu Tianyan, and entered the Rising Sun's secret realm for intensive training. Master, I don't. Chapter 213. Dark Face, Master, I don't want. Hui Mei's words came to an abrupt end under Tianyan Dao Venerable's murderous gaze. With a droopy face, she followed him into the main hall in a dejected manner. Brother, you are cheating me. Forget it, forget it. I'll just take this opportunity to ask Duan Muwaner for advice on how to grow bigger. For some reason, every time he looked at her, Duan Muwaner's turbulent breasts would appear in his mind. He always felt that his cousin's things seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, which made him very dissatisfied. Inside the Hengtian Soul Refining Hall, under the gazes of Heavenly King Hengkong, Dao Venerable, King Chu Tien, Saintess Hillian, and a group of powerful people, Chu Tien stepped into the test space with a calm expression. The familiar scene before my eyes went dark, and then the dark space appeared before my eyes. In the distance, in the endless darkness, pairs of large blood-red eyes lit up, densely packed, like a vast field of blood-red lanterns hanging above the sky. Break through the test space. Although I haven't yet reached the perfection of soul refining realm and pushed the chaos spirit orb to its limit, it should be possible now. Chu Tien muttered to himself, clenched his fist with one hand, and the chaos spirit orb in his mind vibrated, and substantial spirit surged out. This time, facing these so-called powerful ancient beasts, he did not use the Eye of Heaven, nor did he use any divine ability visions. Now, his physical strength alone has reached a terrifying level of 55 million jin. The vast and substantial spiritual power was superimposed, and a punch was thrown out. The terrifying and huge fist shadow tore through the void like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. 100,000 illusion nightmares didn't even have a chance to fight back or resist, they were all wiped out. This punch, a combination of physical and spiritual power, weighed a terrifying 5.5 billion pounds. An asteroid would be blown apart by Chu Tien's punch. Now, just relying on his spirit can bring him 100 times the power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire test space seemed to be shaken violently by Chu Tien's punch, and the sky was shattered. This punch had a force of 5.5 billion kilograms. What a concept. Prodigy, who was at the top of the body integration list, was blown to pieces by Chu Tien's punch. There was no room for any resistance. And this was just a space used to test soul refining realm Prodigy. The entire space was almost shattered by this punch. This time, Chu Tien didn't waste even a second. Outside world, soul refining list. Chu Tien, 0.1 seconds, killed 100,000 illusion nightmares. Hengkong Human King, Tianyan Dao Venerable, and Chu Tien King remained calm when they saw this. All this was expected. Chu Tien's physical strength is able to suppress his ancestral bloodline, and he is almost able to beat Kang Ming, who has the dragon bloodline of the chaos origin. He can kill gods with his physical strength alone. With the superposition of spiritual power, it would be strange if he couldn't penetrate the soul refining test space with one punch. However, many of the most powerful people were still amazed when they saw this scene for the first time. Hillian Saintess was as cold as an ice sculpture. She glanced at the Hengkong land ranking unwillingly. She had been ranked first for many years, but now she has fallen to third place, and she didn't know when she could return to the first place. Hillian Saintess gritted her teeth, turned around and walked into the body integration hall nearby. Even if she couldn't surpass Chu Tien, she couldn't let that vicious woman Chu Yuya overwhelm her. Unconsciously, she probably didn't even realize that she no longer regarded Chu Tien as her goal to surpass. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, the entire Hengtian Palace began to glow. The body tempering, blood condensation palace, and the golden boulders all the way to the Divine King Palace began to burst into divine light, repelling Hillian Saintess who tried to step into the test space. She forgot that the last time Chu Tien stepped into the test space, it triggered changes in Hengtian Palace. Moreover, this time, Chu Tien was more than 10 times stronger than before. Boom, 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 the divine chain of rules appeared in the sky, and in the apex level sects across Hengtian continent, the Hengtian halls began to glow, repelling the disciples from the test space. The terrifying rules of Dao converged on the test space where Chu Tien was. It's begun, Tianyan Dao Venerable said in a low voice. King Chu Tien looked solemn. A hint of hope flashed across the old face of Hengkong Human King, and he said to himself, "Can you do it?" In the test space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless rules and Taoist essences converge. This time, the first person to charge forward was a young man in a black robe, holding a blood-red Feng Tianhuaji. With a swing of his hand, he crushed the sky like a mountain weighing thousands of pounds. The young man had slanted eyebrows, a nose as tall as a mountain range, eyes as bright as stars, and with an air of arrogance, he swung his Feng Tianhuaji towards Chu Tian. His appearance was exactly the same as that of the Hengkong human king, except that his face did not have the aging and vicissitudes of life, nor did it have the wrinkles like those on a musical instrument. The next moment, King Chu Tian and Tao Venerable appeared side by side and attacked Chu Tian. What Hengtian Palace condenses as the Tao essence left by the strongest people scattered between heaven and earth. Now, the true bodies of the three heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables are outside. The Tao essence they carry with them is naturally not comparable to those of the heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables who are not here or who have been in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years. Interesting. Chu Tian's lips curled slightly. After all, his goal was to break through the test space. There was no time to waste, so there was no need to hold back. Buzz. The eye of heaven between the eyebrows opened, and the 10,000 Tao cauldron flew out from between the eyebrows. The three-legged green small cauldron spun around, and 5 strange phenomena followed across the sky, directly turning into a ray of divine light, tearing through the void and flying out. Boom. In an instant, the Feng Tianhuaji in the hand of Heng Kong Ren Wang exploded, his head was pierced and turned into blood mist. At the same time, Chu Tian rushed out against the trend. With the superposition of the eye of heaven, his strength directly exceeded 20 billion. He punched with both fists at the same time, blasting King Chu Tian and Tao Venerable into a bloody mist. At the same time, a broken sword flew out from the void and slashed directly on Chu Tian's shoulder. The sword light fell like a galaxy waterfall, and it made a clanging sound like the collision of divine iron. After the chaotic Godfian body was revived, coupled with the operation of the Chaos Creation Sutra, it continued to beat his body. Now his body was as strong as Chaos God Iron. The broken sword Divine Maiden Sword's Diabolo-like sneak attack did not even break Chu Tian's defense. Mom, I'm sorry. Chu Tian rushed out with a bang, raising the Wandao cauldron with both hands. The 1,000-foot-long cauldron dropped rolling green light, and the Dao aura roared, directly crushing Jian Kongju's broken sword and her body together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, Saint Ancestor Duanmu, Demon Ancestor Jiyu, God Ancestor Su, Emperor Venerables of all generations of Shungshan sect, and even some monstrous geniuses that Chu Tian had never seen before but whose aura was not much weaker than that of the 3 great revival ancestors, were also gathered together and surrounded and killed Chu Tian. Outside world. On the soul refining list, Chu Tian, in 3 seconds, killed the Hengkong human king in the same realm, and had 100,000 illusion nightmares. Suddenly, the face of King Hengkong, which had been slightly expectant, darkened slightly. Tao Venerable and Chu Tianwang looked at each other, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. But at this time, on the soul refining list, Chu Tian, 4 seconds, killing Eternal Sky Human King, Heavenly Tao Venerable, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. Chapter 214 Kill them all Tao Venerable. Chu Tianwang. The whole audience was suffocated, and many powerful people were stunned. Although I know that Chu Tian is very strong in the same realm, very strong and almost invincible. Unexpectedly, the nearly invincible King Chu Tian of the previous generation in Heavenly World, Tao Venerable, and even the human king of Heavenly World who once swept the same generation, could not even withstand a single move from Chu Tian. What kind of monster is this? Soon, the names on the list changed wildly, with new names constantly emerging. Broken Sword Divine Maiden Sword Diabolo, Emperor Venerable Yi Tianshang, Su Shenzhu, Ji Yu Mozu. Names like Emperor Venerable of the Divine Wind, Lord of the Weapon King, Lord of the Hell Poison, Emperor Venerable of the Desert God, etc., appeared in a row without stopping at all. It can be imagined that they seemed to have been blown up in a row by Chu Tian's sweeping kick. The faces of many powerful people were a little dark. In the soul-refining space, within just a few tens of seconds, Chu Tian was covered in blood, and even had terrible injuries on his body that he had never suffered in the previous battle with Kang Ming. In the battle with Kang Ming, he was both protecting himself and attacking. But because time was too precious, he didn't even bother to defend himself, but attacked madly. Being attacked by so many evildoers accumulated from generations of the heavenly world, even if his defense was invincible, he couldn't be unscathed. The crazy battle lasted only tens of seconds, and even made Chu Tian's eyes bloodshot. The blood in his body seemed to be burning, making him seem to have returned to the era of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When he led the army to charge into the front, the originally cold blood began to burn and boil again. Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique Body, the supreme physique of this demon race, seems to be best suited for this kind of fist-to-flesh, bloody fighting. His blood is burning, his spirit is boiling, and even his hair seems to be burning with chaos flames. Boom! Chu Tian embraced the Wandao cauldron with both hands and smashed it down, smashing the petite but terrifying Duan Mushengsu into a pile of minced meat. At the same time, his chest was pierced by a sword from a wicked man who was no less evil than Duan Mushengsu. Chu Tian roared, turned around, broke the long sword in his chest with his flesh, and then turned around and punched it to pieces. Puff, 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 but at the same time, another bloody scimitar came slashing and cut off his left arm directly. Outside world. On the soul refining list, behind Chu Tian's name, a long list of names appeared at the same time. Chu Tian, 36 seconds, killing. Duan Mushengsu, 37 seconds, killing, the ancestor of the heavenly Tao. 40 seconds, killing, the heavenly blood war king. The pupils of Emperor Venerable Hengkong, Tao Venerable Tianyan, and King Chu Tian suddenly shrank sharply, and many powerful people were shocked. Duan Mushengsu, ranked 9th on the Hengtian heavenly ranking, is from the Shengtian sect. The founder of the heavenly Tao, ranked 11th on the Hengtian heavenly ranking, from the Siheng holy sect. The Bloody War King is ranked 5th on the Hengtian heavenly ranking list and is from the Hengtian ancestral home, the Heng family. Each of them is the most powerful and invincible warrior in the history of Heng heavenly world. They once swept across the myriad worlds and not only revitalized their own forces, but also shocked the myriad worlds and revealed the essence of Heng heavenly world. The reason why heavenly world has been silent and desolate for so long is that its overall strength cannot even make it into the top 100 myriad worlds, but it has always been able to keep all kinds of alien races out, and even dared to destroy the supreme demon race when it intervened. This is because, throughout the heavenly world generations, such invincible supremes emerge from time to time, almost mythical invincible characters, supporting the majesty of the entire human race. Hengtian Palace, are you going to give all the Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking to Chu Tian? Tao Venerable was stunned and said in a daze, how can you pass this test in just 1 minute? Heavenly Emperor has set up this test. Are the candidates still humans? It is indeed a taboo. The moment Tao Venerable said the word taboo, there seemed to be thunder exploding in the depths of the endless void, as if alarming some unpredictable existence, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. King Chu Tian had a gloomy expression as he looked at the time on the soul refining list, which had now reached 45 seconds. However, the names of Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking continued to emerge. The human king Hengkong sighed, although Chu Tian's body is already amazing, his spirit has not yet reached the perfection of the soul refining realm. His sea of consciousness is not filled with spirit, so I'm afraid he won't be able to pass the test set by his ancestors. After Chu Tian's spirit is perfected, his strength can at least double, and his grasp should be even greater. Tianyan Tao Venerable nodded. In the test space, Chu Tian's eyes were blood red, and blood-red devil flames burned around his body, burning fiercely, melting the entire test space. The severed arm grew back almost instantly, and became strong, solid and powerful. With one punch, the monster holding the bloody sword was blown to pieces. Buzz. Chu Tian's body was burning with terrifying demonic flames, his vital energy and blood rushed into the sky and poured into the Wandao cauldron, causing mysterious scarlet Dao patterns to begin to be engraved on the azure Wandao cauldron. At this time, there were still a dozen heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables left in front, rushing towards Chu Tian at the same time. Among them, 4 or 5 were still at the same level as Duan Mushengsu. Killing them one by one, exchanging lives for lives, there is definitely not enough time. A terrifying spirit surged out of Chu Tian's eyes, pushing the Wandao cauldron to its limit. The blood-red magic pattern glowed, and in the blink of an eye, the Wandao cauldron became 10,000 feet large, like a giant peak. Boom! Chu Tian leapt up and landed on the Wandao cauldron, melting his body into the cauldron. The 10,000-foot-tall three-legged cauldron burned with demonic flames and withstood their terrifying attacks, smashing them all into meat paste. The Wandao Ding disappeared. Chu Tian's body fell from the sky and hit the ground with a loud bang, and a huge pit 1,000 feet in size emerged. Even with the blessing of the 4 middle-level halos, he felt exhausted at this moment. It's really the limit. In less than a minute, everything was burning, the blood was boiling, the spirit was surging, the divine ability was fully unleashed, and the physical body was exerted to the extreme. Now. The test space suddenly froze. In the outside world, on the soul refining list, the time behind Chu Tian's name reached 55 seconds and then fell into a static state again. The scene was suffocating, even breathing was inaudible, and the pupils of many powerful men were wide open, and some were even shaking all over. They were really scared. Emperor Venerable counted the titles and names after Chu Tian on the list. Except for Heavenly Emperor Heng. Emperor Venerable Lingfeng's voice was hoarse and trembling. The names of all the Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking are all on the list. Boom. It was like a thunderclap that exploded in the minds of many powerful people present. In less than a minute, all the strongest beings that had appeared in the heavenly human race since the mythical era were slaughtered. Boom. But at this moment, Hengtian Palace began to shake slightly, and an ancient, vicissitudes, supreme, and majestic figure slowly emerged from the sky. The king of Hengkong's eyes turned bloodshot. He looked up with trembling eyes, then bent his knees and knelt heavily. The unworthy descendant Hengkong pays homage to the ancestors. Chapter 215 Myriad worlds. Time and space stagnate, the world stands still. An aura of vicissitudes, antiquity, and greatness emanated from the figure that reached the sky. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and his clothing was extremely ancient, significantly different from the clothing of today's human race. He closed his eyes and did not exude any earth-shattering power, but people felt from the bottom of their hearts that the entire world should naturally be under his feet. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were filled with tears. He knelt on his knees and kowtowed frantically on the floor of the Hengtian Palace, making loud bangs. Although he was already old, he cried like a child. The unfilial descendant Hengkong pays homage to his ancestors. The descendants are incompetent and cannot support the Heng heavenly human race. They are bullied by all walks of life and oppressed by the dragon race. They can only barely maintain the independence of the Heng heavenly human race after fighting for their whole lives. King Hengkong finally muttered something. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice was trembling, and he burst into tears. Although the Heng family also had a human king, but in the mythical era, after the human race split, the 9 human kings disappeared. Although the 9 human kings' families had the descendants of the human kings, they were not able to obtain the full inheritance of the human kings. Since the beginning of the ancient times, the soul of the Hengtian ancestral temple, and even the soul of the entire Heng heavenly human race, were all infused by the Heng heavenly emperor. It was the spirit and energy infused by the Heng heavenly emperor that allowed the Heng heavenly human race to go through millions of years and countless hardships, yet still fight to the death to maintain the independence of the Heng heavenly world. It also allowed the major top sects to unite and face the outside world in a united manner at critical moments even when the struggle was fierce. Heavenly Tao Venerable, Chu Tianwang's pupils were full of shock. As heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables, they could feel the power of Heavenly Emperor even more. Immortal soul, Chu Tianwang muttered to himself, his voice filled with horror. Facing the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor, the dignified Emperor Venerable of the heavenly ranking, and the existence that dared to confront the Heavenly Dragon Emperor head-on, he actually felt insignificant at this moment, as if he was looking up at the top of a mountain. After thousands of years, a trace of consciousness was awakened again, and it unexpectedly has such earth-shattering power. Tao Venerable was also shocked and cried out, then suddenly knelt down, following the shadow of Heavenly Emperor of the Hengkong dynasty in kowtow in worship. The Siheng Holy Sect has been ranked as the strongest sect in the heavenly world for countless years, but only very few people know that the founding ancestor of the Siheng Holy Sect was actually just a general under the Heavenly Emperor, named Siheng Zanzun. Many powerful men knelt down one after another. In Shungshan sect, the strong men below the Divine King were suppressed by an invisible rule. They couldn't even raise their heads and could not see the figure appearing in the sky at all. Those who are ranked among the most noble of Earth Venerables, below the Divine King, are not qualified to watch directly, otherwise the invisible power of heaven and earth will naturally wipe them out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, many grand and strange visions filled the sky. Golden Lotus emerged over 1,000,000 miles of land, and purple air spread over 9,000,000 miles, condensing into a purple sky bridge that meandered to infinity. At the same time, Heavenly Emperor slowly opened his eyes. The sky and earth seemed to suddenly become bright at this moment. The laws of heaven and earth surged, as if praising this great existence. Use your body to transform into the eternal sky, and use your mind to suppress the myriad tribulations. Control the birth and death of fate, and command all paths. Between heaven and earth, a great voice resounded, praising this supreme and great king. This is the great human king who was able to leave his name in the endless history of myriad worlds and imprint his mark in heaven and earth. Even though he has been gone for endless years, the brief revival of the will of his immortal soul can still make myriad worlds submit. In an instant, a vast, supreme, and great aura penetrated the entire heavenly world and spread towards the 10,000 realms. Feng Changhao, who had just returned to the eternal royal court, had a gloomy expression on his face. He was about to sit back on the throne when he suddenly froze. Mythical aura. Feng Changhao's voice trembled, his face was pale, and he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. He turned his head to look at a young man beside him and said, "Have you ever heard of the birth of a mythical in heavenly world? Is it the Hengkong human king, or the Chu Tian king, or that old thing Tianyan? It's impossible. Could it be that this old antique, who was on the verge of death, suddenly realized the power of creation before he died?" Feng Changhao was frightened. If a mythical appeared in heavenly world, he would definitely die. The reason why he was able to escape this time was entirely due to the pressure from the 8 realms and the protection of dragon race, otherwise he would never have been able to walk out alive. Next to the throne, a young man in a white robe, who looked young but had extremely cold eyes, suddenly looked in the direction of Shengshan sect. Through the cracks in the boundary, he saw Heng Heavenly Emperor. Then, he bent his knees and slowly knelt down, saying to Feng Changhao in a low voice, "It's Heng Heavenly Emperor." Feng Changhao's whole body trembled, his pupils widened, and he began to tremble with fear. At this moment, many human kings from the other 7 realms of the human race also cast their eyes over through the human king seal. Then they were so frightened that their minds went blank. They quickly sealed off their respective realms with the human king seal and activated the origin formation of each realm to guard against it. Heavenly Emperor Heng, the only great king since the ancient times who swept across the myriad worlds with his heavenly power, suppressed the 9 realms of the human race, and almost unified the 9 realms of the human race despite countless obstacles. Although Heavenly Emperor is the Emperor Venerable of Heavenly World, with his overwhelming power and invincible fighting strength, after his disappearance, the strongest people in the 9 realms of human race have erected statues for him and built temples to worship him. There is an endless stream of incense to commemorate this invincible mythical of human race. Now, myriad worlds, myriad races, especially in some ancient realms, even if they are separated by endless realms, there are supremes who can feel this heavenly power, and they will wake up from their sleep or wandering in the void and cast a solemn gaze towards the heavenly world. Is the ancient human race imperial court going to stir up the myriad worlds again? A giant Asura muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged in the middle of a sea of blood. Dragon realm, dragon palace. The boundless silver dragon body of the heavenly fate dragon emperor spanned the boundless void. He slowly opened his silver dragon eyes. It's the eternal heavenly world again. Somewhere in heavenly world, in the middle of a palace complex shrouded in dark clouds. Father, according to your instructions, the preparation work for the remains of the Tianxin ancestor has been almost completed ahead of schedule. However, the sacred land of the heart demon has a requirement. The extremely beautiful and hot Ren Yusin respectfully reported to a tall figure in a purple robe in front of her. He had a pair of horns on his head with complex magic patterns on them, and his eyes were dark purple. Heavenly Emperor. The heart demon emperor was shocked as he felt the great ancient aura. His soul projection instantly dissipated among the palaces and he did not dare to stay for even a moment longer. After the mythical era, during the era of the heavenly emperor, the heavenly world was once a forbidden area, and aliens were forbidden to enter. Chapter 216. Who dares to say that I am the human race? A familiar place. Heavenly Emperor Heng's eyes swept across the familiar mountains and rivers of heavenly world. Suddenly, he lightly tapped his fingers, and a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Chu Tian. Saint Child Chu Tian of the Holy Heaven sect pays homage to Emperor Venerable. Chu Tian saluted calmly. The appearance of Heavenly Emperor did not exceed his expectations. From the various performances of the Heavenly Emperor, it was hinted that there would be a surprise when he broke through the soul-refining realm test space. He already had a vague guess in his heart. Chaotic Godfiend body, spiritual forbidden realm. Heavenly Emperor's face was unclear, and his aura was not that high and mighty, but rather very approachable. He seemed to smile at Chu Tian. Young man, in the future, the road to the forbidden realm is difficult. I hope you can succeed. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. The forbidden path, the path of a young supreme, is always unique. I can't give you any guidance or help. I created a 3-legged cauldron of 10,000 ways. 1 way gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. I melted all the ways into one, and finally achieved transcendence. You have quite an ambition, worthy of your Chaos Demon God visualization technique body. Heavenly Emperor Heng actually saw Chu Tian's self-created supreme divine ability at a glance, smiled slightly, and said, "It seems that I can give you a little help." Buzz. Suddenly, his towering body shrank and faced Chu Tian, and his aura was suppressed to the state of soul-refining perfection. "Go ahead, I am the last hurdle for you to pass the forbidden test." Heavenly Emperor Heng did not yield, nor did he even intend to let Chu Tian make the first move. Instead, he raised his hand and lightly tapped the empty space in front of him. In an instant, the space rippled like water waves, and seemed to have turned into an endless ocean, about to drown Chu Tian. "Throughout my life, I have only concentrated on one move, which is called Hengtian." Heavenly Emperor Heng seemed to be intentionally teaching Chu Tian and letting Chu Tian see his moves clearly. The rippling water evolves the eternal way. Eternity seems to pass in an instant, and an instant turns into eternity. Eternal, extremely eternal. Divine ability, Hengtian. The water waves seem to contain the eternal truth, pressing towards Chu Tian, lightly and flutteringly, yet carrying an endless intention of destruction and killing. 10,000 Dao Ding. Chu Tian opened the eye of heaven between his brows, and understood that Heavenly Emperor was not only fighting, but also teaching. Facing the greatest existence of heavenly world throughout the ages, he understood that the other party had also stepped into the forbidden area, and did not dare to hold back at all. Buzz. The 5 great divine ability visions appeared simultaneously: the Hand of God, the Yin and Yang beasts, the Prison Dragon, the Twin Dragons of Wind and Cloud, and the Golden Dragon of Chaos, all appeared at the same time. In his mind, the Chaos Spirit Orb was fully activated. The mental outburst was even more violent than in the virtual space of the test space. After being blessed by the Eye of Heaven, it even distorted the surrounding space. His spirit has reached the point where he can slightly distort time and space. The cauldron will last forever. Chu Tian embraced the cauldron with both hands and pressed forward with a bang. The force heavier than the mountains crushed the sky and collided with the endless water waves. Bang. In an instant, the Hand of God, which did not belong to the divine ability to attack and kill, was instantly crushed and exploded by the water waves, followed by the 12-clawed Wind and Cloud Twin Dragons, and closely behind them was the Prison Dragon. Before the eternal sky, where eternity is but a moment, this apex-level divine ability was as fragile as a piece of paper. Even if a vision was born and the realm of great accomplishment was reached, it still could not walk out of its own path and reach the realm of transcendent. Without transcendent, we are all ants. Afterwards, the yin-yang beast's vision began to be crushed and shattered, and the chaotic golden dragon surrounding Chu Tian began to break into pieces. The water ripples, layer upon layer, and each wave represents endless space and eternity, suppressing Chu Tian, containing the power of life and death of time. Click, 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 clear cracks began to appear on the Wandao cauldron. At the same time, Chu Tian's body, which was as strong as divine iron, began to break, and blood gushed out. The pressure was so huge that it was unimaginable. The power of birth and death of the years, endless ripples. This was also the highest divine ability of the apex level, and it belonged to Heavenly Emperor himself. It was incredibly powerful. The Wandao cauldron continued to break into pieces, but under the crushing and collision of endless water waves, it seemed to be undergoing tempering. Wave-like Dao patterns began to appear on it, containing the power of life and death over time. Causes arise and cease, life goes on forever, creation is endless. The Eye of Heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows was emitting purple light, which imprinted waves into his mind. The 2 middle-level halos of Taoism and enlightenment were also fully stimulated by him. Bang, 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 under the crushing of endless water waves, the 3-legged cauldron began to break, reassemble, break, and reassemble over and over again, becoming more and more solid. The Taoist patterns on it also began to become more and more complicated and dense, containing endless mysteries. A vast vicissitudes and ancient aura emanated from the cauldron. Gradually, the yin and yang beasts, the Pixiu, the real dragon, the phoenix, the chaos golden dragon, the wind and cloud twin dragons began to appear on the cauldron, and finally, a figure with a blurred face but emitting an aura of supreme greatness emerged. Good understanding, little guy, you won and passed the forbidden test of soul refining realm. Upon seeing this, Heavenly Emperor retracted his fingers, and the mighty ripples in the sky instantly dissipated. But at this moment, under the guidance of the power of life and death of time, Chu Tian slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair. The secrets in his body were no longer suppressed by Chu Tian and began to revive, making the hideous and terrifying injuries on his body healed instantly. A mysterious aura of Tao, which blends with heaven and earth, emanates from Chu Tian. After comprehending my Hang Tian, he actually entered the beginning realm. What a comprehension, junior with extraordinary talent. Hang Heavenly Emperor laughed and clapped his hands. He took a deep look at Chu Tian and muttered to himself in a very low voice, what a comprehension, junior with extraordinary talent. He is even more daring. He actually dared to secretly devour the origin of the eternal realm. Fortunately, it has just begun, otherwise, the evolution of life and death occurred in his eyes, and an invisible rule enveloped Chu Tian. Beginning realm, Chu Tianxing, who was kneeling on the ground, had blood-red hair flying and his face darkened slightly. Ancestor, can you come back again? The human race is in danger, and alien heritage is invading. The king of Hong Kong kowtowed, then raised his head, his eyes full of expectation. Heavenly Emperor said calmly, every generation has its own mission. I am from the ancient times. This is your generation's mission, not mine. The king of Hong Kong's eyes turned bloodshot, and he kowtowed, I am an unfilial descendant, Hong Kong, and I am incompetent. I am ashamed of my ancestors. If the sky collapses, I will follow the teachings of my ancestors and fight to the last moment. Heavenly Emperor Heng looked into the depths of the Holy Heaven sect, glanced through the Holy Heaven pond, and smiled slightly. Whoever dares to say that my human race has no successor. Use your body to transform into the eternal sky, and use your mind to suppress the myriad tribulations. Control the birth and death of fate, and command all paths. Above the sky, huge voices of praise continued to resound. Chapter 217. One day, I, the human race, will take back the dead. Heavenly Emperor Heng left Shungshan sect, looked at the mountains and rivers he had protected for many years, and came to the outside of the Heart Demon sect's palace. He stopped for a moment, which made Ren Yuxuan, Golden Tiger Demon Venerable and others look pale. On the top of the palace, in a purple magic cloud, many demon race boys with double horns on their heads were struggling to hold on. Great ancient being, I have no intention of invading the heavenly world. Finally, a majestic voice came from the purple magic cloud. The Heart Demon Emperor understood that the immortal soul of this great being had revived in order to make some contribution to the eternal heavenly world that he had guarded for his entire life, in order to deter the outside world. Naturally, he didn't want to fight with Heavenly Emperor. It wasn't worth it. Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly, took another deep look at the mountains and rivers of the Hengtian continent, and with one step, 9 million miles of purple air gathered, crossing the boundary and stepping into the eternal human realm. He walked all the way, passing the sacred land of the Heart Demon and the ancient Dragon Court, and only stayed for a moment at the Eternal King's Court, but did not stay for too long. Soon, 9 million miles of purple air tore through the void and stepped into the Xuanming human realm. Heavenly Emperor traveled all the way through the 9 realms, passing through the major royal courts, the ancient sacred land, and the sky above the alien heritage sects, and finally left the human race 9 realms and headed towards the outer space. The purple air spanned the starry sky, turning endless light years into a closed distance, and finally arrived outside the dragon realm. Outside the starry sky, it overlooked the dragon palace. The tremendous power shattered the endless starry sky, and the entire vast and boundless dragon realm seemed to be shaking and breaking. In the Dragon Emperor Palace, the silver dragon eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were filled with solemnity. They transformed into a tall human figure, standing above the Dragon Emperor Palace. There were also ancient and vicissitudes of life-old dragons appearing beside him. Far beyond the surrounding territory, ancient beings appeared one after another, looking at the dragon realm from afar. The immortal soul has revived, but it won't exist for long. Don't provoke it, or it will take you away, said an ancient and great being. The Destiny Dragon Emperor stood on the top of the Dragon Palace, raised his hand and activated the power of the Dragon Realm, and said in a majestic voice, Ancient and great existence, dragon race did not invade Hengtian, why did you come to my dragon realm? At the beginning of mythical, you, the dragon race, begged me, the human race, to take you in, willing to be a totem, willing to be the mount of the kings. Why don't you respect the mythical contract now and dare to intimidate my human race? The voice of Heavenly Emperor Heng was indifferent and majestic. He lightly tapped his finger, and the universe was shaking. It seemed that in an instant, billions of myriad worlds were born and destroyed, and the great Tao of ancient times crushed towards the dragon realm. Without my human race, there would be no dragon race as glorious as it is today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire vast and boundless dragon realm, which had existed for endless years, began to turbulently change. Huge pieces of realm space collapsed and were directly consumed by the power of life and death. Soon, a huge source of power flew out from the core of the dragon realm and disappeared among the starry sky. It was Heavenly Emperor Heng who cut out a piece of the origin of the dragon realm. It was visible to the naked eye that the dragon realm, which had devoured countless tribes and territories to reach its current size, had shrunk by 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Endless energy was dissipating, and the divine minds, Yuanxi, and divine medicine collapsed. The heavenly dragon emperor's face was livid, but facing the heavenly emperor, he also knew that the other party's immortal soul could not hold out for long, and he did not dare to step out, for fear that he would be taken away by his last strength, or be seriously injured and fall into a deep sleep. It's not worth fighting with something that is destined to disappear. If you don't respect the mythical contract, one day, I, the human race, will have strong men to collect the debt. Heavenly Emperor's voice was flat, and it was unclear whether he was speaking to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor or warning more tribes. He turned and headed towards the depths of the starry sky. Use your body to transform into the eternal sky, and use your mind to suppress the myriad tribulations. Control the birth and death of fate, and command all paths. Between the starry sky, strange phenomena surged, but they began to become weaker and weaker, and the purple air began to dissipate. Heavenly Emperor stepped into the depths of the starry sky and came to the edge of the universe. He turned around and looked at the 9 realms of the human race with nostalgia in his eyes as his figure began to slowly dissipate. Finally, the heaven and earth wailed, and the great Tao fluctuated violently, as if it was crying. A drizzle fell over the Hengtian continent. The revived Hengtian palace seemed to have a spirit, emitting bursts of wailing sounds, as if begging its master to take it away with him. Eventually, the light gradually disappeared, and it fell into silence, continuing to guard the Heng heavenly world. The king of Hengkong let out a loud roar, his eyes bloodshot. Unfilial descendants, respectfully bid farewell to our ancestors. Chu Tianhuang, Tianyan Dao Venerable and other powerful people all worshipped towards the outer space, kneeling 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to see off Heavenly Emperor Heng. They knew in their hearts that even if the next evildoer who could step into the forbidden realm appeared, the Heavenly Emperor would not be resurrected. The immortal soul is everlasting, but the moment of awakening is the moment of destruction. Even as powerful as the Heavenly Emperor, who controls the birth and death of time and understands the creation of heaven and earth, he still cannot escape the constraints of the cycle of life and death. In the holy day pond, Bingbing, who was sleeping in the star crystal coffin, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were so cold and indifferent as she looked at a green rune that fell beside her, emitting the power of life and death of time. You can't escape, and I can't escape either. Bingbing slowly closed her eyes and fell into sleep again. Now, under the sky, Chu Tian sat cross-legged. In his mind, the power of endless birth and death continued to evolve. The ups and downs of time, the rise and fall of tens of thousands of ancient clans, and the evolution of the great world kept emerging in his mind. This is the only divine ability that Heavenly Emperor has created in his entire life. It's just one divine ability, but it can rival tens of millions of divine abilities and contains endless changes. Falling into the beginning realm, Chu Tian's understanding of the birth and death of time continued to deepen. At the same time, his understanding of various Tao patterns also continued to become deeper. The prison-suppressing Dragon Emperor technique and the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique were the 2 divine abilities that Chu Tian had obtained the longest and comprehended the most deeply. As Chu Tian's comprehension of the 10,000 Tao Cauldron and his comprehension of the Hengtian divine ability deepened, his comprehension of these 2 apex-level divine abilities gradually began to be integrated. Vaguely, he saw a different path based on these 2 established divine abilities and combined his own understanding. Dragon race is just a totem of my human race. How can you think of turning the tables? The divine ability, 1,000 changes, myriad transformations of the dragon race can only exist if they rely on our human race itself. Endless insights emerged in Chu Tian's mind, and his understanding of the prison Dragon Emperor technique continued to deepen. Finally, an image of a real dragon as a golden wheel appeared behind his mind. The real dragon is circling, lifelike, but it relies on Chu Tian's body to exist. Space fluctuates, years rise and fall, life and death surge endlessly. The art of the true dragon of the prison has reached the transcendent realm. Hengtian divine ability, step into great accomplishment. The sky and earth roared, and secret holes began to open one after another on Chu Tian's Chaos Demon God visualization technique body. In a blink of an eye, the number reached 21,000. And his spirit finally entered the realm of perfection. In the sea of consciousness, the chaos spirit pearl broke away from Chu Tian's mind, rose from behind his head, and burst out with thousands of divine rays, illuminating the void. Chapter 218. The disaster of the demon. Thick dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, and blood-red thunder shuttled through it like a python, heading right towards Chu Tian's head. Boom, 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 thunder explodes from time to time, deafening, and the vast power of heaven is breathtaking. Chu Tian sat cross-legged in midair, oblivious to the changes in the world outside him, immersed in his own understanding. The beginning realm is extremely precious and mysterious, and cannot be forced. Now that he has entered the beginning realm, he does not want to waste any time. System, exchange it for an emperor-level Great Tao talisman for me according to the last time I entered the beginning realm. Chu Tian soon realized that the mysterious feeling was dissipating, faster than the last time, and immediately said in his heart. Emergency reminder, the host's strength is thousands of times stronger than last time. One emperor-level Great Tao talisman is no longer able to maximize the effect of the beginning realm. It is recommended that the host exchange 10 emperor-level Great Tao talismans and 1 Great Tao creation talisman to extend the beginning realm time and increase the chances of entering the beginning realm next time. The system's gentle and pleasant voice immediately sounded in Chu Tian's ears and gave suggestions. Emperor-level Great Tao talisman costs 10,000 destiny points per item, and Great Tao creation talisman costs 300,000 destiny points per item. Do you want to exchange them? Exchange. Chu Tian immediately responded in his heart. Although he did not have the time to check how many destiny points he had now, the system notification sound had been ringing in his ears almost non-stop during this period of time. Especially when Kang Ming was killed, it seemed as if a large amount of destiny points were rewarded. Even though he had spent a huge amount of money to save his second uncle Chu Tianxing last time, and he was also renewing the 4 middle-level ores and buying supreme-grade soul refining pills every day, he was absolutely sure that his destiny points would only be more, not less, than before. Not to mention, the reason why he was able to enter the beginning realm again after just a few months, Chu Tian understood, in addition to the profound universal truth taught by Heavenly Emperor, was mainly because he had used the Emperor-level Great Tao Talisman last time, which retained the mysteries of the beginning realm and increased his chances of entering the beginning realm. Exchange successful, consuming 400,000 destiny points. 10 Emperor-level Great Tao Talismans and Great Tao Creation Talismans took effect immediately, and Chu Tian immediately felt that the mysterious feeling that had gradually dissipated was forcibly captured back by a vast Tao essence. It is far from enough to reach the transcendent level in Prison Dragon suppression technique. The original blueprint of the system planning was to allow me to comprehend the 3 divine abilities to the transcendent realm before breaking through the body integration realm. Comprehension of transcendent divine ability plays a huge role in breaking through secret realm. The reason why I broke through more than 10,000 secret realms before truly breaking through body integration realm is mainly because my physical body is strong and my spirit is substantial, but the most important divine ability has not yet begun to play a role. Chu Tian understood that if he wanted to crack the 180,000 secret treasures, any mistake could lead to failure. He could feel that he was now spiritually complete in the soul refining realm. With his foundation of having cracked nearly 20,000 secret treasures, it would only take a thought for him to truly break into the body integration realm. However, Chu Tian was not in a hurry. He began to immerse himself in the mysterious feeling of the beginning realm, and comprehended the various apex-level divine abilities in his body. No matter what level of divine ability it is, it belongs to someone else. Only when you reach the transcendent state and walk your own path, can it truly belong to you. The Great Tao technique of Yin and Yang, the technique of extracting destiny, the technique of Wind and Cloud Spirit Dragon, the technique of Chaos Golden Dragon Cover, and the Hengtian divine ability. Endless mysteries enveloped Chu Tian's mind. The 4 middle-level halos blessed him, making him at the top in every aspect. He focused on 5 things at once, and his understanding of these 5 divine abilities continued to reach new peaks. The Wandao Ding is constantly being improved. Chu Tian suddenly discovered that the densely packed Tao patterns of time on the Wandao cauldron contained a vast and great Tao essence. Being in the initial realm, he could feel how endless mysteries were contained therein. Those Tao essences contain Heavenly Emperor's lifelong understanding of the great Tao, his comprehension of the rules, and his comprehension of divine ability. It is as if Heavenly Emperor is using his own comprehension as a guide every moment to help Chu Tian comprehend the heaven and earth and comprehend divine ability. Chu Tian's heart was shaken violently. The gift given to him by Heavenly Emperor was too big, so big that it was unbelievable. What a concept this is, the enlightenment of Heavenly Emperor throughout his life. If it were to be spread out, even Heavenly Emperor would probably be jealous, although he might not take action against him. But human heart is always the most unpredictable thing in the world. The experience in his previous life taught Chu Tian a lesson. Never underestimate the evil in human nature. Heavenly Emperor Heng not only had great power, but also had extreme insight into worldly affairs. So even though he said that Chu Tian needed to go and comprehend the 180,000 secret treasures in the body integration realm by himself, he could not provide any help. However, he used the excuse of imparting Hengtian's divine ability to leave his lifelong understanding of heaven and earth on the Wandao cauldron without letting anyone notice. Because many of the strongest people in heavenly world are watching, the heavenly human emperor is observing. If these people knew that Chu Tian had obtained Heavenly Emperor's lifelong understanding of the rules, the 9 realms of the human race and even the myriad worlds would be shaken. In addition to the Hengtian divine ability, this is the greatest benefit that the Heng Heavenly Emperor has left me. It allows me to quickly comprehend the divine ability at the fastest and most stable speed, and even serves as a guide to walk my own path and reach the transcendent realm. Chu Tian said to himself, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's Tao pattern and being in the mysterious beginning realm, his understanding of the 5 divine abilities began to advance by leaps and bounds. Heavenly Emperor Heng is too powerful. His insight into the myriad worlds and the operation of the rules of heaven and earth have reached the level of being completely familiar with them. With a blade of grass in his hand, he can destroy everything in the world. Chu Tian learned from Heavenly Emperor's comprehension of Tao patterns, gained the blessing of the beginning realm, and superimposed the 4 halos. After the prison dragon emperor technique reached the transcendent realm, gradually, the 5 divine abilities also slowly began to walk their own path. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, the clouds became increasingly dark and thick, with scarlet lightning snakes shuttling through them. The thunder was startling and breathtaking. Chu Tian sat cross-legged under the clouds, with the chaos spirit bead glowing above his head and the prison dragon divine ring hanging behind his head. He looked like an ancient god coming to the world, causing those who were watching to bow down in worship. The prison dragon art has reached the transcendent realm, the great accomplishment of the spirit, breaking through the body integration realm, and bringing down the calamity of the evil spirits ahead of time. Chu Tianxing rubbed his temples with both hands, trying to calm his jealousy towards his nephew. It's not that he is narrow-minded, but Chu Tian's performance is really stimulating. If he hadn't just reached the ultimate realm, besides being a little higher than Chu Tian, he would have wanted to burst into tears when facing this nephew. We both have the same surname, Chu, so why are you so outstanding? Shaoshan said that what I need now is to calm my mind so as not to fall into extremes again. It seems that it is time to find a Taoist partner to calm my mind. My eldest brother gave birth to such a great child, so why can't I? At the very least, I have to be better than the naughty child born by my 3rd brother. Tianshuan Divine Maiden, do you have any suggestions? Chu Tianxing looked at the Tianshuan divine ring on his middle finger. In ancient times, was there any secret method to ensure the birth of excellent offspring? Chapter 219 I don't want to live anymore. Chu Tian's mission for me is to help you calm down your anger, so that you don't fall into extremes. At the same time, you have to find a way to rebuild my body for me. Tianshuan Divine Maiden's voice was unusually cold. I'm not here to help you find a Taoist partner or have children. What you should be focusing on now is your nephew's transcending tribulation, not these personal affairs. Chu Tian broke through nearly 20,000 secret treasures ahead of time, and his spirit entered the forbidden realm, causing the heavenly calamity that should have been caused by the evildoer's breakthrough to come early. But he was still not satisfied, suppressing his realm and staying in the initial realm for so long. I'm afraid there will be a more terrifying breakthrough. The longer the divine demon tribulation takes, the more terrifying its power will be. Over the past millions of years, countless prodigy have been killed by demonic thunder tribulation. Chu Tian's demonic thunder tribulation is not aimed at killing the demon that ignited the divine fire, but at killing the gods. Hurry up and prepare the forbidden weapon of transcending tribulation for your nephew. This is the most urgent matter. Tianshuan Divine Maiden directly changed the subject and told Chu Tianxing how terrifying the state of the demonic heavenly tribulation was. After receiving the reminder from Tianshuan Divine Maiden, Chu Tianxing's expression became extremely solemn. He originally thought that with Chu Tian's evilness, having created so many miracles, it was not something shocking or frightening that he would survive the evil tribulation in advance. After greeting King Chu Tian, Chu Tianxing asked Chu Tianyan to return to the family treasury to get the treasures of transcending tribulation, the forbidden weapons, and the divine medicine. He also rushed into the sect treasury at high speed. As the strongest sect on the continent, although there are not many prodigy who can survive the demonic tribulation, one will appear every tens of thousands of years, so there are reserves within the sect. At this time, the atmosphere in the field gradually became heavy as Chu Tian fell into the beginning realm and did not wake up for a long time, breaking through into the body integration realm. Chu Tian's spirit was perfected and his spirit bead separated from his body and existed in reality. He realized the transcendent divine ability and shocked all the powerful people. Everyone thought that Chu Tian's time in the beginning realm was about to end. After all, realizing a divine ability to the transcendent was already an incomparable and huge gain. The next step is for the spirit to return from the original realm, break through the body integration realm, and survive the demonic calamity. The time in the beginning realm is limited. The lower the realm, the shorter the time one can stay in the beginning realm. This is a recognized fact in the myriad worlds. The great Tao rules were sensed and the catastrophe began to develop in advance. King Chu Tian, King Heng Tian and others all thought that this was no big deal for Chu Tian. Chu Tian even killed Kang Ming, and everyone thought that it would be no problem for Chu Tian to survive this disaster. But no one expected that Chu Tian was still immersed in the initial state, with no signs of awakening or breaking through, and his Tao aura became more and more intense, and his power became more and more powerful, which was frightening. Being able to stay in the origin realm for such a long time was beyond their understanding. Human King, something is wrong. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered as he solemnly looked at the increasingly thick and dark thunderclouds. The blood-colored dragons flying through them were no longer huge, but like continuous mountains. Tianyan Dao Venerable's face was heavy. The great Tao rules have sensed it and sent down the evildoers' heavenly tribulation in advance. If it drags on like this, the power of thunder tribulation will continue to rise. I have sent a message to the sect to bring the treasures and forbidden soldiers prepared for Huimei and Hilian for the transcending tribulation. I hope we can still make it in time. The face of the human king Hengkong became serious, and he immediately said, not enough, far from enough. Under this thunder tribulation, even the gods will be struck to death. It is only prepared for ordinary evildoers, and it is not strong enough for the Chu Tian transcending tribulation. King Hengkong turned to look at King Chu Tian. Immediately and urgently summon your sect's artifact refining masters to build a group of transcending tribulation defensive forbidden soldiers according to the highest standards, at all costs. The speed must be fast. Chu Tian may wake up and break through at any time. The thunderclouds were thick and dark, making it hard for people to breathe. The blood-red thunder dragon inside was roaring, shaking the earth. Some disciples of Shungshan sect looked over from afar, and some disciples in the divine realm even vomited blood due to the impact of the might. They did not dare to look up. Even the gods looked pale and hurried away. It is hard to imagine that this is a catastrophe that breaks through the body integration realm. What's even more terrifying is that because Chu Tian delayed leaving the initial state, the rules of Great Tao were sensed and arrived ahead of schedule, causing the power to become even more terrifying. Boom, 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 the sky and the earth shook, the firmament froze, and the area within 1,000 miles centered on Chu Tian had been squeezed into a vacuum by the terrifying power of thunder tribulation. Many powerful people stayed away from the range of the heavenly calamity, looking at it from afar, and were terrified. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, yin and yang energies began to gather around Chu Tian. At first, they were just a few strands, and then they transformed into two yin and yang fish entangled with each other. But gradually, the yin-yang fish began to grow and become larger at an even more terrifying speed, and gradually evolved the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the essence of Tao. The yin-yang fish transformed into a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, spanning thousands of miles across the sky, and began to evolve into four symbols: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. After the four symbols, the 8 trigrams came into being. The 8 trigrams explain the heaven and earth, seemingly endless and without end, and aim to exhaust the ultimate principles of the heaven, earth and universe. Chu Tian's yin-yang myriad beasts vision has also entered the transcendent realm. This is his own yin-yang way, which evolves all things, deduces the universe, and interprets all Taos, just like his Wandao cauldron. The human king Hengkong was shocked. Once in the initial state, 2 divine abilities enter the transcendent. Many powerful people were stunned, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. You know, even if they were Emperor Venerable, one of the strongest people in heavenly world, They were once as powerful as Hun Lao, and only then did they possess the divine ability to enter the transcendent realm. It is normal for them to only possess one transcendent divine ability. Some, like Chu Tianxing, have never been able to enter the initial realm or comprehend a transcendent divine ability in their entire lives. FK. Damn it, I don't want to live anymore. Can you please stop now and make a breakthrough after I return? I was originally planning to return to the sect after the memorial ceremony. Before I leave, you must discourage my Tao heart. Some of the most powerful ones couldn't help themselves and started cursing with red eyes. It's so discouraging. King Chu Tian's expression became increasingly heavy, because Chu Tian still showed no signs of waking up. The power of the heavenly calamity is still increasing. Buzz. Suddenly, the wind and cloud dragons roared, entangled each other, turned into a cloud, and landed at Chu Tian's feet. With this speed divine ability, Chu Tian also evolved his own Tao. But it's not over yet. The Chaos Golden Dragon cover transformed into a dark golden battle armor, layered upon layer, with divine light flowing, as if it had turned into substance and was worn by Chu Tian. After 2 consecutive apex-level divine abilities, you will enter Transcendent. Chapter 220. This little calamity can't hurt me, cough, 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 damn it, you beast. There was a powerful person who was so jealous that he coughed up blood. He almost collapsed from watching this. He simply turned around and flew out of Shungshan sect, leaving only one sentence. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, if you need any help under the heavenly tribulation, just ask. My heart can't bear it anymore. This person was not an isolated case. 4 or 5 powerful people successively flew away from Shungshan sect. They could not bear such stimulation and simply turned a blind eye to it. Those who were able to become Emperor Venerable and become the leaders of top sects were once the top prodigies of their respective sects, crushing all the heroes and dominating the world. How proud they were. But now, he suddenly discovered that the things he had been proud of for hundreds and thousands of years, and was very proud of, were in front of Chu Tian. Buzz. At this time, between the sky, the divine chain of rules emerged from the virtual space. 1,000 changes, myriad transformations, transformed into a long sword of rules, and fell into Chu Tian's hands. The destiny extraction technique, the hand of God captures the rules, and Chu Tian directly condenses the divine chain of rules and condenses the divine weapon treasure. At this point, all 5 divine abilities have entered Transcendent. Tianyan Dao Venerable was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, King Chu Tian, I can't bear this kind of blow anymore. By the way, how did you and Jian Kongju create such a monster? I feel that although I am a little old, I can still fight with a group of wives and concubines. Even if we have accepted the fact that Chu Tian is far superior to Huimei and Hilian, Chu Tian's excellence will also be of great benefit to Hang heavenly human race. But this kind of stimulation is a bit too great. At this time, on the Saint Emperor Peak, Chu Tianyan had urgently summoned thousands of artifact refining masters, and even brought 3 emperor-level artifact refining masters who were in seclusion. Chu Tianxing even entered the artifact hall and went straight into the deep secret realm, and pulled out Ji Yu Mochang, the head of the artifact hall, who had been in seclusion for decades and was about to die. Sect Master Qi Wang, an apex-level artifact refining master from Heavenly World, had already swung his giant hammer and started smashing things around with a deafening roar, as he began to refine the treasures for transcending tribulation with all his might. Thousands of artifact refining masters started working in the nearby furnaces to assist, and the entire Shungshan sect headquarters was operating at full capacity in a short period of time. All kinds of precious divine irons, star sands for refining treasures, dragon blood, phoenix blood, unicorn horns, etc. were all brought out by Chu Tianxing. Looking at the increasingly terrifying demonic calamity in the sky, the eyes of the Chu family's top leaders turned red. As a founding family, they have always helped make full preparations for the transcending tribulation of the younger generation in the clan, preparing forbidden soldiers, treasures, elixirs, etc. in advance. No one expected that Chu Tian, who was only 9 years old, would experience transcending tribulation so soon, and the tribulation would be so terrifying. Chu Tian hasn't woken up yet. Hengkong Human King's voice was hoarse and low, and his turbid eyes looked at Chu Tian without blinking. Could it be? Buzz. At this time, a mirror appeared in the sky. Endless years passed in it. Faintly, one could see a blue planet rotating in it. A godfather struggled and fought since he was young until he founded a business empire, but he fell ill and died of old age. There are also the lives of various people, their ups and downs, their rise and fall, which tell the whole story of the world. The human king Hengkong seemed to vaguely see his life's past in the mirror, from his youthful vigor and vitality, traveling through the myriad worlds, to entering middle age and ascending to the throne of the human king, ambitiously leading the heavenly human race to rise and overpower the 9 realms, to ultimately facing the helplessness and powerlessness of reality, until his current old age. With the divine ability passed down by Heavenly Emperor, he entered the transcendent realm and embarked on his own path. Hengtian divine ability, from now on, let's call it, red dust. Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes. His cheeks were still tender, but in his eyes there was a sense of having seen through the vicissitudes of life and been tempered by the years, as if he had seen through the world. The moment Chu Tian left the beginning realm and entered the soul-refining realm, the chaos spirit pearl returned to his mind, and naturally, he stepped into the body integration realm. His powerful spirit was directly reflected in the secret realm around him. The secrets of his endless body were clearly reflected in his mind. Chu Tian saw huge enclosed planets in his body, like stars in the vast starry sky. There were as many as 180,000 of them. At this time, there were already 19,413 rumbling stars, filled with endless divine power, and more than half of these stars had been opened up. The human body is like the starry universe. The secret treasures are the stars in the universe. The body integration realm is to open up the stars in the human body and ultimately reach perfection, developing all the potential of the human body and using it for my own benefit, so it is called body integration. Chu Tian understood that the reason why these secret treasures that had been opened up were only shown to be opened up for more than half was because before, he only opened up the secret treasures on his own because his body was too strong, and he had not undergone spiritual baptism and the development of divine ability. Most of the monsters seem to have opened hundreds or thousands of secret treasures, but in fact, even these secret treasures are far from being developed to the fullest. His heart moved. The 6 divine abilities manifested in the body, and the red dust mirror burst out with divine light, directly piercing through thousands of stars, developing it to the extreme, and the surging power of chaos gushed out from the secret treasure. Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique. The body is vibrating, and endless potential is being developed. Chu Tian's physical strength has reached 50 million Jin, and under the baptism of the chaotic energy, it began to improve madly. 0.60 million, 65 million, 70 million. The secret treasures that were originally uncovered were also completely developed, and with the breakthrough of the 6 divine abilities, the number reached 20,000. The moment he broke through the body integration realm, his physical strength reached a terrifying 100 million pounds. At this time, King Chu Tian's roar rang out, shaking the sky. Xiao Tian, be careful. Boom. Suddenly, dozens of terrifying scarlet thunder dragons, like dozens of long and thick mountains, fell directly from the sky and pressed Chu Tian directly into the earth. Endless blood-red thunder, like a vast ocean, submerged thousands of miles of land. The aura of destruction raged, the sky collapsed, and Chu Tian's figure disappeared in it in an instant. Shaoshan, catch it, Chu Tianxing shouted angrily from a distance and threw a large number of forbidden weapons prepared for the evildoer transcending tribulation to Chu Tian. Buzz. However, these forbidden soldiers prepared to help the evildoers survive the calamity brought by the gods were directly turned into ashes by the heavenly calamity. Dad, second uncle, I'm fine. Chu Tian's calm voice suddenly came from the blood-red sea of thunder. This little calamity can't hurt me. Chapter 221. Eating and drinking water are as simple as eating. The blood-red sea of thunder surged, submerging thousands of miles of land. A large number of towering mountains were instantly flattened by the terrifying sea of thunder. But at this moment, in the sea of thunder, a figure with chaotic mist flowing around his body was bathing in the sea of thunder. Every pore on his body was glowing. The chaotic secrets were like unfathomable abysses, absorbing and spitting out the power of thunder and lightning. Many powerful people gasped and stared in amazement, as if they had seen a chaos monster. What the hell is this? They couldn't imagine what they were seeing. Chu Tian is absorbing and exhaling the power of the calamity thunder, accumulating the power of the heavenly calamity, and polishing his body at the same time. Dao Venerable Tianyun's pupils widened angrily, and his spiritual sense was covered with thunder. He even thought he was hallucinating. After repeating over and over again to confirm that Chu Tian was indeed bathed in thunder, his mood not only did not calm down, but became even more confused. From ancient times to the present, before going through the divine tribulation, countless demons were always trembling with fear and made countless preparations, not daring to take it lightly. Many demons fell under the tribulation and fell before the divine realm of rebirth. At the beginning, I, Watma, FKU. Tao Venerable recalled the scene when he was going through the thunder tribulation, trembling with fear. The holy sect prepared a large number of formations, runes, forbidden soldiers, divine medicine, etc. to resist the thunder tribulation, but in the end they were chopped into charcoal and narrowly escaped death. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. When they saw that Chu Tian's evil tribulation had come down ahead of schedule and its power was increasing, they became worried for a long time. They gathered countless resources, summoned many artifact refining masters, and prepared a lot of measures to help him transcending tribulation. Chu Tian, on the other hand, leisurely absorbed and exhaled the power of thunder tribulation, just like eating and drinking water. While storing some of the destructive power of thunder tribulation in his secret treasure, he also baptized his body, like taking a bath in thunder tribulation. Who can bear seeing this kind of scene? Chu Tianxing's dark red eyes were filled with worry and fear, but then he laughed and scolded, "This be asterisk 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 D, I've run myself to pieces, brought out a bunch of dying old men, and worried for a long time, and this is what happened." Divine Maiden said in a cold voice, "You are useless. You just think about finding a woman to have a baby with all day." Fortunately, Chu Tian is evil enough, otherwise he would have been harmed by you. The Supreme Physical Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique Physical Body, in the ancient times, among any apex-level tribe, it was held in the palm of their hands. From childhood, they were prepared for all kinds of preparations to break through to Emperor Venerable, as well as protective measures against various disasters. You guys are so good, cramming at the last minute. That little preparation is almost the same as no preparation at all. Chu Tianxing said calmly, "This is why the offspring you have trained are not as strong as my nephew. He never relies on external forces and breaks through the siege with his own strength." Facing Chu Tianxing's forced sophistry, Tianxuan Divine Maiden just sneered twice, haha. But she did not deny that Chu Tian was really too powerful. His foundation was almost perfect. Whether it was his spirit, body, or divine ability, he was at the top and transcendent. A body that is more powerful than that of a celestial being, or even a true god. Among all the Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique bodies of all generations, Chu Tian is definitely the best, or even the strongest. Tianxuan Divine Maiden was amazed. This is actually the reason why she chose to agree to Chu Tian and come to follow Chu Tianxing. Because Chu Tian is so outstanding, so perfect, and so powerful, and now she is just a remnant soul. The most powerful thing about her is her profound knowledge, which can help young people avoid many detours, but Chu Tian's excellence made her completely unteachable and made her feel like a waste. She didn't even dare to negotiate with Chu Tian to ask him to help her reshape her body in the future. Although Chu Tianxing was born in the extreme realm and broke into Emperor Venerable, she could not provide much help, but at least, she could still give Chu Tianxing some help, and their daily communication would be smoother. You are such a monster. It won't be long before those forbidden tribes will pay attention to you. Tianxuan Divine Maiden murmured to herself, but did not tell Chu Tianxing. Instead, she fell into silence. After all, she had to use the Tianxuan Divine Ring to help Chu Tianxing suppress her extreme consciousness at all times. For her, who was just a remnant soul, it was not a small burden. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Tian was bathing in a sea of thunder. A three-legged green cauldron stood upright above his head. The cauldron was emitting an ancient light. A blood-red thunder dragon was slamming down. The sea of thunder was smashing down piece by piece, causing the three-legged cauldron to break into pieces and then be regenerated. At the same time, the Tao patterns on it became more and more condensed. His body was too powerful, with a physical strength of 100 million kilograms, which was even close to the divine body strength of the Divine King. Regenerating severed limbs was a piece of cake for him now. The most terrifying thing about the demon's heavenly tribulation is the destructive power in the thunder. As long as the physical body is broken, the demon who has just broken through the divine realm and condensed his soul will have his soul wiped out directly by the thunder. However, this evil calamity that could destroy the heavens and earth and easily wipe out the gods could not threaten his body at all. While using the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation to refine his body, he even had enough energy left to imprint the 6 transcendent divine abilities he had just comprehended onto the 10,000 Tao cauldron, and at the same time, he also imprinted the Tao essence of the power of tribulation thunder onto the body of the cauldron. Even though he has comprehended the 6 transcendent divine abilities, the 10,000 Tao cauldron is still Chu Tian's foundation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Wandao cauldron continued to grow rapidly, and it was covered with Dao patterns. Facing the crazy thunder that was smashing down on it, the body of the cauldron continued to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was like a 1,000-foot mountain standing under the Thunder Mountain. The mouth of the cauldron swallowed up the blood-colored thunder dragons as thick as the mountains that were smashing down. Soon, the power of the thunder in the mouth of the cauldron had even begun to turn into a thick liquid. The blood-colored thunder liquid exuded a terrible destructive power. This monster is a pervert. He actually condensed the lightning liquid in the lightning. Tianyan Dao Venerable took a breath of cold air and immediately turned to look at Hylian Saintus, saying, "Disciple, this is an extremely precious thing. It will be very useful for you to overcome the monster's heavenly tribulation later. It can make you familiar with the power of lightning in advance. I must get a bucket from Chu Tian at all costs." The evil heavenly tribulation is such a terrifying calamity that those who experience the transcending tribulation are all trembling with fear, fearing that they might be exposed to even the slightest bit of the power of the thunder, lest their bodies be destroyed or their souls be harmed. In the world, after a transcendent level strongman performs a transcending tribulation, the thunder will dissipate. However, because the calamity that befell was too terrifying, sometimes some thunder liquid would be left behind. These extremely precious liquids contained the destructive power that would only be born when the thunder of heaven and earth descended. Some powerful transcendent level forces and tribes will spend huge amounts of money to collect this lightning fluid, so that their monsters can be familiar with this destructive force in advance and enhance their control of transcending tribulation. However, after the transcending tribulation of the transcendent level strongman, the lightning fluid left over due to various coincidences was extremely scarce, resulting in a shortage of supply. Once a little bit of it appeared, it would be auctioned at a sky-high price and would be quickly bought up by various transcendent level clans. Not to mention the holy Sihang sect, even. If the entire Hang heavenly world concentrated its strength and mobilized all its connections, it would be extremely difficult to obtain a little bit of the thunder fluid. You can imagine how precious it is. It is also conceivable that when Dao Venerable saw Chu Tian using the Wandao cauldron to condense the tribulation thunder liquid, he was shocked, and then ecstatic. What he has always been most worried about is the monstrous calamity that will befall his own disciple. Saintus Hylian has a strong divine ability, an outstanding spirit, and a strong combat power, but her body is not a special physique and is not very strong. Therefore, all along, not only did Hylian Saintus not want to break through, but he also wanted to accumulate more foundation. He had also been trying to stop his disciple from breaking through the divine realm, wanting to make more adequate preparations to help his disciple transcending tribulation. Chapter 222, Thunder Liquid, Monster. The human king of eternal space was also amazed and sighed. He turned his head and looked at King Chu Tian with a burning gaze, saying, "Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, this time the compensation from the eternal realm, my share will all belong to your Shungshan sect. All you need is for Chu Tian to give me 1 or 2 barrels of thunderbolt liquid. My grandson is about to break through to the divine realm. You can't be partial to him and leave some for me." Even a noble man like King Hengkong immediately followed King Chu Tian through the back door for the sake of his grandson transcending tribulation. Because even with his identity and powerful strength, he couldn't get even a drop of thunder liquid. At this time, the most powerful ones also came forward and expressed their willingness to pay a huge price to exchange for the thunder liquid from the Shungshan sect. King Chu Tian smiled bitterly and said, "Saint Lord of Heaven, King of Man, and all of you, it's not that I don't want to, but the truth is, I can't be the master of my son. But afterwards, I can ask my second brother Chu Tianxing to go and say hello to Shaoshan." King Chu Tian was also extremely amazed. Looking at the thunder liquid in the Chu Tian Wandao cauldron, his heart was shaken. This is a priceless treasure that will benefit our descendants for generations to come. Feeling the power of thunder in advance can greatly increase the chances of success of transcending tribulation and reduce the mortality rate. Over the past millions of years, although not many prodigy members of the Chu family have died under the evil calamity, there are still more than a dozen of them. Every time one of them dies, the whole family feels heartbroken. Prodigy represents the future. And Prodigy, who could bring down the demonic calamity, was the most precious treasure of a family. However, under the thunder tribulation, he had to watch it die young but was powerless to do anything. That was a lifelong pain. The sky roared, the blood-red thunder dragon shook the earth, the power of destruction rolled, and the sky and the earth were dark. The anxious and worried hearts of many powerful people had all calmed down at this moment. Not only were they no longer worried, but they were all thinking about how to get some lightning liquid from Chu Tian afterwards. the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. They knew very well that if they were in the myriad worlds, they would never be able to get things like lightning liquid. Chu Tianxing was also leisurely, and asked many artifact refining masters and the old man who was about to die to go back and rest, saying that they were no longer needed. Thunder liquid, that rebellious son should be able to use it. Chu Tianyan muttered as he put the bloody scimitar on his shoulder. Or maybe I should just let that rebellious son be struck to death by lightning, so that he won't annoy me all day long and I can have another child with my wife someday. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrible thunder roared and shook the sky for 3 days and 3 nights before it slowly dissipated. The breath of destruction dissipated, and thousands of miles of land had turned into a valley, being flattened again and again. There were 10,000 tripods above Chu Tian's head, and an ancient divine light descended from it, covering him. He strode out from the range of the thunder, walking like a dragon or a tiger, with a supreme power and a scorching gaze. Although he is only 9 years old, he has broken through the body integration realm. After his physical strength exceeded 100 million kilograms, his height has reached about 1.7 meters, with a slender body and extraordinary aura. Moreover, when he raises his hand, there is an aura that seems to be able to break the sky and pick the stars and the moon with a raise of his hand. Just as they walked out of the range of the thunderbolt, Tianyan Dao Venerable, holding the frosty Hylian Saintess, came forward first. Chu Tian, I congratulate you. Congratulations on surviving the evil calamity. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast, and the road ahead is smooth. You will embark on. Tianyan Dao Venerable smiled and quietly pulled his disciple, signaling her to speak. In order to get 2 barrels of thunder liquid to help his 2 most beloved disciples survive the thunder tribulation, he was willing to sacrifice his reputation. After all, with his status as the Holy Lord of the Holy Sect and the Elder of the Ancestral Hall, no matter how evil Chu Tian was, he didn't need to lower his status or take the initiative to congratulate him, but there is no way. Too many monks and too little porridge. Although the relationship between the Sihang Holy Sect and the Shungshan Sect has never been tense, they are both eager to take advantage of each other at any time. Among the apex-level sects that have a better relationship with Shungshan Sect, Sihang Shengzong is definitely not in the top 10. The fact that the 2 major sects can unite against the outside world at critical moments does not mean that they will not hurt each other at ordinary times. The lightning liquid is a rare treasure, extremely valuable, and can save the life of monstrous genius at a critical moment. Even if Shungshan Sect did not give it to him and kept it for their own evildoers to use later, it would be understandable. Congratulations. Hylian Saintess hesitated for a while before speaking. Given her personality, it was already very difficult for her to say these 2 words. Saint Lord Tianyan, you have helped Holy Heaven Sect a lot in this matter of Yi Tianshang, the coming of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, and even the eradication of the Dragon Divine Sect. It is reasonable that Sihang Holy Sect must have a share of the tribulation thunder fluid. Chu Tian smiled slightly. He naturally understood the purpose of Tianyan Dao Venerable. Condensing the lightning liquid was of no use to him. After all, transcending tribulation was almost the same as taking a bath to his powerful body. But it's useless to him. But for many monstrous geniuses, it's a lifesaver. This was also the reason why he spent some insignificant energy to condense the lightning liquid while forging the Wandao cauldron. Not to mention that little Baldy and Saintess Hylian have sworn to me as their big brother, so they naturally have a share of the lightning liquid. When we get to Venerable, we can ask my second uncle for 2 buckets of lightning liquid. Chu Tian smiled slightly, and said to the many powerful people who were hesitating whether to establish a relationship with him, Emperor Venerable of Spiritual Wind, Sect Master Qi Wang, and many other seniors, I will give these lightning liquids to my second uncle for centralized distribution. You seniors can go find my second uncle later. Many powerful people breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, no matter how outstanding Chu Tian was, he was still a junior, only 9 years old. We don't have Hylian and Huime, the younger generations who have a good relationship with Chu Tian. It would be much easier to deal with Chu Tianxing. At most you would have to pay a huge price in exchange benefits. They were once again amazed at Chu Tian's maturity. He gave them a way out and saved their face, and they felt even better about Chu Tian. This child's future is absolutely limitless. Chu Tian smiled slightly and walked towards his second uncle Chu Tianxing. After all, he was going to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple to practice in seclusion, and there were many things he had to tell him. Chu Tian, Hylian Saintess came over and stopped him. Her beautiful face was full of coldness. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, although you saved my life, I am not your little brother. I will definitely defeat you. Chapter 223 3 years time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed by like flowing water. Chu Tian has been in this world for 3 years. Hengtian Ancestral Hall, Heng Family, Sutra Pavilion. Chu Tian had just returned to Shungshan sect, and not long after his 12th birthday, King Chu Tian held a grand birthday party for him. Many of the strongest people from apex-level sects, prodigy monsters, etc., all came to give him gifts. The first is to let his own prodigy monster get acquainted with Chu Tian in advance. Secondly, it was because of the tribulation liquid that he sent, which enabled many apex-level sects, monsters to break through to the transcending tribulation before the 9 realms competition. This was unprecedented and no one died under the tribulation liquid. After the birthday party, Chu Tian immediately rushed back to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple. For the past 3 years, in addition to practicing, he has been immersed in the collection of books in the Heng Family Sutra Pavilion, reading various ancient scriptures, divine abilities, and records of the mysteries of the various races and great worlds of the myriad worlds. First, it is to cultivate soul refining, read scriptures, comprehend the essence of Tao, polish the 10,000 Tao cauldron, and improve strength. Secondly, it is to deepen the understanding of this world. Even if he has some understanding of the original plot, Chu Tian will never sit in the well and think that he has understood everything. After coming to this world for several years, Chu Tian has come to understand more and more how vast and boundless this world is. There are all kinds of powerful ethnic groups, mysterious, and invincible supreme powerhouses emerging one after another. In the original plot, although the experience of the protagonist Yi Fan is very exciting, it is just a drop in the ocean for myriad worlds. Moreover, the main line of Yi Fan's experience is mainly concentrated in the Shungshan sect. Under the control of Yi Tianshang, he fought against the Chu family until he finally unified the Shungshan sect. And now, with his help, the Chu family has basically completed ahead of time what Yi Tianshang took decades to complete in the original plot, and integrated the power of the Shungshan sect. Although the Yi family was the founding family and they retired at the right time, giving up all the positions, resources and interests they controlled, so they could not be destroyed immediately, but they could no longer make any waves. In this world, the strong are respected. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you will win every battle. Chu Tian deeply understands this truth. The classics in the Hengjia Sutra Pavilion have been accumulated over endless years. Some of them have even been preserved from the mythical era. They are extremely precious and can be said to include myriad manifestations, including the sun, moon, stars, astronomy and geography. Over the past 3 years, with the help of the Tao essence left by Heavenly Emperor Heng on the 10,000 Tao cauldron and the Chu Tian comprehension through analogy, he has comprehended a large number of Heng family divine abilities and scriptures, and is no longer limited to the dragon-shaped divine abilities in the Chu family Taihuang Sutra. Buzz. Above Chu Tian's head, clouds and mist rolled, and the aura of Tao surged. There was a vermilion bird striking across the 9 heavens, and Nirvana's flames were billowing, and a vision of striking across 3,000 great worlds emerged. Congratulations to the host for completing the Vermilion Bird Clan Apex level divine ability Vermilion Bird 9 attacks, realizing the realm of great accomplishment, achieving the rank 1 stage of the Smelting 10,000 Paths mission, and condensing 3,000 great accomplishment visions. Reward: 1 Great Tao Divine Pill, 3 9-turn Great Rejuvenation Pills, and 2 Heavenly Emperor Advent Talismans. Please keep up the good work, host. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. The Great Tao Divine Pill also makes the host's understanding more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. It works for 1 year. 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill can restore the dead to life, flesh to bones, and even if an Emperor Venerable only has 1 breath left, it can instantly restore him to his prime. Emperor Venerable's Advent Talisman. After breaking through the body integration realm, the system also replanned Chu Tian's cultivation blueprint and activated a hidden task to cultivate 180,000 apex-level divine abilities to the realm of great accomplishment and combine them with the secret treasures. The most important thing about body integration realm is to develop the secret treasures, and continue to condense the Tao essence and divine ability rules, and combine them with the secret treasures. The body integration realm is laying the foundation for breaking through the divine realm, merging with heaven and earth, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, and controlling the power of heaven and earth. However, ordinary practitioners have limited energy and will only focus on comprehending 1 divine ability. Divine ability is combined with secret treasures to break through the divine realm and control the rules of heaven and earth. Prodigy may understand a few more, but usually only 3 to 5. Being able to comprehend 10 kinds of divine abilities is already the limit. However, the systematic blueprint required Chu Tien to not only develop 180,000 secret treasures before the age of 18, but also to comprehend 180,000 kinds of divine abilities. When Chu Tien heard the blueprint of the system planning, his heart was also shocked. After all, comprehending 108,000 kinds of apex-level divine ability and great accomplishment visions, what a concept! The Chu family has accumulated knowledge for millions of years, secretly capturing, dissecting, and studying countless powerful true dragon bloodlines, but in the Taihuang Sutra, there are less than 100 apex-level divine abilities. This requirement of the system is outrageous. It also directly unlocks a hidden task and allows you to comprehend 180,000 divine ability visions. Of course, the system also planned a lot for him, upgrading the 4 middle-level auras, Tao Essence, Comprehension, Physique, and Spirit to high level. Every day, he also needs to take an apex-level secret treasure pill, which can increase his speed of breaking the secret treasure by 100 times. After 3 years, I have comprehended all 2,486 divine abilities hidden in the Hengtian Palace. I have also used the 4 auras to forcibly complete the remaining incomplete divine abilities and comprehend them to great accomplishment. Chu Tien used his hand as a knife, concentrated his mind, and carved the final stroke on the jade slip in his hand that recorded the incomplete divine ability of Vermilion Bird's 9 strikes. Over the past 3 years, although he had gained enormous benefits from the Heng family and had cultivated and comprehended all of their divine ability scriptures, he also helped them to complete the incomplete divine abilities in the Sutra Pavilion one by one. Some of the older generation in the Heng family were originally dissatisfied with Chu Tien's free access to Sutra Pavilion. After all, this was the Heng family's most forbidden area. But when they saw Chu Tien perfecting some of the incomplete divine abilities handed down from the Heng family's mythical era, they were simply impressed by him and were amazed at his talent. Not only did they no longer object to Chu Tien staying in Sutra Pavilion, they also took the initiative to say that Chu Tien's perfected divine abilities could be shared with Shengxian sect. Boom! At this moment, the void cracked open, and terrible cold air raged, instantly freezing the space around Chu Tien, and Chu Tien was also frozen into an ice sculpture. At the same time, 99 ice dragons, ice phoenixes, ice unicorns, ice titans and others gathered together and rushed towards Chu Tien, with cold air rising to the sky. "Brother, take my knife." A shiny bald man holding a big knife was traveling through the void, slashing towards Chu Tien, cutting time and space apart. At the same time, a long-haired young man holding a dark red Fang Tian Huaji appeared behind Chu Tien. He was full of fighting spirit and slashed directly at Chu Tien's back, causing the space to collapse. Hengtian divine ability, years. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ripples of time and space surged like a tide, flooding towards Chu Tien. It turned out that this young man had also comprehended the vision of Hengtian divine ability great accomplishment. Divine fire was burning all over his body. This strike was enough to destroy thousands of miles of land. Chu Tien had a blank expression on his face. The 1,000-year-old black ice around him melted instantly. He raised his hand and lightly tapped it. In an instant, time and space collapsed. It's been 3 years. Can you 3 come up with something new? Chapter 224. One punch, 300 billion, no time left. 3 chapters combined into one. I also want to be the big brother. Huime cried out, her whole body glowing. The eye of heaven between her eyebrows opened, reaching a terrifying 97% of its concentration, close to the actual level of condensation. Seeing Chu Tien break the ice blockade of Hylian Saintus, his body instantly turned into 9 phantoms, each of which was as solid as a real entity, rushing towards Chu Tien from all directions at the same time, blocking Chu Tien's movements and preventing Chu Tien from counter-attacking Hylian Saintus. 3 years have passed. Under the strict encouragement of Tianyan Dao Venerable, his strength has also made great progress. Not only has his mental concentration been greatly improved, but he has also broken through the body integration realm. His body is full of secret treasures, like densely packed stars, with at least tens of thousands of them. His strength is terrifying and boundless. He is much stronger than Hylian Saintus, who had long occupied the first place on the Earth list 3 years ago. The reason why the 3 of them joined forces to attack Chu Tien almost by surprise. It was because 3 years ago, after coming to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple, I don't know whether it was to prevent Chu Tien from relaxing and put pressure on him, or to inspire other young people in Heng Heavenly World to learn from Chu Tien. The king of Hengkong promised them that as long as they could defeat Chu Tien, no matter what method they used, they would be able to choose from the supreme divine medicine, apex-level divine ability, and even the treasure of the ancestral temple. The king of Hengkong is the undisputed leader of the heavenly world, and is also one of the strongest people in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. His promise immediately made the young disciples of the Hengtian ancestral court and the Siheng holy sect excited. Huimei even shouted that the reward was not important, what mattered was that she wanted to be the big brother, and she pulled Hylian Saintus and the Heng family monster into an alliance to besiege Chu Tien. Over the past 3 years, the three of them have often teamed up to challenge Chu Tien, using various methods, including sneak attacks, formations, freezing, etc. After dozens and hundreds of battles over the past 3 years, the coordination of the three's divine abilities has become almost perfect. Seeing Chu Tien pointing his finger at shattering space and time, Huimei had to first suppress Hylian Saintus, who had the weakest physical strength but the strongest divine ability. Huimei directly blocked the attack, and the 9 clones restricted Chu Tien's next move. Bang, bang, bang! Chu Tien's power to tear apart time and space instantly tore Huimei's 9 clones apart and turned them into foam. But then, Saintus Hylian's divine ability was immediately brewed. Ice blue frost flashed on her beautiful face, and the eye of heaven opened between her eyebrows. Her mental power was directly amplified 5 times, and the surging icy Tao essence swept out, and she said coldly, "Divine ability, absolute freeze." Buzz! A small world of extreme cold and biting winds suddenly descended, trapping Chu Tien inside. 99 icy beasts stood up in it, reaching thousands of feet high, reaching from the sky to the earth. This is actually an apex-level divine ability that has reached the transcendent realm. The temperature reached -100,000 degrees in an instant. What's even more terrifying is that these 99 ice dragons and ice phoenixes all control the powerful divine ability. When they bar their fangs and wave their claws, or flap their wings, their strength can reach 30 million kilograms. Combined with the brutal extreme cold, each one of them is capable of fighting against those at the peak of the divine realm. 3 years later, Hylian Saintus, who had long been ranked first on the Earth ranking, successfully survived the demonic calamity with the help of the lightning liquid given by Chu Tien, and her strength has greatly improved. Although Huimei has not broken through the divine realm, her enchanting talent is undoubtedly revealed. She is not weaker than Kangming, and is even stronger. Her control over the divine ability is unparalleled. Her physical body is also incredibly strong, having reached a strength of tens of millions of pounds and is strong enough to carry a mountain. Moreover, because of the strong pressure from Chu Tien, which helped them comprehend the Eye of Heaven, their strength is more than 10 times stronger than that in the same period of time in the original plot. Phantom carefree steps, Huimei shouted loudly and instantly turned into 99 phantoms, entering the frozen world and besieging Chu Tien together. Each of them had the same strength as his original body. The phantom dragon technique he practiced had actually led him to a path that belonged to him. Not only was his speed as fast as a ghost, but he also possessed a powerful attacking and killing power. I haven't been here for 3 months. It turns out that I was trying to comprehend the transcendent realm of divine ability. Chu Tien had a calm expression, with the light of chaos flowing around his body. The power of extreme cold could not even penetrate his protective shield. No matter how powerful Wei Mei's divine ability was, she could not make him move even a little bit. Don't you have any other tricks? He actually understood the purpose of King Hengkong setting up this test, which was to motivate the best monsters in Heavenly World and make them work harder. The main purpose is to make the Hylian Saintus stronger so that they can give him greater help in the 9 realms competition. After all, this time, the danger that Heng Heavenly World is facing is unprecedented. Especially the dragon race monsters will help the eternal world and specifically suppress Heng Heavenly World. As a result, in the past 3 years, there have been many debates about whether to allow their own monsters to participate in the 9 realms competition. So Chu Tien also intended to polish Huimei, Hylian Saintus and other evildoers, put pressure on them, but at the same time control the degree and not let them despair. Over the past 3 years, the effect has been obvious. Huimei and Hylian Saintus are at least 10 times stronger than in the original plot. Moreover, they have already comprehended the divine ability to the transcendent level and walked their own paths, which did not exist in the original plot. Boom, 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 99 phantoms of Huimei attacked Chu Tien frantically, causing the sky to collapse and the small ice world to shake, but they could not make Chu Tien move at all. This little bald man almost collapsed and shouted angrily, "Brother, your Chaos Demon God visualization technique body plus the Chaos Golden Dragon Shield, the defensive power is too abnormal. With this move of mine, even the strongest at the peak of the god realm would have to be beaten to death by me, but I can't even break your defense. Hylian Saintis was surrounded by cold air and had a frosty face. She tried her best to condense the ice beasts into 299. Her face turned pale. It was obvious that she had reached her limit. But when she saw Chu Tian still motionless, with the dragon halo rotating behind his head, like an ancient god coming to the world, eternally motionless, she almost collapsed. Huime shouted angrily, "Hengchong, where's the ultimate move you promised? You haven't used it for so long. If this were a life-and-death battle in the Nine Realms competition, my cousin and I would have been beaten to death 1,000 times. It turns out that I can't count on you. Hengchong, you still haven't fully comprehended your Hengtian divine ability. During the attacks, the feeling of the passage of time is almost zero." Chu Tian looked calm as he turned to look at the grandson of the Hengkong human king, the evildoer who had beaten up the protagonist Yi Fan in the original plot, and said calmly, "Hengtian divine ability emphasizes the weight of time, which is inexhaustible and never-ending. Although you have comprehended the realm of great accomplishment, you wield it as if it were a mountain, and you are completely unable to exert its true power. If you can perfectly control Hengtian divine ability, even if you can't reach the transcendent level, your power will definitely not be weaker than Huime and Hylian's transcendent divine ability." As Chu Tian waved his hand, a mirror emerged. It was the Hengtian divine ability, the Red Dust Realm, where he realized the transcendent realm. Time is endless, and when you see through the world, you will realize that everything is illusory. A mighty force of the mortal world emerged, sweeping away the frozen world in an instant. More than 200 ice beasts and the 99 phantoms evolved by Huime were swept away in an instant. Chu Tian, that's enough. Heng Chong's eyes were full of bloodshot, and the thick Fang Tian Huaji in his hand was raised high. A huge aura of destruction spread out, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. "Don't act like an elder in front of me. Heaven fights Xuanwang. Kill." The Fang Tian Huaji burst out with endless blood-red light, illuminating the sky, and was swung down with a loud bang, like a blood-red giant peak thousands of feet high, breaking all laws with one force and distorting time and space. The power of this blow reached a terrifying 100 billion pounds, which could destroy everything and even shatter stars. Even if I haven't mastered the essence of Hengtian divine ability, my tactics have evolved to the transcendent level. This attack, combined with my ancestors' Hengtian divine ability, can still crush you." Heng Chong shouted, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. "I admit that you are very strong and excellent, but before you break through the divine realm, in the Nine Realms competition, you must obey me in everything. Kneel down." Boom, 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 the sky cracked open a 1,000-mile crack, the Sutra Pavilion formation was directly activated, the universe twisted, and the four people appeared directly above the Hengtian ancestral court. After all, if such a horrific battle accidentally destroyed a large number of divine ability scriptures treasured by the Heng family, it would be a huge loss. Heng Chong actually comprehended the Heavenly Blood War King's divine ability to the transcendent level. In the distant sky, Tianyan Dao Venerable was amazed and turned to Hengtian Ren Wang and said, "Ren Wang, you have given birth to an extraordinary grandson. His talent is so amazing. The Heavenly Blood War King is ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. Although he is not as powerful as the Heavenly Emperor, his divine ability is also infinitely mysterious. His heavenly tactics can evolve the divine ability of the heavenly attacks, which is extremely powerful. With your most precious weapon, the heavenly battle halberd, this attack will cause even the powerful gods to retreat and not dare to fight head-on." With such a strong talent, it's no wonder that Heng Chong has always been dissatisfied with Chu Tian and wants to compete with him for the position of leader of the younger generation in the Nine Realms competition. King Chu Tian, with his white hair flying beside him, also nodded slightly, praising Heng Chong's powerful talent combat capability. A look of satisfaction flashed across the cloudy eyes of Hengkong Human King, and he said, "It seems that Chu Tian will also be under pressure in this battle." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky collapsed and bloomed blood red, like a huge mountain of scorching sun, pressing down the heavens and instantly squeezing the area around Chu Tian into the void. At the same time, Huime and Hylian Saintis also attacked at the same time. Even though their strength had been greatly depleted and their faces were pale, they evolved the transcendent divine ability again and cooperated with Heng to attack Chu Tian. For a moment, the ice world descended again. Many ice beasts condensed and attacked Chu Tian thoroughly. The terrible cold once again froze Chu Tian into an iceberg. Huime's whole body was glowing, and 99 phantoms evolved into 5 great Accomplishment visions at the same time, attacking Chu Tien with all her might. Even if they were outnumbered, they didn't care. As the top prodigy monster in Heavenly World, Chu Tien easily resolved all the sieges and beatings in the past 3 years, which made them very motivated. This time they wanted to take down Chu Tien in one fell swoop to prove their own strength. Hiss, this kid actually comprehended 2 more great accomplishment visions and even hid it from me. Tianyan Dao Venerable took a breath of cold air, and then a look of deep surprise emerged in his eyes. The human king Hengkong also clapped his hands and praised, in this 9 realms competition, my heavenly world has a greater chance. King Chu Tien smiled and said, it has not been in vain that so many resources have been spent in the past few years. Hui Mei used to be lazy and not doing his job properly. After being suppressed by Shaoshan for 3 years, his progress is beyond our expectations. Kang Ming, who awakened the Chaos Dragon, opened more than 30,000 secret treasures. With the talent divine ability, he only comprehended 3 great accomplishment visions. This kid is definitely not weaker than Kang Ming. Dao Venerable also nodded and sighed, saying, Heavenly King, it's all thanks to your son. Even I didn't expect that this kid talent could be so strong. At this time, Chu Tien's calm voice resounded through the void. It seems that you have made great progress in the past 3 years. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vision of the vermilion bird penetrated the heaven and earth, spreading its wings and striking across the 3,000 great worlds. One of the vermilion birds roared, bathed in the fire of nirvana, and instantly melted the ice world. But it's been 3 years. You don't think I'm still the same person I was before, do you? Chu Tien's hair fluttered in the wind, his face was calm, and endless divine light instantly burst out from his whole body. Secret realms, one after another, began to bloom with chaotic brilliance like stars in the sky, illuminating the world. In an instant, time and space were frozen, and more than 200 ice beasts were wiped out. The Fang Tian Hua Ji wielded by Heng Chong seemed to be stuck in the quagmire of time and space. Under the divine aura blooming from Chu Tien's body, it was unable to move forward. 73,135 secret treasures. Dao Venerable Tianyan trembled all over, his pupils contracted violently, and blurted out immediately. For the past 3 years, this kid has been comprehending divine abilities and helping your Heng family complete those broken apex-level divine abilities. He has never been fully practicing in seclusion to break the secret treasure. Why? King Hengkong and King Chu Tien also had their pupils wide open and were stunned. King Chu Tien had already uncovered more than 10,000 secret treasures. Even the King of Hengkong only has a little over 20,000 of them. And Chu Tien already has 3 or 4 times as many as them. More than 70,000 secret treasures. What does this mean? The dragon race is one of the dominant races in the myriad worlds, with extraordinary bloodlines, but it is rumored that there are only 84,000 secret treasures in total. It is said that the Destiny Dragon Emperor opened more than 60,000 secret treasures when he was in the body integration realm. As for Chu Tien, there are now more than 70,000. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every pore on Chu Tien's body was glowing. He walked out step by step, came to the frozen Huimei, and flicked his fingers directly on the top of his smooth head. With a loud bang, like the sound of stars shattering, Huimei let out a sharp scream and flew backwards for thousands of miles, directly crushing a 1,000-foot-high mountain, with smoke and dust billowing. The 5 great visions were instantly wiped out and completely eliminated. For this attack, Chu Tien did not even use his spirit or divine ability, relying solely on his secret treasure and physical strength. If you want to be the big brother, you are still far away. Chu Tien's face was calm. He turned to look at Hylian Saintus. 2 chaotic divine rays shot out from his eyes, like lightning, directly piercing through the ice world, piercing through his shoulders, and bringing up a large blood mist. Puff. Saintus Hylian vomited blood, and the eye of heaven between her eyebrows even had a crack. Chu Tien's actual mental attack actually directly damaged her soul and spirit, causing her to lose all her fighting power in an instant and fall from midair. You're still a long way from defeating me. Chu Tien turned his head and looked at Heng Chong, whose eyes were full of bloodshot and unyielding, with a calm expression. I know you don't accept me. In the original plot, Heng Chong was indeed a first-rate evildoer. When the Holy Heavenly Sect collectively dragged their feet and directly withdrew from the 9 realms competition, he led Heng Heavenly World Prodigy in a bloody battle to the end. He was beaten to the point where his soul was shattered, his spirit collapsed, and his muscles and tendons were all broken. Only under the coercion of Heng Heavenly World Prodigy did he withdraw from the 9 realms competition. but because of this battle, his foundation was severely damaged, causing him to be lost in the crowd and be surpassed and crushed by the protagonist Yi Fan and even Yi Feng. Until the original plot ended badly, he was unable to break through the realm of Divine King. Chu Tian understood that this guy was filled with pride and indomitable spirit as a descendant of the Heng family. Therefore, over the past 3 years, he has been intentionally guiding him, and even passed on to him the Hengtian divine ability passed down by the Heng Heavenly Emperor, so as to prevent him from being crippled again in the 9 realms competition. I just don't accept it. Heng Chong roared, I am the most outstanding descendant of the Heng family, the next generation of human king, who will lead Heng Heavenly World to unify the 9 realms. How can I possibly obey your command in the 9 realms competition? Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity that you are too weak. Chu Tian took a step forward, the red dust mirror hung above his head, and ripples of the years and red dust were cast on his arms. 100 billion pounds of strength, is that very strong? Chu Tian punched out slowly, as if it was light and floating. He still did not use his spirit and the Eye of Heaven, and his divine ability only used the red dust mirror. But in an instant, time and space stopped, and the surrounding 3,000 miles instantly became a vacuum. A huge chaotic fist spanned 3,000 feet, like a huge chaotic peak, dropping rolling chaotic energy and crushing the heavens. This punch, with the help of the hidden power, directly broke through 300 billion. Heng Chong's pupils contracted violently, and the blood-colored Fang Tian Hua Ji flew out of his hand. Blood was squeezed out of every pore on his body, and his facial features were bleeding. Then, the Chaos Fist pressed him down from the sky and pressed him into the ground for an unknown number of feet. Click, 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 the earth shattered, and cracks spread out for thousands of miles. The Chaos Fist was like a pillar of heaven, pressing into the ground, and a destructive aura filled the air. Chu Tian, in the 9 realms competition, I will definitely prove that I am stronger than you. As Heng Chong was pressed into the ground, his heart-wrenching roar resounded through the heavens. When the devastating aura of chaos dissipated, the Chaos Fist disappeared, leaving behind a huge hole 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet deep, with smoke and dust billowing and a terrible aura in the air. At the bottom of the cave, Heng Chong had become a bloody man, his body twisted, his bones shattered, his figure twisted, almost into a ball of meat paste. If Chu Tian had not stopped at the last moment, he would have been killed directly. Heng Chong, this is the last lesson I will teach you. In the face of absolute power, tough talk is useless. Chu Tian's face was calm, the light around him faded, and he turned and flew in front of Heng Kong Heavenly King and the other 2. Dad, Chu Tian saluted Chu Tian Wang first, and then saluted Heng Kong Ren Wang and Tianyan Dao Venerable. Chu Tian, meet Ren Wang, Tianyan Saint Lord. Shaoshan, how strong is your physical body now? King Chu Tian had been very quiet in recent years because of his deep guilt towards his children, but he couldn't help but ask at this moment. Heng Kong Ren Wang and Tianyan Dao Venerable, who were standing by, were still in shock. One could imagine the impact that Chu Tian's punch had on them, because they knew that Chu Tian's most powerful thing was not just his body, but also his spirit. Even the 3-legged 10,000 Dao Cauldron was his strongest killing move. With the realm of soul refining realm, he crossed the great realm and sublimated the 10,000 Dao Cauldron to the utmost, and killed Kang Ming, who had already begun to condense his soul and ignite the divine fire, with one blow. This was truly a shock to the 9 realms. Over the past 3 years, because of that final blow, Chu Tian's reputation has spread throughout the 9 human realms, and he is even known as the strongest monstrous genius of the contemporary human race. In the 9 realms, many monstrous geniuses even declared that they would suppress Chu Tian in the 9 realms competition, and regarded suppressing Chu Tian as the goal of proving themselves. This attack is probably still far from enough to force Chu Tian to reveal his hidden card. I'm afraid if Huimei, Hillian, and Heng Chong hadn't all comprehended the transcendent divine ability, they wouldn't even be able to force Chu Tian to launch this attack. That's why they were so shocked. 3 years have passed, how powerful has Chu Tian become? For the past 3 years, I have focused most of my energy on comprehending divine ability, and my physical strength has been neglected. Now it has only reached 150 million kilograms. Chu Tian's expression was calm, and his words did not contain any boasting, but were facts. Because in the past 3 years, he has focused on practicing soul refining, which has led to an increase in physical strength. This is simply the result of breaking through the secret treasure and allowing the boundary bead to absorb the original power, which is a natural increase. If he focused on polishing his body and absorbing the medicinal liquid, his current physical strength would at least double. but as soon as these words came out, Chu Tianhuang, Hengkong Renwang, and Tianyan Dao Venerable, froze in place, stunned. Only 150 million jin. Tianyan Dao Venerable repeated it and said, Chu Tian, do you know what you are talking about? Physical strength exceeds 100 million. They knew that Chu Tian's body was very strong, extremely strong. After all, if his body was not abnormally strong, it would be impossible for him to bathe in the sea of thunder and condense the thunder liquid under the monstrous heavenly calamity. But I never expected that it would be so perverted. Wei Mei is already a monster enough, with a body so strong that she can even rival the top true dragon bloodline. Monsters in dragon race, but she only weighs 10 million pounds. 150 million, what kind of concept is this? Father, the human king, Dao Venerable, Saintess Ren Yuxuan of the Heart Demon sect of Moyan County sent me a message, asking me to come over. Earth slave. Chu Tian didn't wait for the others to recover from their shock. He said hello and asked the slave to take him to Moyan County. It was originally agreed that 2 years would be enough time to build the altar and defeat the ruins of the Heart Demon in opening heaven. But for some unknown reason, Ren Yusen didn't even notify him to go until 3 days ago, when there were only 10 days left before the 9 Realms competition. In Moyan County, deep beneath the county seat, it was dark and an endless sea of blood submerged the ground. The boiling blood was bubbling like magma. On the altar in the center of the sea of blood, Ren Yusen was wearing a blood-red dress that outlined her fiery figure, charming yet cold. There were 3 men and 1 woman standing beside her. We've already notified him for 3 days, but he hasn't shown up yet. The speaker was a tall young man with purple hair and dark red eyes. His voice was indifferent. Princess, I don't think we need to wait for him. It's just Heng Heavenly World. Even if we don't wait for him, a saint child from a small human race sect, what can they do to us? The tiny human race is not worthy of cooperating with my great demon race. A graceful witch next to him also spoke coldly. Chapter 225 give you 2 choices, Shui Jihan, this is the ancient human race world, the home of the heavenly human race. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Ren Yuxuan's charming eyes flashed with devilish intent as she stared at the tall purple-haired man, then turned to look at the woman next to her. BCH, you'd better stop calling me a lowly human race. Remember, you haven't earned the status of a demon race in my heart yet. Shui Jihan, take care of this stupid slave who worships you. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the purple-haired man and the woman instantly turned gloomy, but before they could reply, an invisible might suddenly diffused down from the sky. Buzz. Above the sea of blood, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. 10 men wearing pitch-black robes and blood-red devil masks walked out of the crack. They were the ground group members of the Chu family's death squad, and each of them was a terrifying divine king-level death squad. They looked reverent as they half-knelt in the void. Then a palace vehicle shone with golden light flew out from the void. The dark golden divine chain made a clattering sound, which was breathtaking. There were densely packed runes on it, and it was pulled by 9 one-horned flood dragons at the divine king level. These 9 flood dragons are actually the powerful ones from the flood dragon clan in Shungshan Lake. This is the divine dragon chariot that can only be ridden by the leader and deputy leader of the Shungshan sect, and it was allocated to Chu Tian in advance by Chu Tianxing. What a grand show and airs! The charming woman sneered in a low voice, with a flash of disdain in her eyes. If it weren't for my master's help, his Shungshan sect might now be. Your mouth really stinks. Didn't Jia Wuya teach you that when you go out, people often die because of their stinky mouths? Ren Yuxuan's dark red eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, and then she turned to look at the dragon carriage. Her face instantly changed to a 3-point charming and 7-point coquettish expression, and she flew towards the dragon carriage. Little man, you really made me wait for so long. Young master, we're here. In front of the dragon's chariot, the veiled slave respectfully opened the palace door. As Chu Tian's slender body walked out of the palace, a fragrant breeze blew over him, and Ren Yuxuan's arms wrapped around his neck, looking at him tenderly. I haven't seen you for nearly 3 years. My dear husband, you have grown a lot. Your physique is not inferior to that of some adult men in my demon race. Ren Yusen licked her red lips, as if she wanted to eat Chu Tian immediately. Ren Yuxuan, you'd better explain to me why the opening of the ruins has been delayed for a year. Chu Tian's expression was calm. He landed on the altar with Ren Yuxuan. He just glanced at the 3 men and 1 woman. It's because 3 years ago, someone asked the sacred land to help your Shungshan sect, which is why they are now asking for benefits, so it took a year. Ren Yuxuan pouted. Her beautiful eyes misted over, and she said aggrievedly, "Let me introduce these people to you. This purple-haired demon race is the second son of the bloodthirsty demon king, Shui Jihan. He is a well-known demon in my demon race. He has awakened some of the blood of the Tianxin demon ancestor. This time he also hopes to enter the ruins to obtain the demon ancestor's inheritance. My father ordered him to wait, and he had no choice but to obey the order. The middle-aged demon race next to him is the protector of Shui Jihan. As for the human race man and woman who practice the demon race heritage of my heart, they are the Saint Child Mo Wuyuan of the sacred land of the eternal world of the human race, and this BCH is Saintess Yi Luli. Jia Wuya was so cooperative last time and secretly helped your sect, little man, so this time when you ask me to let 2 disciples enter the ruins, I naturally feel embarrassed to refuse." Ren Yusen stared with her eyes wide open and spoke angrily, like a wronged little woman, as if to say, "You misunderstood her, she is very angry and doesn't want to pay attention to you anymore." Chu Tian ignored the ever-changing witch and looked at Shui Jihan calmly, then glanced at the inner demons Saint Child and Saintess. "Saint Child of the ancient human race sect, I can sense that you are very strong." "Very strong." The purple-haired man Shui Jihan did not show his previous overbearing attitude or contempt for the human race. Instead, he smiled at Chu Tian and seemed to be quite well-mannered. "My demon race tradition has always been to respect the strong. Perhaps we can become friends." "There's no need to be friends." Chu Tian looked calm, raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. "I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Get out of here immediately. 2. Be suppressed by my Tianzong and imprisoned in the Sin domain along with you, the protector of the way. These 2 guys from sacred land can follow me into the ruins, but you can't." As soon as these words came out, Shui Jihan's face instantly darkened. He immediately thought that Chu Tian might have heard what he had said to Ren Yuxuan before, and said, "Chu Tian, this prince does not understand what you mean. My father negotiated with the demon king and paid a huge price for me to enter the ruins. How dare you say such a thing? I can apologize for my abrupt words before." Before Shui Jihan could finish his words, Chu Tian raised his hand to interrupt him, his eyes flashing with murderous brilliance, and said, "I'll only give you 5 seconds to think about it." 5, 4. Shui Jihan was furious, his purple hair fluttering wildly, a terrifying magic fog raging in the sky. The might of the demon god was rolling, causing the sea of blood to surge up hundreds of feet high, and he shouted angrily, "This prince treated you with courtesy, how dare you?" Boom. The middle-aged demon race next to him burst out with a terrifying and powerful aura, which made the entire underground space seem to tremble, but suddenly, his aura disappeared in an instant. But Di Nu appeared in an instant, with a dark white dagger in his hand, which he placed across his neck with murderous intent. 10 divine king warriors also landed on the altar at the same time, looking at Shui Jihan coldly, with icy and terrifying murderous intent pressing down on them, as if as long as Chu Tian gave the order, Shui Jihan would be killed on the spot immediately. This was the territory of the Shungshan sect, and now it was under the absolute control of the Chu family. Even if the Emperor Venerable came, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves, not to mention that this protector was only a half-step Emperor Venerable. The territory of Heng Heavenly World never allows Emperor Venerables of other races to enter privately. Even if it is the son of the Demon King, the protectors he brings can only be half-step Emperor Venerables. Chu Tian's domineering performance shocked the inner demons Saint Child and Saintess beside him. Their pupils contracted violently. They never thought that Chu Tian would drive him away directly because of Shui Jihan's words, otherwise he would let him die. Shui Jihan is the prince of the soul-devouring Demon King. He has an extremely powerful background and is one of the most noble and powerful young generations in the myriad worlds. Chu Tian, do you know that you are talking to the great prince of the heart demon? Yi Luli was furious, but a divine king appeared beside her and raised his hand to suppress her, preventing her from making any sound, so that she could only glare at Chu Tian. 3, 2, 1. Chu Tian said the last word, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent, Earth Slave. Let's go. Ji Wuan's face turned livid, and he suddenly shouted angrily, causing the man beside him to tear the void and fly into it. But before he left, he stared at Chu Tian with murderous intent in his dark red eyes, and said word by word, this prince has been to countless clans, and has never been humiliated like this. Remember, all those lowly people who tarnish the reputation of the great Demon King must die. I was unwilling to get involved in the internal disputes of your lowly tribe, but since you want to die, I will grant your wish. In that so-called human race 9 realms competition, I will tear off your head and drink your blood to wash away all the shame I have suffered today. Chapter 226 She Can Only Be My Woman. Buzz. The crack closed, and Ji Wuan left Mo Yun County. The sky was still filled with the terrifying anger and might he left behind, and one could imagine how frustrated he felt. My father spent a lot of effort on the Tianxin Shimo ruins, but he never expected that at the last moment, it would be destroyed by the hands of Saint Child of the Shungshan sect, whom they had never considered. Ji Wuan racked his brains but couldn't figure out how Chu Tian dared to be so overbearing and so bold. He is the son of the demon race. And this time he came, he had no conflict of interest with Chu Tian, he came here for the inheritance of Tianxin Shimo. Little man, you are so domineering. I like it so much. Ren Yuxuan's eyes were full of mist, and she seemed to be infatuated with Chu Tian's performance. She wrapped her arms around Chu Tian's neck, kissed him on the face, and whispered in Chu Tian's ear, "Little man, how do you want me to reward you afterwards? Just tell me." Her actions did not take into account the inner demon Sacred Land Saint Child Saintess beside her, but when she said the last sentence, she blocked out the sound with her soul. "This is my way of repaying you for helping me over the past few years." Chu Tian smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he turned Ren Yuxuan over and laid her in his arms. He raised his hand to stroke her fair and charming cheek, and said lightly, "This will not happen again. Next time you want me to help you, you will have to pay the same price." He was on the dragon carriage, so how could he know what Shui Jihan had said before? The reason for taking action was because Ren Yusin had hinted in her previous words that this guy was here to pick peaches and compete with her for the inheritance of the Tianxin Shimo. Chu Tian has lived 2 lives, so he has long understood the importance of being obedient and listening to instructions. It is very likely that in the demon race inheritance, Sacred Land is affiliated with the faction of the bloodthirsty Demon King. Because Ren Yusin ordered Sacred Land to help Shungshan sect last time, some information was exposed. In the past 3 years, the bloodthirsty Demon King has probably been operating, and he also wants his beloved son to have a share of the first demon ruins. He has been in contact with the Heart Demon Emperor to exchange interests. Ren Yuxuan had helped him a lot over the years, so Chu Tian naturally didn't mind helping her solve this little problem. Stingy little man, Ren Yuxuan pouted and said angrily, "Mother is right. Men are really unreliable, I still have to rely on myself." Ren Yusin stood up, and a piece of blood wood appeared in her hand. In an instant, an extremely strong smell of blood and resentment burst out, and one could even hear the wronged souls roaring and howling in it. A blood-red demonic energy spread out, and the residual souls of 100,000 gods with powerful bloodlines roared in it, but they were unable to break free from the control of the blood wood. They had been turned into nightmares, unable to reincarnate forever. The underground sea of blood was covered by a blood mist as thick as dark clouds. The great Tianxin Shimo, Ren Yuxuan began to chant in her spirit, using the extremely ancient language of the demon race. Chu Tian could only understand the first 1 or 2 sentences. This was because he had been immersed in the Heng family's Sutra Pavilion for the past 3 years, which included the classics of myriad manifestations, which also recorded some of the language of the demon race, allowing Chu Tian to understand a little. Chu Tian. At this time, when Ren Yuxuan summoned the ruins, the inner demon saint child Mo Wuyuan came over. There seemed to be a different emotion in his eyes, and he walked in front of Chu Tian with a cold expression. "I'm giving you a piece of advice. Stay away from the princess." Chu Tian's face was calm. Just now on the dragon's chariot, the moment Ren Yuxuan threw herself into his arms, his strong spirit caught a hint of strong jealousy in Mo Wuyuan's eyes. Of course, he didn't feel any wavering inside. With Ren Yuxuan's noble status, powerful background, and beautiful appearance, she is almost perfect in every aspect. She has countless admirers in the myriad worlds. Mo Wuyuan, I can also give you a piece of advice. Ren Yuxuan is my woman, and can only be my woman. Chu Tian said in a flat voice. The reason why I didn't let you go is because your master Jia Wuya indirectly helped my Shungshan sect during the confrontation between the 2 worlds 3 years ago. The relationship between your inner demon Sacred Land and my Tianzong has also been good over the past 3 years, so I can give you a small benefit. But if you don't know your own limits, the consequences will be more serious than you think. Chu Tian is not naive enough to think that the inner demon Sacred Land was behind Feng Changhao and Kang Jiyu Longting's actions 3 years ago entirely because of Ren Yuxuan's orders. The Kang Jiyu Dragon Court was severely damaged, and Feng Changhao's prestige declined drastically due to the loss of the human king seal. At the same time, The heart demon's sacred land also became the eternal human world and the undisputed biggest beneficiary. Even in the original plot, when the original owner fell into the demon Dao and was hunted madly, Ren Yusen led the strong men to ambush Yi Fan and Yi Tianshang outside the boundary. The men she led were the strong men from the Heart Demon sect in the Heart Demon sacred land. Now Chu Tian can be sure that Yi Tianshang must have a deep connection with Feng Changhao. In this case, the sacred land will still help Ren Yuxuan ambush and kill the people from the Holy Heaven sect who are hunting down the great demon Lord of Hate. From this, we can imagine what the relationship between the sacred land and the eternal royal court is like. Chu Tian, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. You think that just because you can beat that guy Kang Ming, you can be so arrogant and lawless in front of me. Although this is your Shungshan sect's territory and you can drive the prince away, you should understand that among young prodigies, victory depends on strength, not on words. Mo Wuyuan's face became even colder. Not to mention, as a saint child of the Shungshan sect and a descendant of the Chu family, it is impossible for you to marry the princess who is the daughter of the demon emperor. Your sect and family will not allow it, and the Hengtian ancestral court will not allow you to marry a foreigner. When your father married the broken sword divine maiden, he had already violated a taboo. You have no chance of succeeding unless you are willing to quit the Holy Heaven sect and the heavenly world for the sake of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Mo Wuyuan, only the weak will be bound by so-called rules. Chu Tian's face remained calm, and he said, so what if I can't marry her openly? It doesn't prevent her from being my woman. You want the palace master to give you. You are so arrogant and conceited, and you are lawless. How dare you insult the noble and perfect princess now? As soon as these words came out, Mo Wuyuan instantly became furious, his eyes were filled with demonic energy, and his words were cold, you lowly human race, you will pay the price for your words. Yi Luli on the side had a grim expression on his face, with demonic energy lingering around him and a strong murderous intent. Chapter 227, The Ancient Demon Divine Body Buzz. Mo Wuyuan's eyes seemed to turn into two abysses, and there seemed to be a demon roaring in it. He stretched out his big hand towards Chu Tian, trying to devour his mental power. In an instant, the space around Chu Tian was frozen by a terrifying force. His eyes seemed to be bound by a rule and he subconsciously looked at Mo Wuyuan. Chu Tian had read all the books in the Sutra Pavilion for 3 years and was familiar with almost all the divine abilities of the myriad worlds. He immediately recognized that this was the apex-level secret technique of the sacred land, the 9 nether soul refining technique. If practiced to great accomplishment, one could even devour the soul of an emperor venerable at a glance, strengthen oneself, and turn it into one's own strength. It is said that demon saint Lord Jia Wuya cultivated this divine ability to the pinnacle. In the ruins of myriad worlds, he devoured the emperor soul of a small tribe emperor venerable, turning him into a stupid fool on the spot, shocking myriad worlds. 9 nether soul refining technique, a very good demon race apex level spiritual secret technique, is wasted in your hands. Chu Tian's face was calm, and the chaos spirit orb in his mind burst into billions of rays of light, transforming into a huge chaos sun, spinning wildly in his eyes. His spirit turned into substance, which was so huge and heavy that it was much heavier than the stars. Moreover, within the chaos spirit orb, there was also a small world of origin, suppressed by the human king seal. Mo Wuyuan was not even able to practice the 9 nether soul refining technique to the transcendent level and walk his own path, and he actually wanted to devour Chu Tian's spirit. In an instant, a mysterious and great power surged out from the chaos spirit orb, instantly causing Mo Wuyuan to let out a shrill scream, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. Bang! The next second, his eyeballs exploded and turned into blood mist, and 2 hideous bloody holes were blown out on his face, looking hideous and terrifying. Chu Tian, you dare to sneak attack me! Mo Wuyuan covered his eyes, knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. His voice was shrill. He felt that his soul was invaded by a terrible force, and it seemed as if his soul was about to be torn into pieces. Brother! Yi Luli screamed, and immediately stepped forward to support Mo Wuyuan, saying with murderous intent, how dare you, a lowly human race, be so lawless? Aren't you afraid of bringing great disaster to Shungshan sect? If it weren't for the secret help of the great demon race 3 years ago, and the great help of my saint emperor, your Shungshan sect would have been destroyed by the royal court at that time. How dare you treat the great prince like that now, and even sneak attack my senior brother? We are both prodigy monsters, so why not fight openly? Chu Tian's calm eyes began to flash with a cold light. Yi Luli, your mouth stinks. He didn't mind giving these two guys from Sacred Land some benefits, but that didn't mean they could jump around in front of him without restraint. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard from beneath the sea of blood. The sea of blood began to surge violently. In the huge cave, thousands of feet of blood waves surged up. A corner of a huge dark ruin, cave mansion, slowly emerged from the surging blood waves. Ren Yuxuan's chanting continued, and the demon palace continued to appear. Tentacle-like blood-red hands stretched out from the palace, grabbed the remaining nightmare souls in the blood wood, and devoured them directly. The entire demon palace was like a hungry demon, eerie, terrifying and creepy. The faces of the Earth's slaves and the 10 divine king assassins turned slightly pale, and they subconsciously surrounded Chu Tian and protected him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a supreme, great, ancient and vicissitudes of demonic power instantly spread out, even penetrating the ground and rushing towards the outer space. In the county magistrate's mansion, the emperor's symbol of samsara, which the Yi family had spent a huge amount of money to arrange for many years, suddenly awakened and erupted, limiting the power of the original demon ruins to the Moyan County city. In the county government, Chu Chichian, the divine king of the Chu family, who had succeeded the position of governor of Moyan County because of his contribution in assisting Chu Tian 3 years ago, immediately gave a cold order: pass on my order, seal off the entire city. No one is allowed to enter or leave the county city. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed. Under the powerful influence of the Chu family, the Qian family, the He family, and the Murong family of Moyan County have all joined the Chu family. As soon as Chu Chichian gave the order, 100,000 black armored guards immediately blocked every entrance and exit of the huge county city. The 3 major families immediately activated the county city formation, blocking the sky and the ground, so that not even a mosquito could fly in. Report to the acting sect leader that the Tianxin Shimo ruins have been opened, and Moyan County Magistrate Chu Chichian is personally leading an army of 100,000 to guard it and ensure the safety of Saint Child. Chu Chichian, wearing black armor, stood guard at the entrance of the cave and spoke indifferently. Underground. The sea of blood surged up with huge waves. Above the sea of blood, there is a huge ruin called Cave Mansion. The cave mansion was completely black, like a huge demon mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a huge cave entrance. It was pitch black inside, and there seemed to be a demon roaring inside. Bloody tentacles stretched out from the demon mountain, constantly devouring the residual soul nightmare in the blood wood in Ren Yuxuan's hand. At the entrance of the cave, there were 2 black python statues entwined, swallowing and spitting out scarlet long snakes, which were as lifelike as the living mythical pythons. A divine king soldier beside Chu Tian looked at them and suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and a part of his sublimated soul was pulled out and swallowed up out of thin air. They were so scared that they dared not even look at them again. The remains of the original demon in the heart of heaven. Chu Tian's face was calm, but his heart was not as calm as his appearance. After reading many ancient books in the Hengtian ancestral temple, he truly understood how powerful the Tianxin demon was. This demon ancestor, even in the golden age of the early ancient times, was the most apex-level mythical demon god. He was an almighty powerful being who survived the terrible chaos of the mythical era. It is said that he even fought a fierce battle with the young heavenly emperor and escaped unscathed. You can imagine how terrifying he is. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Chu Tian's pupils contracted violently. For some reason, he heard a strong heartbeat. In the ruins, there seemed to be some terrifying existence with the same blood as him, calling out to him. Buzz. The eye of heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows opened, and a purple divine light penetrated the ruins and followed the calling voice. Faintly, Chu Tian saw a demon god body that was tens of millions of feet tall, lying across the starry sky, surrounded by chaotic mist, and countless stars rumbling around his body. Chu Tian's mind roared, could this be the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body from the early ancient times? Ren Yusin once said that the original demon ancestor of Tianxin and the Chaos Demon God visualization technique from the ancient times became a Taoist couple and practiced together. They each gained huge benefits and entered the highest realm together. Could it be that the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body from the early ancient times also fell in the Tianxin Shimo ruins? Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, the demon god's body, which was tens of millions of feet tall, suddenly opened a slit in its eyes and looked towards Chu Tian. P.S. Brothers and sisters, please give me 5-star praise and a small gift. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 228 Alive, what the hell boom. Seeing the huge Chaos Demon God visualization technique body open its eyes, Chu Tian only felt a roar in his mind, and then immediately closed the eye of heaven and retracted his gaze. This ancient chaos demon god visualization technique is still alive. When the scene appeared in his mind, Chu Tian felt his mouth dry and his heart began to beat violently. This was unheard of in the original plot that he was familiar with. There was absolutely no plot that described this. Something is wrong. In the original plot, the Yi family and the Heart Demon race also cooperated to develop the Tianxin Shimo ruins. Ren Yuxuan obtained the inheritance of the Tianxin Shimo. The Yi family obtained a huge amount of resources and divine ability scriptures in the ruins, leading the Shengxian sect to rapidly increase its strength. Yi Tianshang's prestige also increased day by day, paving the way for the later complete destruction of the Chu family, the founding family. For example, now, why the Chu family has not completely destroyed the Yi family. It is because the Chu family has not been able to lead the Shengxian sect to expand its territory and bring greater benefits to everyone. So even if the sect leader Yi Tianshang is deposed, the influence accumulated by the Yi family over millions of years is huge, and the huge contributions they have made to the sect are also there. Therefore, there is still a lot of resistance to destroying the Yi family, and the three top families do not agree. The reason why Chu Tian, and even Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianxing, attach so much importance to the Tianxin Shimo ruins is that they want to obtain a huge amount of resources and divine ability scriptures from them, improve the strength of the sect, enhance its prestige, and prepare to completely destroy the Yi family. But if this chaos demon god visualization technique body from the early ancient times is still alive, how did Yi Tianshang control the Tianxin Shimo ruins in the original plot? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Chu Tian talked to himself. With his strong heart, he could hear the sound of his heart beating violently. Bang, bang, at this moment. This person is definitely a mythical level supreme being, at least at the level of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, or even more terrifying. If he really had survived millions of years and was still alive, how terrifyingly powerful would he be now? Even the supreme-like heavenly emperor who overpowered the myriad worlds and almost unified the 9 realms of the human race could not resist the erosion of time. Could it be that this chaos demon god visualization technique from the ancient times is even stronger than the heavenly emperor? Buzz. But suddenly, at the entrance of the Tianxin demon ruins, the eyes of the 2 demon pythons suddenly burst into blood-red light, and the entrance of the mountain that was like an abyss suddenly produced a strong devouring force, swallowing Chu Tian, Ren Yuxuan, Mo Wuyuan, and Yi Luli. After Chu Tian was swallowed, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he saw a shocking and impactful scene. At this time, they were in a dark starry sky, with endless huge stars moving and rumbling. In front of them, the body of the demon god that was tens of millions of feet tall that they had just seen slowly sat up, opened their eyes and looked down at them, as if he was spying on them with the eye of heaven, and awakened the ancient demon god. A feeling of being as small as an ant strongly impacted Chu Tian's mind. The person before them really was like an ancient demon god that had crossed the ages to descend and was about to rule over the myriad worlds. The terrifying feeling of oppression made them feel as if they were about to explode. In front of the ancient demon god's body, they were as small as the dust in the starry sky. Ren Yuxuan, the daughter of the current demon king of the demon race, pays respect to the chaos ancestor demon god and congratulates the demon ancestor god on his rebirth. Ren Yuxuan's face turned pale with horror, and then a strong excitement emerged in her charming eyes. She suddenly knelt on one knee, placed her hands on her smooth forehead, made a strange worship gesture, and then prostrated herself on the ground to show her submission. Chu Tian had seen this posture in the classics. This was the highest level of worship etiquette of the heart demon race. Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli on the side also looked pale at first, but then became extremely excited. They knelt down together, imitating Ren Yuxuan's actions, and prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. The demon race inherited the sect, the eternal human world demon sacred land saint child Mo Wuyuan, Saintess Yi Luli, meet the great. The two's voices were filled with excitement, as if being able to pay homage to the supreme mythical demon god was a huge honor for them. Yi Luli's face even flushed with joy, and he glanced at Chu Tian proudly. It seems to be saying, "See, this is the chaos demon god who is the source of the inheritance of my inner demon sacred land." They were extremely excited. After seeing this legend, if they could get some benefits from him, it might even directly change their destiny and benefit them for the rest of their lives. Chu Tian was the only one standing upright in the field. Even though Ren Yuxuan kept winking at him and asking him to kneel down, he did not waver at all. He did not kneel to the sky or the earth. Even after coming to this world, he only kneeled to his parents, closest relatives, and the ancestors of the Chu family. And according to the description in the original plot, Chu Tian subconsciously felt that the resurrection of the Chaos Demon God was very wrong, and there might be other hidden secrets. After all, if this Chaos Demon God from the demon race was really still alive, Yi Tianshang would not be able to control the Tianxin demon ruins. Even though Yi Tianshang was a strong man on the heavenly ranking, Chu Tian did not think that he was a match for the mythical demon ancestor and could snatch control of the ruins from him. Even if his arrival produced a butterfly effect and caused a major change in the trajectory of fate, it was impossible for it to affect the ruins of the Tianxin Shimo and change the plot of the ruins. Although he felt that there was something else going on, Chu Tian still took out the Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman just in case. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, with 10 minutes of Emperor Venerable's fighting power, he would have no problem escaping the ruins unscathed. Hey, you human races who have inherited the heritage of other races are really like dogs that can't change their eating habits. You are the first race of the human race in the mythical era, and you have overwhelmed many forbidden races. Can you have a little self-respect as the prodigy of the human race? At this moment, the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body suddenly opened its mouth, and a thunderous sound came out of its mouth. The terrifying sound waves even caused the stars in the dark universe to shake violently. The Chaos Demon God stretched out his body, as if he had slept for too long and his muscles and bones were a little soft. The powerful and terrifying body shattered time and space with a slight movement, and the thousands of stars surrounding him were actually shattered directly by his unintentional wave of the hand. As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli's pupils shrank violently, their faces suddenly turned pale, and they trembled with fear. They worshipped the Chaos Demon God with the highest etiquette. What did they do wrong? Ren Yusin raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Why was the tone of voice so different from the description of the Chaos Demon God in the classics? No, they are like two different people. It is recorded in the classics that the Chaos Demon God had a cold temperament, spoke very little, and would massacre large clans in large realms at will. He even devoured tens of millions of demon race people because of a wrong word he said. He truly regards all living beings in the world as ants. Even the descendants of the demon race are as small as dust in his eyes. If this demon god, who had been sleeping for endless years, were to come back to life again and have even a hint of dissatisfaction, Yi Luli and Mo Wuyuan would probably have exploded on the spot and their souls would have been shattered. Well, the little princess of demon race, it seems that it is Tianxin original demon physique, the real owner has come to the door. What real master? He was moved to the heavenly world by Heavenly Emperor. Since he is in the territory of my holy heaven sect, he belongs to my holy heaven sect. The Chaos Demon God's muttering voice was very low, but under his huge body that was billions of feet long, it was like the roar of endless divine thunder, which made Yi Luli and Mo Wuyuan's minds go blank. They were completely stunned. What the hell? Are you from Shungshan sect? Isn't this the Chaos Ancestor Demon God, the Taoist companion of the Tianxin First Demon, the oldest demon race? How did he become a member of the Shungshan sect? What the hell are these Tianxin Shimo ruins that Heavenly Emperor moved here? They feel as if they are dreaming, and it is a daydream. Chapter 229, Left Behind by Heavenly Emperor. Demon race little princess, you don't have to be so polite to me. I am not your demon race ancestor. The body of your real ancestor, Tianxin Shimo, is not here. The Chaos Demon God pointed at Chu Tian next to him and said calmly, you are the only one standing here, little fellow who possesses the Chaos Demon God visualization technique. You have practiced the Taihuang Sutra and mastered the Shungshan Sutra. You must be the contemporary saint child of my Shungshan sect. Since you want to get the inheritance of this Chaos Demon God from me, why don't you pay homage to the ancestors of the sect? Ren Yusin lay on the ground in a daze, feeling dizzy and completely stunned. She looked stupidly at the tall and boundless Chaos Demon God, then turned to look at Chu Tian. At this time, Chu Tian's face was calm, with a slight curl of his lips. He stood straight all the time, and suddenly bowed to Chaos Demon God visualization technique and said, Contemporary Saint Child Chu Tian, I pay my respects to Ji Yu Mozu. He already understood why Yi Tianshang could control the Tianxin demon ruins. Because this seemingly resurrected Chaos Demon God is, in fact, the ancestor of the Shungshan sect's revival. In the history of Shungshan sect, there was only one person who could occupy the body of a mythical strongman like Chaos Demon Ancestor to help himself sleep and prolong his life, and that was Demon Ancestor Ji Yu. Only the ancestors of Shungshan sect would help the Yi family, the founding family of Shungshan sect, to master the resources of the relics and use them to strengthen the sect. Boom. In an instant, Ren Yuxuan, Mo Wuyuan, and Yi Luli were completely dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. Ji Yu Mozu. This name is well known, so it is impossible for them not to have heard of it. One of the 3 founders of the Holy Heavenly Sect, one of the 20 most powerful people in the history of the heavenly world, ranked 17th on the heavenly world ranking. He once suppressed the human race 9 realms and was known for his strange personality. Sometimes he was approachable, and sometimes he slaughtered countless people. He even devoured the essence and blood of a group of myriad worlds with hundreds of billions of them, and built a mountain with their heads, which terrified the myriad worlds. But this person is a mythical warrior from at least 400,000 years ago. He should have passed away long ago. How did he end up in the body of the Chaos Demon God? Ha 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 ha, what a smart boy, you guessed my identity so quickly, you are worthy of being a descendant of the Chu family. Ji Yu Mozu laughed loudly, his voice shaking the sky. Yes, I am Ji Yu Mozu. After the mythical era, our human race was split into 9 realms. The loss of countless powerful inheritances caused our human race to lack successors. So when Emperor Heng Heavenly tried to unify the 9 realms of the human race and encountered huge resistance and failed, in order to continue the human race, he searched for a large number of relics of ancient mythical masters from the myriad worlds and moved them to Heng Heavenly World to enrich the foundation of our Heng Heavenly World. Not long after the death of the Heavenly Heart Demon and the Chaos Ancestor Demon, the Heavenly Emperor infiltrated the core of the demon race, dug up the mythical tomb, and moved this demon cave mansion here. I am not as talented as Saint Ancestor Duanmu. I have no great perseverance, wisdom, or divine ability to try to live my life again. I can only use this method to survive and sleep until now. Ji Yu Mozu smiled and explained the whole story. Ren Yuxuan, Yi Luli, and Mo Wuyuan were as stiff as sculptures, their minds were blank, and they were really dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood why the relics of inheritance left by Tianxin Shimo were not in the Heart Demon world, or even in other demon race worlds, but ran to this Heng Heavenly World that was unknown to be separated from the Endless Realm. There is no record in the classics about any connection or involvement between Tianxin Shimo and the human race. In fact, it was Tianxin Shimo who was responsible for the transmission of the demon race's heritage to the 9 realms of the human race. It turns out that the real reason is here. A scene emerged in their minds. The Almighty Supreme Heavenly Emperor, who shocked the world throughout the ages, racked his brains and worked hard to dig out various inheritances from various void turbulences, tombs, and even forbidden areas in order to ensure the continued existence of the human race, which had lost countless important inheritances after his death and was divided into 9. He moved them to the heavenly world. The corners of Ren Yuxuan's mouth twitched slightly, and she felt speechless. You kid actually obtained the inheritance of Tianming Dao Venerable and inherited her Eye of Heaven. Your fortune is terrifying. Ji Yu Mozu ignored the shock of these little ones and looked at Chu Tian in amazement. He seemed to have seen a lot of things that surprised him. The spiritual taboo area, so many secrets, and so many divine abilities. This aura, the Heavenly Emperor helped you block something in your mind. Oh my God, the one from the eternal human realm. Oh my goodness, my dear, little one, you are so brave. Ji Yu Mozu seemed extremely shocked and saw the human king seal on Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked calm, as if nothing had happened, but he was able to gain a lot of information from Ji Yu Mozu's mumblings. Tianming Dao Venerable disappeared and sat in meditation in the myriad worlds. It turned out that the emperor's body was moved back by this Ji Yu Mozu and dropped off in the sect headquarters. It should be to emulate the behavior of Heavenly Emperor Heng, who left a legacy to Heavenly World and cultivated future generations, leaving a foundation for Shungshan sect. However, his vision was not as broad as that of Heavenly Emperor. He did not return the emperor's body of Heavenly Dao Venerable that he obtained to the Holy Siheng sect, but kept it in the Holy Heavenly sect, causing successive Holy Siheng sect members to search for it for hundreds of thousands of years in vain. Because of this, the Lu family later accidentally obtained the emperor's body of Tianming Dao Venerable in the cave. The Lu family rose to power, and Lu Zheng used a secret method to create a fake innate Dao body Lu Yun, and took the opportunity to get engaged to the Chu family, which led to a series of events afterwards. Thinking of this, Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that fate was mysterious and unpredictable. An emperor's body left behind 300,000 years ago actually shaped the trajectory of fate 300,000 years later. Chu Tian, I have been in meditation for many years. How are our Tianzong, Shungshanzong, and Heng Heavenly World now? At this time, Ji Yu Mozu sighed slightly and said, I am too powerful to seal myself, so I could only survive in this way, relying on the power of Chaos Ancestral Demon God and Tianxin Shimo, to preserve my consciousness in sleep, hoping to make a breakthrough one day and live again. At worst, if our sect is in danger of being wiped out, or if our heavenly human race is facing a crisis, I will be able to rush out from here and kill a few top Emperor Venerables without any problem. Reporting to the ancestors, everything is fine in the Jiyu family. Uncle Jiyu Wudao is in charge of the War Affairs Hall and is expanding the territory for the sect. And with the continued hard work of many predecessors, our Tianzong is now the strongest sect on the continent, Chu Tian said calmly, and selectively told Jiyu Mozu about the current situation that Heng Heavenly World and Shengshenzong were facing, including the abolition of the sect, the Yi family's closure of the Saint Emperor Peak Gate, collusion with the dragon race, as well as the dragon race's coercion, and the recent arrival of the Nine Realms human king. Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli were really cold all over. How terrifying is the background of this eternal heavenly world? Fortunately, on that day, Master did not cooperate with the eternal ancestral court to attack the holy heavenly sect. Otherwise, they would not dare to imagine how shocking it would be to see the unimaginably ferocious Jiyu Mozu driving the billions of feet tall chaos demon god out of the ground. Chapter 230 I might beat you to death. First, the immortal soul left behind by Emperor Heng heavenly awakened, and then there is this demon ancestor Jiyu hiding underground. Ren Yuxuan was amazed. No wonder her father had always been in awe of Heng heavenly world. Even after discovering the remains of the Tianxin demon, he did not force them, but chose to contact the Shengxian sect through the Shinmo sect. She was very confused at first. Her father had always been domineering and ruthless. He had destroyed hundreds of millions of tribes and killed billions of lives, including some from the top 100 in the myriad worlds, which were more powerful than the heavenly world. Why is it that this time, facing the inheritance of their own race, they are so polite to Heng heavenly world? Now she understands. Although this ancient human race world seems to be in a period of transition and has few strong people, its depth is unimaginable. There is no way of knowing where a mythical strong man might pop up. For example, this demon ancestor Jiyu, although he has been in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years, he controls the body of the chaos demon god. No one can imagine how terrifying the combat power he can unleash if he is born to fight to the death. Can he really only take away a few top emperor venerables? Even, can I take a mythical away? This kind of price is hard to accept even for demon race or even dragon race. What a traitorous eternal King Feng Changhao. It's a pity that I can't leave this original demon ruins now, otherwise I would crush his balls with one hand. Jiyu Mozu stared at Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli grimly, as if he wanted to crush these two little creatures from the eternal realm to death with one hand. Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli were so scared that their faces turned pale and their whole bodies began to tremble. Forget it, since your inner demon, the sacred landlord, has made great contributions to our Shengxian sect this time, I will not eat you. Jiyu Mozu looked at Chu Tian and said, there are a huge amount of resources and divine ability scriptures in the Tianxin Shimo ruins. Below is the cave mansion of the chaos ancestral demon god. You can go and see if there is anything you need. He. At this time, Jiyu Mozu looked at Ren Yuxuan and suddenly laughed strangely. Demon race little princess, I also know something about Tianxin original demon physique and chaos demon god visualization technique. Tianxin original demon's cave mansion is on the other side. I'll take you there. I can give you the inheritance. After all, it is good for our Tianzong saint child. As for the resources in the ruins, you demon race should forget about it. Since it is in our Tianzong, it belongs to our Tianzong. With a wave of his hand, Mozu Jiyu created a crack in the starry sky. Ren Yuxuan had no chance to resist and was sent into it. Little guy, practice hard and don't lose my Tianzong people. What if they are dragon race monsters? I will still pull out their dragon tendons and peel off their dragon scales. It's not easy for a supreme physique to appear in the heavenly world. Don't waste it, your future journey will not be easy. Go ahead, ancestor, I am about to fall asleep. Do not disturb me unless it is something important. If the sect is facing the danger of extinction or the human race is in trouble, I will appear. Jiyu Mozu waved his hand, and Chu Tian, Mo Wuyuan, and Yi Luli were also thrown into the crack. All I felt was a black screen. Afterwards, Chu Tian, Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli appeared in a dark cave mansion. It was a cave mansion filled with demonic energy. Holes were dug out in the surrounding cliffs, and there were ancient candlesticks in them. The flames were still burning, as if the flames had never been extinguished for tens of millions of years. This seems to be the master bedroom of the Chaos Demon God's cave mansion. There are several entrances next to it, with plaques hanging on them, which are written in the ancient demon race language. Divine Ability She, Pill Refining Room, Divine Medicine Room, Artifact Refining She, Demon Soldier Pavilion. Hiss, the oil in the candlestick is Chaos Spirit Liquid, and it continuously draws the power of rules to replenish the oil, making the candle flame eternal. Yi Luli came back to her senses from the shock and was shocked when she saw the things in the cave mansion. Any random candlestick, chair, or stone is a treasure that has lasted for eternity and is immortal. Moreover, after being shrouded in the aura of the Chaos Demon God for millions of years, they are all extremely precious treasures. In particular, the demonic essence contained therein has an incomparable appeal to those who are practicing the demon race heritage. Brother, look what that is. We are going to be rich. Yi Luli looked forward and an irregularly shaped dark stone bed came into her eyes, causing her pupils to shrink violently. It contains the rules of chaos. Could this be the legendary? Yi Luli lost his voice and stood as stiff as a sculpture. Chaos Ancestral Stone. Mo Wuyuan's voice was hoarse and low, his voice was trembling slightly, and there were bloodshot in his eyes. He suddenly took a step forward, as if to gently stroke the stone bed. Chaos Stone, one of the most supreme artifact refining materials in myriad worlds, is a treasure sought after by the mythical sovereign. It contains the laws of chaos, can accommodate all things, and is extremely precious. It is said that the Heart Demon Emperor once offered a huge reward in exchange for a small piece of Chaos Ancestral Stone the size of a fist to refine a treasure, but he was unable to obtain it. The Chaos Ancestral Stone in front of him was just like a small mountain, 1,000 or even 10,000 times the size of a fist. If a mythical powerhouse could refine it into a treasure, it would probably be at least on the level of the clan's treasure, the Star Crystal Coffin. Even a mythical powerhouse would be jealous. Its value is completely immeasurable. If it were to get out, the myriad worlds would be plunged into a bloodbath. Bang! But at this moment, a big hand grabbed his hand, and a terrible force surged out, directly crushing his arm into pieces. He let out a scream, and was thrown out directly, hitting the wall heavily. Chu Tian, do you want to snatch it from me? Mo Wuyuan stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that his mind was completely covered by greed. This Chaos Stone, as well as the Divine Medicine Room, Divine Ability Room, and the Magic Soldier Pavilion belong to my sacred land. The rest belongs to you. Just consider it as the reward from your Shungshan sect for giving me sacred land, the inner demon. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he said calmly, for the sake of the demon saint, you can choose a divine ability and scripture in the Divine Ability Room, and then leave obediently. Or don't want anything, be suppressed by me and thrown out. If you still don't obey, I might even beat you to death. Which one would you like to choose? Chapter 231 Yi Luli's Contempt. Chu Tian, I am a few years older than you. As a saint child of the sacred land of the inner demon, I was once as high-spirited and lawless as you are. Mo Wuyuan's voice was extremely cold, and he looked down at Chu Tian and said, when you grow up, you will find that this world is huge, so huge that you can't even imagine it. The talents and achievements that you used to be proud of are nothing in front of those true young supremes. People who insist on their own way and don't know how to give in will not have a good ending. Most of them become corpses under the feet of others. You should understand that in a few days, the 9 realms competition will begin. It is an extremely cruel battlefield of life and death. Only by giving in can you have a good ending. Do you understand what I mean? There was a strong sense of threat in Mo Wuyuan's voice, and the cold murderous intent almost overflowed from his words. If you were more sensible, I am the most powerful demon in the eternal human realm in the 9 realms competition, and I am also the leader of the younger generation. Even if the dragon race will target you, I will secretly take care of your eternal heavenly world. Maybe I can even help your eternal heavenly world move up from the bottom position for millions of years. Mo Wuyuan emphasized the word, care, as if to say, if you are sensible, I will take care of you. If you are not sensible, don't blame me for turning my back on you and giving special care to you, the prodigy of the Hengtian human world. This Chaos Ancestral Stone bed belongs to me, and the rest of the Spirit Medicine Room, etc., we will split equally. There are 3 of us here. We brothers and sisters take half, and you, the weakest one, take half. That's fair, right? After Mo Wuyuan threatened Chu Tian, he spoke lightly, and a strong demonic flame began to burn around him, like an ancient demon god coming to the world, with great demonic power. He showed Chu Tian his power, and then walked towards the Chaos Ancestral Stone. He actually had some reservations. However, when he learned that Ji Mozu had fallen into a deep sleep again, his concerns disappeared. A terrifying existence of that level has been in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years, and every time he wakes up, he will consume a huge amount of spiritual power. As long as he doesn't kill Chu Tian, Ji Mozu will not wake up because of the fight among the younger generation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying demonic power surged in the cave mansion. Mo Wuyuan's aura was incredibly strong, and the divine fire was thick. Above his head, it seemed that the eyes of a demon god were opening and closing, emitting a terrifying murderous light, as if an ancient demon god was gestating within him, ready to wake up and destroy the world at any time. The demon god's fire was ignited, and the demon god's soul was nurtured to the extreme. It could already manifest outside the body and transform into the law manifestation, wandering independently in the extreme void starry sky. This was a sign that would only appear when one was within the realm of God and extremely powerful and terrifying. Even Heng Chong and Hylian Saintus, who have broken through the divine realm for nearly 3 years, are still unable to achieve this step. It can be imagined how powerful Mo Wuyuan is. And Chu Tian is only at the body integration realm now. No wonder Mo Wuyuan doesn't take him seriously at all. If this wasn't the territory of Shungshan sect, in his eyes, Chu Tian wouldn't even be qualified to take half of the resources. Buzz. But at this moment, the space fluctuated slightly, and Chu Tian appeared in front of the Chaos Ancestral Stone as if he had teleported. He looked at Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli calmly and said, "In consideration of the help Demon Saint Lord gave me before, I have given you a chance to have some adventures, but unfortunately you don't know how to cherish it. So you chose other options. I'm too powerful now. If I accidentally beat you to death, it would be hard to explain to Demon Saint." Before Chu Tian finished speaking in a calm voice, Yi Luli's cold voice suddenly resounded throughout the cave mansion. "Shameless little brat, I've tolerated you for a long time. If this wasn't the territory of the Holy Heaven sect, you wouldn't even be qualified to challenge me and my senior brother, let alone stand against the great son of the Demon King. Who are you?" Buzz. Yi Luli's body was burning with glass magic flames, and she appeared in front of Chu Tian. Strange sound waves emanated from her red lips and directly merged into Chu Tian's ears, covering him. A huge and terrifying vision appeared in the surroundings. Hundreds of demons thousands of feet tall appeared and roared at Chu Tian at the same time, which was breathtaking. Soul-stealing demonic sound, the apex-level divine ability of Sacred Land, can directly shock the enemy's soul. Those with weak willpower can offset it, causing them to lose consciousness for a moment and reveal a flaw. In serious cases, their soul will collapse and their will dissipate, leaving only a shell. "Junior sister, please be careful and hold back. Don't kill him. This is the Shungshan sect's territory after all," Mo Wuyuan said calmly with his hands behind his back, and he had no intention of stopping him. He felt that Chu Tian was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it would be good to teach him a lesson. By the way, it can also let the princess see clearly that this so-called Chaos Demon God visualization technique body is just a strong-looking but weak person, and understand who is the most suitable person for her. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual wave spread out, as if an ancient ferocious beast was looking down at him. For some reason, Mo Wuyuan felt his hair stand on end in an instant. Then he saw an incredible scene. Chu Tian's sea of spiritual sense manifested, and a huge chaotic planet slowly rose in the ocean, emitting billions of feet of chaotic divine light. The soul-capturing magic sound cast by Yi Luli could only cause the slightest ripples in the sea of spiritual sense, and could not shake the chaotic planet in the slightest. What is this thing? Mo Wuyuan's pupils widened angrily and he was stunned for a moment. With his knowledge and experience, it was impossible for him to tell that this was the forbidden area of the mind. The chaotic spirit beads condensed from it, after reaching the extreme, could be emitted out of the body and exist independently. Although Chu Tian did not condense his spirit was condensed into substance, which was a soul in another sense. The soul is the complete condensation of the spirit. Yi Luli couldn't even reach the state of spiritual penetration to perform the law manifestation of heaven and earth. His attempt to use the sonic divine ability to shake Chu Tian's spirit was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Tian had a calm expression as a true dragon ring emerged in his mind. It was the true dragon ring formed by the combination of the two divine abilities of the transcendent realm, the prison dragon technique and the chaos golden dragon cover. Divine light shone everywhere. Chu Tian was like an ancient god coming to the world, and the devil image condensed by Yi Luli was like an ice cube, which was instantly dissolved by the light. You don't want to be a good woman, but you have to be a slave to the demon ancestor and kowtow to him. Your ability is also called Sonic Divine Ability. Chu Tian's voice was calm, his chi sank into his dantian, and his chi and blood were surging wildly. The blood flowed, making the sound of a landslide and a tsunami, and then he suddenly let out a roar. Roar. In an instant, a terrifying sonic boom swept through the cave mansion, turning it into a vast ocean of sound waves. Chapter 232 Demon God Inheritance. The power of Chu Tian's body is too terrifying. With a strength of 150 million kilograms, with the superposition of substantial spirit, the power can exceed 10 billion with a slight movement. The power of a roar, if it is between the mountains, the surrounding thousands of miles will be flattened. Not to mention, he has a total of 500 divine ability great accomplishments, of which there are as many as 7 or 8 sonic divine abilities, which are a combination of the Buddha's roar of the Buddhist gate, the 8 sounds of the dragons of the dragon race, and that of the Phoenix clan, etc. Junior sister, retreat quickly. Mo Wuyuan's pupils shrank violently, and he felt his hair stand on end. He flew backwards tens of thousands meters away, and even retreated all the way outside the cave mansion of this chaos ancestral demon. In just a moment, Yi Luli, who was very close to Chu Tian, covered her ears and let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The terrible sound waves directly invaded her mind, tearing apart her sea of consciousness and destroying her soul. Her facial features were instantly torn apart, and scarlet blood flowed out. She was wearing a long dress, which was instantly turned into ashes by the sonic boom, revealing her curvy figure. However, it was not a beautiful and slender figure, because every pore of her body was penetrated by the terrible sonic boom, squeezing out blood, and instantly turned into a bloody person, looking extremely horrifying. Junior sister, quickly retreat. Mo Wuyuan looked out from the entrance of the ancestral demon god's cave mansion, and roared with bloodshot eyes. He has mastered the divine ability of sound waves to perfection. The ancestral demon god's cave mansion is too small, and the power of the sound waves rolls back and forth, constantly stacking inside the cave mansion, bursting out with 3 or 4 times the power. We can't fight him head-on inside. Chu Tian, Luli is my inner demon saintess. If you dare to touch her, no one can save you, no matter where you go. The inner demon, sacred land will completely break with your Shungshan sect. Don't forget, my inner demon sacred land is the savior of your Shungshan sect. Brother, save. Yi Luli's voice was filled with endless pain. He turned his head and looked at his senior brother outside the exit of cave mansion, his bloodshot eyes filled with pleading. Buzz. Suddenly, her soul was squeezed out of her body by the horrific sonic boom. With a loud bang, it was blown apart. Bang. Yi Luli's bloody body fell limply to the ground, covered in blood, including her cheeks. She could no longer be seen in her original appearance, and her eyes were clear. Her soul was blasted, the sea of spiritual sense burst, and her energy and spirit were almost completely dissipated. She might be able to barely survive, but she would become a foolish person. Who do you think you are? Why don't you just be a good person? Why do you have to force yourself to be outstanding when you don't have the ability? I told you I'm too strong. If I'm not careful, I'll beat you to death. Chu Tian spoke calmly, looking at Mo Wuyuan at the entrance of cave mansion, and said, come and take your sister away. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Mo Wuyuan had a gloomy expression with bloodshot eyes as he looked at his junior sister who had collapsed at Chu Tian's feet, her consciousness broken and her body covered in blood. He remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he said, Chu Tian, you are in big trouble. You attacked me by surprise and killed my sister. You relied on your Shungshan sect's territory to use your power to bully others. I will report everything to my master. You will pay a heavy price for your actions. After saying that, Mo Wuyuan turned around and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the site of the ancestral demon god cave mansion. The Tianxin original demon ruins is a huge mountain, inside which the Sumeru has turned into a mustard seed, which is an extremely large secret realm. The cave mansion of the chaos demon god is only the biggest adventure in the area, which does not mean that there will not be other great benefits. Seeing the terrifying sonic divine ability displayed by Chu Tian, Mo Wuyuan was extremely fearful and turned around to look for other adventures. He is indeed a useless piece of shit. Chu Tian raised his lips slightly. This world is indeed very big, but no matter how big the world is, it does not belong to a coward like you. Looking at the inner demon saintess who had lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, Chu Tian shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and took out a 9 revolutions great rejuvenation pill that the system had just rewarded him and stuffed it into her mouth. It's not that he's afraid of the inner demon sacred land, but he's afraid of the threat from Mo Wuyuan. But the help that demon saint Lord Jia Wuya had given to Shungshan sect before, regardless of whether he had selfish motives or not, was a fact after all. He was ungrateful and the impact was indeed very bad. Not to mention that over the past 3 years, the Heart Demon Sacred Land and the Shungshan sect have been communicating and interacting closely in private. This is why Chu Tian drove away Shui Jihan, but kept these 2 guys and was willing to share some benefits with them. But what can he do? Mo Wuyuan and Yi Luli are too stupid and keep looking for death. They won't listen to the advice he gives. After 3 years of cultivation, his strength has reached a terrifying level. When he attacked Hylian Saintess in Hengchong, he was very restrained throughout the whole process. Chu Tian didn't even use much strength to beat Yi Luli like this. She was so much weaker than Hylian Saintess and Hengchong that Chu Tian couldn't understand where Yi Luli got the courage from. What sin have you committed to end up with such a senior brother? Whether you can recover to your original state depends on your luck. If you are lucky enough to survive, be a good person. You are proud of being a dog for aliens. This 9 revolutions great rejuvenation pill can restore the dead to life and turn flesh into bones. Under the Divine King, it can almost achieve resurrection from the dead. It may not be able to restore the soul, so I don't know. Chu Tian said this lightly, no longer caring about Yi Luli's life or death, and turned to walk towards the Chaos Ancestral Stone. Buzz. Chu Tian's Chaos Demon God visualization technique body seemed to sense the Tao traces of the same origin, and it started to operate actively. More than 70,000 secret treasures on its body glowed, and the power of chaos exploded, like 70,000 small chaotic worlds, in which the sounds of lightning and thunder exploded, which was breathtaking. It turned out to be the power of thunder and lightning that he devoured in the secret treasure during the transcending tribulation 3 years ago. Boom, 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 the Chaos Ancestral Stone suddenly burst out with boundless divine light, enveloping Chu Tian. Huge and ancient demon race characters suddenly appeared in Chu Tian's mind. You are a Chaos Demon God visualization technique body from later generations. I don't know which demon race you are from, or whether you are of the same race as me. But since you are lucky enough to enter my cave mansion, then accept my great inheritance, roam the myriad worlds, and be invincible for the rest of your life. A cold voice that had been left behind eons ago rang in Chu Tian's ears, carrying with it an aura that looked down upon the myriad worlds and was lawless. But he probably didn't expect it. The supreme physique of the demon race that he inherited, the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body, was not from any branch of the demon race, but from the human race. Not long after his death, he and his cave mansion were moved to Heavenly World by Heavenly Emperor. Even his corpse became a cauldron and a place to reside to continue Gu Mozu's soul and will after his death. Chapter 233 Ancestral Demonic Scripture, Ancestor Demon Scripture. Chu Tian immediately recognized the meaning of the first 3 words of the demon race scripture outline. These 3 words contain endless demon race Tao aura. Chu Tian only took a glance at them, and many insights flowed through his heart. His understanding of the Chaos Demon God visualization technique was further improved. He even realized that he still had many shortcomings in developing the secrets of his own physique. Throughout the ages, this is the first time that the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body has appeared in the human race. Chu Tian has no predecessors to learn from, and Heavenly World now does not have the foundation to go to the demon race and exchange the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body training method for Chu Tian, so now Chu Tian is actually groping forward on his own. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Tian's body shook, and the Ancestral Demon Sutra began to operate in the secret realm. Impurities were decomposed out of it, and the secret realm, which had been opened up to the extreme by Chu Tian, began to expand again. Roar, roar. One after another, terrifying roars resounded from the secret treasures all over his body. The power of chaos condensed, and the devil's might shook the sky. One after another, the Chaos Demon God visualization technique that reached the sky and the earth was born from Chu Tian's secret treasures, and at the same time, they let out demon roars that shook the earth. They were countless times more terrifying than the roars Chu Tian had made before. Chu Tian's Chaos Demon God visualization technique body only began to truly burst out with potential divine power after the development of the secret treasure. Now, with the blessing of the ancestral Demon Sutra, Chu Tian has truly tapped the potential of the secret treasure to the extreme, even surpassing the records in the ancestral Demon Sutra. This is not to say that the ancestral demon scripture is more powerful and profound than the chaos creation scripture given to Chu Tian by the system, but that the chaos creation scripture is not specifically suitable for the chaos demon god visualization technique body and especially made for him. The power of the chaos creation sutra has basically developed the secret treasure to the extreme before. Now, after the ancestral demon sutra has opened up a secret treasure power unique to the chaos demon god visualization technique, superimposed on each other, it can be said that Chu Tian has surpassed the limits of the founders of the two scriptures and walked out a path of his own. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Chu Tian stood in front of the Chaos Ancestor Stone, with the Chaos Demon God visualization technique roaring in his secret storage. His demonic power shook the sky, just like the ancient demon god coming to the world. If the son of the demon king Shui Jihan, or even the daughter of the demon king Ren Yuxuan were in front of Chu Tian at this moment, I am afraid no one would think that Chu Tian was a human race, but they were the pure-blooded demon race sovereign clan. At this time, Yi Luli, who had taken the 9-turn Great Rejuvenation Pill, slowly came back to his senses. His shattered spiritual sense seemed to have been restored a lot. Seeing Chu Tian, who was like the Devil King, his heart trembled. He hurriedly got up, performed the highest ritual of the demon race to pay homage to Chu Tian, and then prostrated himself on the ground. It was exactly the same ceremonial posture that Ren Yuxin used when she paid homage to the Chaos Demon God. Greetings to the great descendant of the Demon God. Yi Luli's voice was filled with fanaticism, worship, and submission. Chu Tian's roar before left her with an impression of being extremely powerful and planted endless fear in her consciousness. She had already cultivated the demon race heritage, and had a deep-seated admiration for the demon race since she was a child, and she despised her own human race bloodline. Now, the endless fear of Chu Tian's power in her mind, coupled with the demonic power Chu Tian displayed now, which far exceeded that of Shui Jihan, directly conquered her body and mind, and she began to worship Chu Tian sincerely. Chu Tian was unaware of what was happening behind him, but was immersed in the ancestral Demon Sutra. This scripture condenses the essence of the life of this ancient supreme demon god. It is not just a simple outline of cultivation. Like the Tao imprint left by Heavenly Emperor on his 10,000 Tao cauldron, it contains his lifelong understanding of the demon Tao, the many powerful divine abilities he acquired during his years of life, and the supreme demon Tao divine ability he created himself. The devil is supreme. The devil is ruthless. I have looked at the past and present, visited the past and the future, traveled through the mythical era, and created this attack of supreme divine ability, magic. The icy cold and supreme voice resounded in Chu Tian's mind. Faintly, Chu Tian saw the shadow of a demon god that was tens of millions feet tall, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Heaven refers to the past. Land refers to the future. He stands between the past and the future, eternal and indestructible, between heaven and earth. The power of the demon Tao of the past and the future surges. In an instant, a vast star domain was destroyed and turned into nothingness. Billions of stars in it turned into dust, and the area was swallowed up in an instant. The highest divine ability, demon. Leading the demonic will of the past and the future, cutting off the life of all living things, devouring the power of the sky, and strengthening oneself. This attack of divine ability is the true outline of the ancestral Demon Sutra. The other demon Tao divine abilities in the ancestral Demon Sutra are all additional, obtained by the Chaos Ancestral Demon God during his travels through the myriad worlds. This is like the meaning of the Eye of Heaven to the Tao Venerable, which is the condensation of his lifelong understanding of the Tao. 36 apex-level demon Tao divine abilities, and 1 supreme divine ability. Chu Tian opened his eyes and raised his hand, and saw the lines on his palm faintly forming a dark word, Mo. This attack of divine ability is like the Eye of Heaven. It does not require Chu Tian to comprehend it, but exists in a materialized way. As Chu Tian's realm strength continues to increase, the benefits it brings to Chu Tian are also increasing. Does the word, magic, mean that after all the great Taos have reached their limit, they will all return to the same basic state? Chu Tian muttered to himself, vaguely forming a guess about the road ahead. Tao Venerable may not be as powerful as the Chaos Demon God, but the Eye of Heaven that he has condensed has gone from complex to simple. The greatest and most powerful divine ability, all of which led to the same result, does not seem to have too many bells and whistles. Hengtian divine ability is simply the word, time. The Eye of Heaven means amplification, Amplification in all aspects. The Chaos Demon God has cultivated the word, demon, to the extreme and returned to his original nature. Great descendant of the ancestral demon god, please forgive the offense that your humble servant Yi Luli has committed against you before. At this time, Yi Luli knelt in front of Chu Tian, lowered his head, and kowtowed continuously. He was still naked, but the bloodstains had disappeared. She seemed to really regard Chu Tian as her spiritual sustenance and became a fanatical believer, treating everything she had as Chu Tian's. Why not just be a human being? Why do you have to be a slave to a foreign race? Chu Tian said lightly, without even looking at Yi Luli's fiery body, raised his hand to put the Chaos Ancestral Stone into the small world of the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and then walked into the Divine Ability Room. He could naturally see that this woman was sincere in her feelings, felt that her identity as a human race was humble, and had deep reverence for the demon race. He obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demon god, and his status and position were directly elevated in her heart to a level that surpassed Shui Jihan. For the sake of the demon saint, you can enter the divine ability room and select a divine ability, and then select a weapon in the demon weapon room. I am a humble servant, thanking the great descendant of the demon god. Yi Luli's voice was filled with endless emotion. Boom! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and Ren Yuxuan's low and painful voice came from it. Little man, I need your help. There seemed to be a hint of confusion in his voice. Chapter 234, Spirit and Soul Cultivation. Congratulations, Princess, for obtaining the inheritance of the Tianxin ancestor and entering the mythical realm. It will be just around the corner for you to revive the power of the demon race supreme. The moment the crack in the void was torn open, Yi Luli's pupils contracted violently, and he immediately felt a supreme and powerful aura of the inner demon. She was cultivating the inheritance of the inner demon, and was even more sensitive to this aspect. She immediately fell to the ground when she was suppressed. Hearing Ren Yuxuan's slightly confused voice, Chu Tian frowned slightly. Without thinking too much, he opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows and immediately stepped into the crack. Then, he saw Ren Yuxuan lying on a bed of the same Chaos Ancestral Stone, which was only slightly smaller than the one Chu Tian had obtained. The bed curtains were made of pink gauze. She was lying on the bed in a very seductive posture, with a red gauze draped softly on her body, which made her already curvy figure even more sexy and charming. My little enemy, let me feel how powerful your ancestral demon god heritage is. Ren Yuxuan's eyes were seductive, her red lips slightly containing her index finger, and with her other hand she beckoned Chu Tian, asking him to come over. Is this what you said? You need my help? Chu Tian's face was calm. Even though Ren Yuxuan's body was hotter than the celebrity princess in her previous life and full of endless temptation, it couldn't cause much waves in his heart. He has experienced too much in 2 lifetimes. In his eyes, women are no different from skeletons. Moreover, this is also related to the young age of his body. He is only 12 years old. Even if he practices quickly and has a slender body that is not inferior to many adults, his development in some aspects cannot be rushed. Even the major apex-level families and apex-level sects have clear regulations for their outstanding disciples. Before reaching adulthood, they must not leak out the innate yang energy in their dantian, otherwise they will be severely punished. It is also to prevent young prodigies from indulging themselves in women and wasting the most precious time for cultivation. Whether a solid foundation can be built before the age of 18 almost determines how far one can go in the future. You are so boring, little man. How could I be such an ignorant woman? I would never do anything that would affect the solid foundation you have built, my young master. I just want to test your willpower, little man. There was a sense of indignation in Ren Yuxuan's eyes, and she said, as expected, little man, you are still so cold-blooded and unmoved. 3 years have passed, and you still don't know how to appreciate me. I can only leave you alone in your boudoir, feeling sad. Chu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this ever-changing witch. After obtaining the inheritance of Tianxin Shimo, Ren Yuxuan's changes became more complicated and lifelike. Even when he used the Eye of Heaven, he couldn't tell whether she was pretending or just had this idea in her heart. The inheritance of the Heart Demon clan has always emphasized 1,000 changes, myriad transformations, which also means that Ren Yuxuan has practiced the Heart Demon Sutra to a level of unpredictable changes. The divine ability and scriptures in the Tianxin Shimo cave mansion also belong to our Shengxian sect. You cannot take them away. Chu Tian looked indifferent, landed beside the bed, and said, but I can decide on this Chaos Ancestral Stone bed and give it to you on behalf of Shengxian sect. Wow, you are so kind, little man. How can I repay you? I promised myself to you, but you don't want it. Ren Yuxuan seemed extremely moved. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, and suddenly a demonic fire burned in her body, and a mysterious spiritual fluctuation suddenly spread. Chaos Yin and Yang Fu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Chu Tian suddenly felt the word, Mo, on the palm of his hand heating up, as if it was aroused and revived on its own, emitting a demon Dao aura that pulled Chu Tian's mind into a space filled with pink mist. Then, a soft body fell into his arms. Little man, the dual cultivation method of Tianxin original demon physique and chaos demon god visualization technique has never been just dual cultivation of the physical body. The art of dual cultivation is never as simple as just a matter between a man and a woman in bed. You look at me in such a vulgar way. There was resentment in Ren Yusin's voice. A spiritual force flowed and poured into Chu Tian's mind. A mysterious spiritual communication was established between the two. Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique T. Tianxin Original Demon Physique. The two most powerful demon race physiques, with the dual cultivation technique created by Tianxin Shimo as the medium, the power is in a yin and yang state, flowing between the two. My little enemy, the Chaos Yin-Yang art was created by the ancestral demon god and the heavenly heart demon. It imitates the most mysterious of the three realms of the ancient times, the Tao, and the beginning, which is said to be the most mysterious realm that can directly prove the Tao. Keep your mind clear and don't have evil thoughts about others. Only by concentrating on this state can you maximize your benefits. The first time I practiced dual cultivation of mind and spirit and entered the simulated Tao realm, it was the most beneficial time. I am also preparing to enter the realm of the gods. Ren Yusin murmured to herself. In the state of dual cultivation of mind and soul, the door of her mind was completely defenseless to Chu Tian, and she entered a state of immersion in cultivation. At this time, Chu Tian could even read the scriptures and divine abilities in her memory that belonged to the heart demon race, as well as the divine abilities in the Tianxin Shimo inheritance that she had just obtained. This state is similar to the soul-searching technique, but it is completely different from the soul-searching technique. At this moment, Chu Tian felt that he had entered a state that was 3/4 similar to the beginning realm, but seemed completely different. When he was in the state of beginning, he seemed to have entered an ocean of the rules of heaven and earth, in which he practiced soul refining and comprehended the rules and the essence of Tao, all of which were beyond his usual speed of comprehension. While in this simulated Tao state, Chu Tian had a feeling that he seemed to be the rules of heaven and earth, the great Tao of heaven and earth. With a single thought, he could create heaven and earth, or destroy everything. Among the three ancient realms, the Tao realm is the most mysterious one, without any secrets passed down. Chu Tianwang also said that he had practiced cultivation all his life but had never entered the realm of Tao. 2 years ago, he heard Henkong Renwang, Tao Venerable and Chu Tianwang, the three most powerful people in the heavenly world, discussing the Tao realm. They speculated that the Tao realm might be a realm of the Creator, or even the key to entering the mythical realm, the most important thing. However, after discussing for a long time, they were still unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao realm. It is conceivable how mysterious this realm is. The Chaos Yin-Yang art can actually allow Chu Tian and Ren Yuxuan to enter a simulated Tao realm while practicing dual cultivation of spirit and soul, and experience in advance this realm that only the Creator can experience. It lays the foundation for breaking through the mythical realm, and the benefits are so great that it is simply unimaginable. No wonder Ren Yusin's attitude towards Chu Tian is so unusual. Even the Demon King in his heart let Ren Yuxuan do whatever she wanted and did not interfere. I'm afraid he has long understood how great the benefits are for Ren Yuxuan and Chu Tian to practice together. Chapter 235 World Seed. Between the Tianxin First Demon and the Chaos Ancestral Demon God, the Ancestral Demon God's status is actually higher. Chu Tian was not polite. Since Ren Yuxuan was completely defenseless, he directly browsed through the divine ability secrets in her consciousness and soul and wrote them all down. He also discovered that in this state, not only was Ren Yusin's mind defenseless against him, but he had complete control over Ren Yusin's life and death. As long as Chu Tian had the slightest thought to activate the word Mo on his palm, Ren Yuxuan would immediately suffer a mental breakdown and confusion. But Ren Yuxuan could not influence him at all. In Chaos Yin-Yang Fu, the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body is actually in an absolutely dominant position. This feeling was as if Tianxin Shimo was the demon ancestral god's bootlicker, who took the initiative to open his mind and put his life and death in the demon ancestral god's hands in exchange for the demon ancestral god's trust and the desire to practice dual cultivation with him. Is it because Chaos Demon God visualization technique is stronger than Tianxin Shimo, or is there some other reason? Chu Tian felt doubtful. Tianxin Shimo is the ancestor of the heart demon race. The entire huge heart demon race was developed from Tianxin Shimo. For millions of years, it has always been ranked among the top 50 of myriad worlds, and even broke into the top 20. It was once a super powerful race that could stand on equal footing with the dragon race. Tianxin Shimo is, without a doubt, one of the strongest mythical masters since the mythical era. This kind of existence actually willingly submits to the ancestral demon god. This situation is really confusing. Even though the ancestral demon god is stronger than the first demon of Tianxin, his strength is definitely limited and he is not overwhelmingly powerful. So why is that? Chu Tian looked through Ren Yuxuan's mind with confusion, but found that she didn't know either. All she knew was that the Chaos Yin-Yang inscription was created by Tianxin Shimo alone, and she had just obtained it from Shimo's inheritance. When she learned that Chu Tian had obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demon god, she couldn't wait to pull Chu Tian over because she was about to break through to the realm of the heavenly god. In her memory, the demon emperor seemed to know something about the origin of the ancestral demon god, so he had always supported her unconditionally in helping him, but he had always kept his mouth shut about the origin of the ancestral demon god. No matter how Ren Yuxuan asked, he would remain silent and asked her not to ask too much, as if the origin of the ancestral demon god was a taboo. Chu Tian did not think deeply about it. The state of simulating the Tao realm was extremely precious, and it also had a huge effect on improving his comprehension of the apex-level divine ability. Chu Tian immediately immersed himself in the practice of the various apex-level divine ability secrets in the Tianxin Shimo inheritance and the Zumo god inheritance. Only then did he realize the horror of the Tao realm. In this state, his consciousness seems to have created a world. He is the creator. With just a thought, he can deduce the divine ability millions of times. It is different from the initial stage where one calms down and comprehends the rules of heaven and earth. This is similar to opening heaven, using the power of heaven and earth to deduce, and the speed is unimaginable. Almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Tian cultivated the 3 apex-level divine abilities inherited from the ancestral demon god to the realm of great accomplishment. Hiss. Chu Tian took a deep breath. Even though he had comprehended 500 apex-level divine abilities in 3 years, this speed was so fast that it made him feel unbelievable. This is an apex-level divine ability, with immense power. It produces phenomena through practicing great accomplishment. For a divine king like Chu Tianxing, it would take almost a lifetime to reach this level unless there was a fortuitous encounter. And within a few breaths, he cultivated 3 apex-level divine abilities to great accomplishment. If this were to get out, the divine king of the myriad worlds, or even Emperor Venerable, would probably go crazy and dissect him. The scan has detected that the host has entered the state of imitating the Tao realm, and has experienced the experience of the creator realm in advance. The system's gentle and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Chu Tian's ears. It is recommended that the host exchange for a supreme creation talisman, a creation divine pill, and a world seed, which can be used to imprint the realm of creation, extend the time in the realm of Taoism, enhance the effect, and increase the chance of entering the realm of Taoism next time. Supreme Creation Talisman, 1 million Destiny Points, Creation Divine Pill, 800,000 Destiny Points, World Seed, 2 million Destiny Points. A total of 3.8 million Destiny Points. This is a supreme opportunity. I suggest you redeem it immediately. The system rarely reminded Chu Tian that the opportunity of the Tao realm was of the supreme level. It was even more solemn when it plundered Yi Fan's various powerful opportunities, defying the heavens and changing fate. It is conceivable that even in the eyes of the system, this is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Chu Tian immediately realized that the importance of Tao realm was probably beyond his imagination, and it was definitely not just as simple as increasing the speed of his deducing divine ability. This is most likely just an additional base effect. Chu Tian glanced at the system panel. Destiny Points. 4.9 million. 3 years ago, Chu Tian was responsible for reversing the situation of Shengxian sect, destroying the apex-level sect, and beheading Emperor Venerable, so he was rewarded with a large amount of villain points one after another. Even the total amount of destiny points once approached 10 million. But for the past 3 years, he has been practicing in the ancestral temple. Even though he has suppressed the 3 sons of fortune, Heng Chong, Helian Saintus, and Huimei, and earned some destiny points, he still spends more than he earns. After all, exchanging Apex-level pills and halos every day consumes tens of thousands of destiny points, so now there are only more than 4 million destiny points left. Exchange and use immediately, Chu Tian said in his heart without hesitation. Exchange successful. Then, Chu Tian swallowed the divine pill and used the divine talisman of creation. A pitch-black seed covered with Tao marks appeared in his mind. It was the world seed that was exchanged for 2 million destiny points. It is the most expensive treasure that Chu Tian has exchanged since the transmigration. It is twice as expensive as the chaos-purifying stone, the divine object used to exchange for Chu Tian's star. Suddenly, Chu Tian's mind entered world seed, which was a world of chaos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaotic world began to change, and the images of Chu Tian's mind-evolving creation began to appear in world seed. From fantasy, it became reality, and the real thing began to happen. Boom, 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 Chu Tian deduced many divine abilities, which were immediately interpreted to the extreme, opening up the world and evolving the great Tao rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Tian seemed to be the creator, the god of creation. The various visions of the evolution of divine ability are no longer illusions in this world, but have become realities and will exist forever. What he is evolving now is the divine ability of the demon race. In the world, endless magic fog emerges and condenses. As the creator, Chu Tian can feel that the strongest creatures of the demon race are being nurtured in it. Chu Tian's pupils contracted violently, and he felt a terrifying and powerful vitality from them. That is not a dead thing, but a living being. Even with its surging and terrifying vitality and blood, it is probably at least a divine being, or even a celestial god, or a true god-level being when it is born. Chapter 236 Disqualification, Chaos Begins, Innate Godfiend. Chu Tian's mind moved, and he began to deduce the dragon race divine ability, the Phoenix clan divine ability, Zhu Yan, Teodi, and so on. Then he discovered that all of this had become a reality in this world. The light of his divine ability became the spiritual power of this world. The creatures he evolved have become real beings in the making. When they are born, they will possess great magical powers and divine abilities, and will be loved by the world. Or, in other words, loved by him, the creator. They are creatures of great luck. Chu Tian was shocked. Could it be that from now on, all the living beings in this world will become real and be under his absolute control? The mysteriousness of the Tao realm, combined with the world seed, the supreme creation talisman, and the soul formation pill, produced this terrifying effect. When the world was created, endless rules evolved. The breath Chu Tian exhaled became the wind of this world, and his gaze became the light between heaven and earth. Chu Tian was immersed in this mysterious state, comprehending many apex-level divine abilities, while opening up the world and observing the evolution of these innate creatures. His secrets, body, and spirit seemed to have received some kind of baptism and began to transform. Just as Chu Tian was in the Tianxin Shimo cave mansion, immersed in the simulated Taoist realm, opening heaven. Time passes day by day. As the time for the 9 realms competition approaches, the atmosphere in the 9 realms of human race becomes increasingly tense. Deep in the eternal court, Feng Changhao sat on the throne with a cold face. The man in white robe sat on the seat next to him. Yi Tianshang, the 9 realms competition will begin tomorrow. You said you would give me a surprise. Feng Changhao turned to look at the man in white robes and said indifferently, you used the divine ability of reincarnation to borrow the body of my Feng family's top demon to fake your death and be reborn in my place. You managed to survive, but this caused me to suffer great humiliation in your Shungshan sect. The human king seal was lost and has not been found yet. Now my throne is unstable. You should understand that if I am no longer on the throne, I am afraid your existence will not be concealed for long. King Chu Tian and others will never let you go. Mentioning what happened 3 years ago, Feng Changhao's eyes suddenly showed thick bloodshot, and he growled hoarsely, the disappearance of the human king seal must be related to your Shungshan sect. I want all the people in the Chu family to die. How are your Yi family's preparations going? Yi Tianshang said expressionlessly, Feng Changhao, we are in a cooperative relationship. You'd better put away your condescending attitude. The Chu family is our common enemy. I said that I would help you destroy the Chu family's prodigy in the 9 realms competition this time, and I will definitely do it. Yi Fan, the pride of my Yi family, possesses the Hongmeng holy bone. With my help, he has broken through the divine realm. Now he has returned to the Yi family and will lead the Yi family's prodigy to participate in the 9 realms competition. At that time, he will secretly help the evildoers of your Feng family against Chu Tian, and the evildoers of dragon race will also help. Oh, and now there is also a prince of demon race. Before you faked your death, I helped you get so many bargaining chips. If you still can't kill Chu Tian with the help of both inside and outside forces, then I really have to doubt whether your eternal human world is worthy of being listed as one of the 9 realms of the human race alongside my eternal heavenly world. Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he growled, I asked you about the human king seal, why is there still no news? Your Yi family is known as the founding family of the Shungshan sect, what do you do for a living? Yi Tianshang closed his eyes and said indifferently, after killing Chu Tian and destroying all the prodigy of the Chu family, my Yi family will be able to take control of the Shungshan sect again. When the time comes, I will naturally help you find the human king seal. Otherwise, you will have to fight your way into the heavenly world on your own and retrieve your human king seal. I have made all the preparations. Even if that little beast has 9 lives, it will not be enough to die. Feng Changhao's low roar echoed throughout the royal court, containing endless resentment. Kneeling in front of the Shungshan sect is an eternal pain in his heart, and it is an indelible shame for the eternal human world. If the 9 realms competition was not imminent, his current position as the human king would probably have been abolished. The human king seal must be recovered as soon as possible. Otherwise, after the 9 realms competition, he simply couldn't imagine what his ending would be. The last time you intimidated Shungshan sect, you had the help of many human kings and the support of dragon race behind the scenes, but you still played such a good hand so badly. I am very disappointed. This time, I hope you can do what you say. Yi Tianshang looked through the crack in the boundary and looked towards Shungshan sect. His fists under his long sleeves of white robe suddenly clenched. I must return with dignity and take over the power of the sect again. King Chu Tian, you can't control the overall situation of Shungshan sect at all. Without me, you are nothing. You will soon understand this deeply. Yi Tianshang's eyes were extremely cold. In the Hengtian ancestral temple, the clouds and mist surged, the aura of the most powerful rose and fell, and the flags fluttered. Emperor Venerable Lingfeng, Sect Master Qiwang and other powerful people stood under the flags of their respective sects, followed by the high-level leaders of the sect and many prodigy disciples. Many apex-level sects in Heng Heavenly World have already arrived. At this moment, under the huge golden flag of Shungshan sect, only Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, Chu Tianyan, Duan Murong, Yi Hongqian and other Shungshan sect high-level leaders and supreme elders were standing, while the younger generation behind them were still nowhere to be seen. On the throne of the ancestral temple, King Hengtian wore a black crown and a dragon robe. He had an expressionless face and looked majestic and awe-inspiring. Human King, the 9 realms competition will begin tomorrow. The heavenly competition is always held one day in advance to select the best prodigy monsters in the world, give them treasures and resources, and let them fight on behalf of our heavenly human race. Under the banner of the Yin-Yang divine religion, an old man in a Yin-Yang Taoist robe said indifferently, I heard that the human king has already chosen Saint Child of the Holy Heavenly Sect as the young leader of this heavenly human race. However, I, the current Saint Child Saintess of the Yin-Yang religion, want to see if Chu Tian is really so young that he can overpower all the heroes. The Hengtian competition took quite some time, so why hasn't the prodigy monster from the Shungshan sect appeared yet? The Yin-Yang sect leader had an indifferent look in his eyes, and was not polite to the Shungshan sect in his words. The Yin-Yang sect has always been in the 3rd place in the heavenly world, second only to the Shungshan sect. But in recent years, the Shungshan sect has expanded dramatically and has become the most powerful sect, and the Yin-Yang sect is not convinced. Moreover, when it came to the distribution of the thunder liquid, the Yin-Yang sect didn't get much from Chu Tianxing, and was even more unhappy with the Sheng Tian sect. The Heavenly King Emperor frowned slightly, looked down at King Chu Tian, and said, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, why hasn't Chu Tian arrived yet? King Chu Tian shook his head slightly and said, Xiao Tian must have been delayed by something. Please wait for a while, King Ren and everyone else. You are so young, but you are so grand. The Yin-Yang cult leader said to the human King Hengtian, Human King, I think we can't delay any longer. Time is urgent. If the prodigy monsters of the Shungshan sect do not appear again, this leader believes that they should be disqualified from participating in the Hengtian competition. Chapter 237. I will destroy your Yin-Yang sect, Master Yin-Yang. The 9 realms competition is approaching, please put the overall situation first. The king of Hengkong did not say anything, and Tianyan Dao Venerable's indifferent voice sounded immediately. The Shungshan sect is the most powerful sect in Hengtian continent, recognized today. Even the Sihang Shengzong recognizes it. What is there for you, the Yin-Yang sect, to be dissatisfied with? Dao Venerable Tianyan's eyes flashed with cold sharpness, staring at the Yin-Yang sect leader, and continued, cancel the qualification of the Holy Heaven sect's prodigy monster to participate in the competition, and rely on you, the Yin-Yang sect's prodigy, to lead everyone to the Nine Realms competition to fight for more resource allocation for the heavenly human race. We have already reached a consensus and cooperated with each other to strive to get rid of the bottom position of the Nine Realms and obtain more luck and resource quotas in the human sovereign palace. Now that the competition is imminent, at this important juncture, you still say something that is not conducive to unity. This Saint Lord really doubts your intentions. The most powerful people, such as Emperor Venerable of Spirit Wind and Sect Master Qi Wang, also cast cold and dissatisfied glances at the Yin-Yang sect master. The war is imminent, and Heng Heavenly World is already in a difficult situation after losing its qualification as the strongest sect. How can it fight against the other major worlds, the Dragon Race, and the 8 Dragon Race inheritances under it? King Chu Tian had fluttering white hair and said nothing, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light. The blood-red lightning between Chu Tianxing's brows has been restrained, but 3 years have passed, and the aura contained in it has become more and more terrifying and creepy, as if an extreme sea of thunder will rage out at any time and destroy the Yin-Yang sect leader. You old Yin-Yang, you'd better be polite with your words. Chu Tianyan's face was full of murderous intent. Terrible pressure surged towards the Yin-Yang sect leader, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "Why, has this Hengtian ancestral hall become a place where your Shungshan sect has the final say? You won't tolerate others saying a word against you, right? For millions of years, our Yin-Yang sect's ancestors have always fully supported the Heng family and assisted them wholeheartedly. Their great contributions to the stability of the Heng heavenly human race have always been obvious to all, and have even been personally recognized by the Heng family's heavenly blood war king. How come I can't say a word against this little brat Chu Tian? Tianyan Dao Venerable, you don't have to flatter me. I don't buy into the idea of undermining unity. He is so young, has not achieved much, and has not made much contribution to the Hengtian human world, but he is so arrogant. At such an important moment, he actually made the human king and us, the older generation, wait for him. He has no manners and no manners at all. He dares to be so lawless now. If he becomes Emperor Venerable in the future, will we have to kneel down and worship him? Will we give him the throne of the human king of the ancestral temple? Master Yin and Yang, please don't talk nonsense." The face of the King Hengtong suddenly turned gloomy and he shouted in a deep voice. The faces of many powerful people changed instantly. They didn't expect that the words of the Yin-Yang sect leader would be so excessive. This can be said to be a taboo. For millions of years, the Heng family's contribution to the Hengtian human world has been obvious to all. The Heng family had been weak and lonely, but the throne of the king would always belong to the Heng family, and it was recognized by everyone. The Yin-Yang sect leader said such words in public in the ancestral temple, which was simply to frame Chu Tian as being unkind, unjust and disloyal. Boom! Chu Tian's eyes glowed dark red, blood-red thunder exploded, endless blood thunder raged across the sky, murderous aura shook the sky. "Old man, are you looking for death?" Buzz! Chu Tianyan even directly drew out the blood-red scimitar, and the blood-stained white tiger roared, turning into a blade light, and slashed directly at the Yin-Yang sect leader. "Old man, do you think that after the internal turmoil of Shungshan sect, we can't do anything to your Yin-Yang sect? How dare you slander the pride of our Chu family like this?" Chu Tianyan has an extremely hot temper. 3 years have passed, and after experiencing the bloody battle in the Dragon Divine sect, his strength has become even more terrifying, and he is full of murderous aura, as if he is really the ancient white tiger coming to the world. His sword flashes and his tiger roars shake the sky. But soon, he was stopped by Tianyan Dao Venerable and Lingfeng Emperor Venerable, who whispered to him that this was the ancestral temple, the highest place in heavenly world, and he should not take action. Chu Tian Wang's white hair fluttered as he stared coldly at the Yin-Yang master and said, "You can take random medicines, but you can't say random words. Do you need a junior like me to teach you this simple truth? Have you been living like a dog for the past 2,000 years? If this weren't the ancestral temple, based on what I just said, I could make you bleed in 3 steps and die on the spot." As he spoke, Chu Tianwang narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the Yin-Yang sect leader. "Old man, Did you think of those words just now, or did someone teach you behind your back? This is not your usual speaking style. Feng Changhao, or Dragon Race, or someone else. There was a cold light flashing in King Chu Tian's eyes, and his words seemed meaningful. At the same time, he stared into the eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader, capturing his every change. At this moment, Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing both keenly felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it, because the Yin-Yang sect leader's behavior was very abnormal. There are conflicts between the Shengxian sect and the Yin-Yang sect, but it is definitely not to the point of being on the verge of death. But every word he said seemed to be intended to push Shengxian sect to the opposite side of Hengkong Human King and to stir up conflicts between the Heng family and Shengxian sect. The Yin-Yang leader had a calm expression. Facing the oppression of the three Chu family leaders, his old face, which was full of ravines, did not fluctuate at all. His cloudy eyes were deep and sharp. He said calmly, "I have lived for more than 2,000 years. Who can tell me what to say or what to do? This leader just can't stand your Shengxian sect's overbearing and arrogant style. How dare you let the Human King wait here for a young descendant of your Shengxian sect? He is not worthy of." At this time, the sound of dragon roars resounded throughout the sky, and a murderous aura spread. 9 flood dragons at the Divine King level tore through the sky. Their huge, winding bodies tied with iron chains pulled a golden palace through the air and landed in front of the main hall of the ancestral temple. The slave bent down and opened the palace door. Chu Tian, with a calm expression, walked out with Ren Yuxuan. Buzz. Chu Tian's face was calm, but his eyes flashed with an extremely cold murderous light, with murderous intent. "Old man, it's not your place to comment on whether Saint Child is worthy or not. To sow discord between our Shengxian sect and the Human King. Saint Child will be disqualified from participating in the competition." Interesting, really interesting. You, Yin-Yang sect, may really be dissatisfied with your life. You have lived too long and want to disappear completely from the heavenly world. The day I take control of the Tianzong will be the day your Yin-Yang sect will be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, a terrifying sharp light suddenly spread out from the cloudy eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader. His eyes were one yin and one yang, staring coldly at Chu Tian. "Little guy, what did you say? You want to destroy my Yin-Yang sect? Do you dare to say it again?" Chapter 238 The Demon Emperor's Daughter, a Spy. The faces of many powerful people around also changed drastically in an instant, and their whole bodies shook. You have to know that Chu Tian's identity is the Saint Child of the Tian sect. Now that the Chu family has completely taken control of the Shengxian sect, it is only a matter of time before he inherits the position of sect leader. With Chu Tian's extraordinary talent, as long as he doesn't die halfway, he will be able to stand at the top of the heavenly world sooner or later. In this context, what he said had absolutely extraordinary meaning. Chu Tian's words were calm, but the murderous intent hidden in them made the sky change color. He walked down from the palace step by step, facing the questioning of the Yin-Yang sect leader, but he did not look at the Yin-Yang sect leader for a long time. Instead, he walked to the ancestral court and saluted the Human King on the throne. It was as if the Yin-Yang sect leader was just a passerby, not worthy of any response from him, let alone repeating his words a second time. Even though Chu Tian had always given many powerful people the impression of being moderate, his words and deeds were very comfortable, and he would fully take care of the face of the older generation. But these words, unintentionally revealed the kind of domineering and self-centered demeanor that was simply terrifying. In 3 years, Chu Tian seems to have developed Supreme's majestic and vast aura. Saint Child of the Holy Heaven sect, led our Heaven sect. Prodigy to meet the Human King. Chu Tian's face was calm. He bowed according to etiquette without overstepping the boundaries and without explaining too much. For many things, the more you explain them, the more suspicious they become. Judging from the broad-mindedness shown by King Hengkong over the past 3 years, he believed that this old man would not be jealous of others' talents. At this time, Ren Yusin also landed beside Chu Tian, and followed Chu Tian to salute the Human King, saying, "I am Yusin, the daughter of the Demon King of the Heart Demon race and the director of the Star Palace, and I am here to meet the Human King Hengkong. My father asked Yusin to say hello to you on his behalf." Ren Yuxuan first introduced herself, then looked at the Yin-Yang master coldly and said, "Human King, it's not that Chu Tian deliberately delayed his arrival time. It's that he entered the original demon ruins with me, obtained the inheritance of the ancient chaos demon god visualization technique, and fell into the realm of Taoism, which caused the delay. This princess came with Chu Tian this time, firstly to serve as a witness for Chu Tian, to prevent those with bad intentions from taking the opportunity to throw dirty water on Chu Tian. Second, I received an invitation from Saint Child Chu Tian of the Holy Heaven sect to participate in the Human Race 9 Realms competition. I decided to participate as a supporter of the heavenly human race. This is a jade slip written by my father himself. Please have a look, King. Ren Yuxuan's behavior revealed a sense of dignity. She was neither humble nor arrogant. She took out a black jade slip and asked the guard next to her to present it to the Hengkong Human King. Please send my regards to the Heart Demon Emperor and express my gratitude. The Human King Hengkong looked dignified. He glanced at the jade slip, smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Princess Xingxun." The cloudy eyes of Hengkong Human King were deep and he did not show much emotion, but Dao Venerable, Chu Tianwang and other powerful people could feel the excitement in his words. Everyone can see that Princess Xingxun is absolutely extremely powerful and has strong combat power. After all, the Demon Emperor agreed to let her participate in the Human Race 9 Realms competition alone, which means that he recognizes her strength. Otherwise, if one is not careful and loses face for Demon Race, the impact will be unimaginable. Moreover, since the mythical era, the heavenly human race has maintained the independence of the human race and refused the interference of alien heritage in the heavenly world. Therefore, for tens of millions of years, the heavenly world has almost always participated in the 9 Realms competition independently without any external assistance. Even if there are, they are just some unknown small ethnic groups, and their impact on the war situation is almost zero. This is the first time that a super powerful tribe ranked in the top 50 of the myriad worlds has sent out its own monsters to help Heng Heavenly World as foreign aid. This is an epic-making event, and will definitely allow the King of Heavenly World to leave a significant mark in the history books of Heavenly World. No wonder King Hengkong suddenly looked excited, because this glory was brought by Chu Tian. Without Heavenly World's active invitation or any benefits, the Demon Race, one of the top 50 strongest races in the myriad worlds, took the initiative to let the princess join the war. This not only made the Heavenly Human King proud, but also made the entire Heavenly Human race feel proud. Many powerful people, including Emperor Venerable Ling Feng, looked at Chu Tian with shocked and frightened eyes. Their hearts trembled. Because Ren Yuxuan's words revealed a lot of information. The descendant of the Chaos Demon God, the embodiment of the ancient Chaos Demon God visualization technique, and an extremely mysterious mythical supreme in the legend of Demon Race, Chu Tian actually obtained the inheritance of the Demon Race mythical supreme. What a terrifying opportunity. Moreover, Ren Yuxuan's stated attitude is to tell everyone that the Demon Race is aimed at Chu Tian, not some heavenly human race. This is a huge honor for Chu Tian. Hiss. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable secretly took a deep breath. Even for an apex-level sect like Kamikaze Valley, the Demon Race was too far away. This kid Chu Tian is getting more and more outrageous. The leader of the Weapon King sect muttered. Chu Tianxing smiled slightly, and immediately took back the power of the Extreme Realm, and signaled Chu Tianyan to arrange for the prodigy monster from the Shungshan sect to enter. Chu Tian has arrived, so Chu Shang, Duan Muwaner and others can also show up. This is the order of respect. If Chu Tian, the saint child of Tianzong and the young leader of the contemporary Shungshanzong, does not show up, then no one else can. At this moment, the one with the ugliest expression belonged to the Yin-Yang sect leader. His face instantly darkened, and he said, "The Heart Demon race is joining the battle, but as far as I know, the Heart Demon race is not responding to the invitation of the Eternal King's court. They have already sent the Demon King's son Shui Jihan and a large number of prodigy monsters from the Heart Demon race to join the battle. Princess Xingxuan, this leader really has to wonder if you are a spy sent from the Eternal Realm." The pupils of many powerful people suddenly shrank, and the expression of King Hengkong also changed slightly. Demon Race agreed to help the Eternal Human Realm participate in the 9 Realms competition. The conflict between the Heavenly World and the Eternal Realm has been tense in recent years. There has been no major war, but small battles have continued and countless fights have occurred in the cracks in the realms. The Eternal Human Realm already has the help of the Overlord Dragon race, and now there is a Demon Race. Master Yin Yang, do you have any evidence? King Hengkong said in a low voice. Buzz. At this time, Ren Yuxuan's whole body was burning with the fire of the devil, and a noble and great will of the devil instantly spread out. Old man, this princess was personally appointed by my father to help Heavenly World participate in the 9 Realms competition. You dare to throw dirty water on my father's face, you'd better think carefully about whether your Yin-Yang divine cult can bear the consequences. Chapter 239. Who else can I? Doran Yuxuan's words were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. As the original demon physique of the Supreme Physique, the daughter of the Demon Emperor, she was canonized as Princess Xingxuan as soon as she was born. Her identity is so noble that her every word and action in the outside world represents the Demon Emperor. Except in front of Chu Tian, even Emperor Venerable was respectful in front of her. This old guy actually slandered her as a spy, which was simply smearing the face of the Heart Demon Emperor. Yin Yang Emperor Venerable had a gloomy expression, but still said coldly, Princess Xingxuan, this is the ancestral home of the heavenly world human race, it is not your turn to come to the demon race to interfere in the internal affairs of our heavenly world. I respect the great Heart Demon King very much, but the facts are before us. The Heart Demon race accepted the invitation of the eternal human King Feng Changhao and sent a large number of Heart Demon race prodigy monsters. Human King, I don't have any evidence, but I can guarantee with my reputation that this is all true. If the demon race prodigy is not there when the 9 realms competition begins, I am willing to commit suicide on the spot and my soul will be destroyed. So for the sake of the life and death of the prodigy monsters who are participating in the battle of my heavenly human race, I suggest that the ancestral court consider carefully and not allow Princess Xingxuan to participate in the battle. The Yin-Yang master's words were well reasoned, and it seemed that every word was for the safety of heavenly world prodigy. The face of Hengkong human king was slightly gloomy, and he looked at Chu Tian with a questioning look. It is a good thing that Princess Xingxuan joins the war. After all, King Hengkong can feel how powerful she is. She is at the peak of the divine realm, only half a step away from being a god. Her aura is condensed and powerful, and her demon Dao bloodline is vigorous. She is definitely a prodigy in the first echelon of myriad worlds. Keishin demon race helped Heng heavenly world to join the war, but only sent Princess Xingxuan. In the eternal human world, the Yin-Yang leader pledged his life and sent out many prodigy monsters. The kings of the Heng family in every generation have fought bloody battles to safeguard the honor of the Heng heavenly human race. This is the honor of the Heng family. Therefore, the heavenly world king would never allow the honor that heavenly world had maintained for millions of years to be tarnished in the slightest. Use your life as a witness, Master Yin-Yang. You are guaranteeing with your life that the Heart Demon race sent out the useless group of Shui Jihan, so the entire Heart Demon race is on the side of the eternal human realm. Chu Tian's face was calm, but his words revealed a deep chill. Human king, many seniors, Princess Xingxuan is the demon race's supreme physique, Tianxin original demon physique, and has inherited the legacy of the Heart Demon race's prodigy. One of her is equal to hundreds of so-called Heart Demon race prodigy monsters. If numbers are useful, why do we need prodigy monsters? We can just send all the useless disciples of Yin-Yang sect to participate in the 9 realms competition and drown the prodigy monsters in the other 8 realms. As for that Shui Jihan, he was expelled from the Tianxin Shimo ruins by me, so he holds a grudge against me. He only agreed to let Feng Changhao participate in the 9 realms competition on behalf of the bloodthirsty demon king lineage. Ren Yusen also said coldly, Chu Tian, Shui Jihan accepted the invitation from the eternal human realm without permission, and my father was not aware of it. I will report this to my father. During the 9 realms competition, this princess will personally clean up the mess and execute him. Ren Yusen was not saying this to Hengkong Renwang, but was explaining it to Chu Tian. She was so proud in her heart that it was impossible for her to take the initiative to explain anything to other people in the human race. So that's how it is. King Hengkong and many other powerful human race beings breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an internal factional struggle within the demon race, so they could understand it. In the ancestral temple, there are now the Yin-Yang sect and the Shungshan sect at odds, not to mention the Heart Demon race, a super powerful race that is among the top 50 in the myriad worlds. Ha 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 ha, human king, Princess Star Nettle is enough to match the prodigy of 10,000 demon race hearts. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable laughed, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere in the field. But at this time, Chu Tian's calm voice, yet filled with a strong sense of coldness, exploded in the ancestral court. At the same time, that's right, a bunch of good-for-nothings who can only hold us back. I think the prodigy monsters of the Yin-Yang cult don't need to participate in the 9 realms competition. Human king, Chu Tian is late, causing the Hengtian competition to be delayed and there is not enough time. Time is urgent, so there's no need to waste it. I want the position of leader of the 9 realms competition this time. If anyone disagrees, come up to the stage and challenge me. I will fight you with all my strength. Chu Tian looked at the Yin-Yang cult leader coldly, raised his hand and pointed at the dozen male and female prodigy behind him, and said calmly, "Didn't you say before that saint child saintess of your yin-yang cult was dissatisfied with me? Let them come together. If you can't beat me, you don't have to follow me to participate in the 9 realms competition. You are a bunch of good-for-nothings and you are not worthy of following me to gain honor. Here, I reassure all the seniors that the first place in this 9 realms competition will definitely be from heavenly human race." Chu Tian's domineering words resounded throughout the sky. Be low-key when you should be low-key. But when it's time to be low-key, Chu Tian will never let others think that he is mediocre. Prodigy, just be a leader, reach the top and sit on your own throne under countless admiring and awed gazes. At this time, Chu Tianxing also stepped forward, bowed to Hengkong Human King, and said, "Human King, time is urgent. I support Chu Tian's statement. Fight against the crowd with your own strength and decide the position of the young leader as soon as possible. There is no need to fight one-on-one. Who else can take up the position of leader of this heavenly human race except Saint Child of our heavenly sect?" Chu Tianxing's voice was calm, but it contained absolute confidence in Chu Tian, and he directly guaranteed Chu Tian. "Ha ha ha, who else but me, the proud son of the Chu family?" Chu Tianyan laughed wantonly, carrying the bloody scimitar. "What a waste of time. If the Yin-Yang sect refuses to obey, let them attack together. They don't deserve to follow me, the pride of the Chu family, to gain supreme honor." At this time, Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable, Weapon King Sect Master and other powerful people bowed forward and said at the same time, "Human King, I, the God Wind Valley, and the Weapon King Sect withdraw from the Hengtian competition and fully recommend Chu Tian as the young leader of this generation of Heng Heavenly World to lead our sect prodigy to participate in the battle. The same is true for my Sihang Holy Sect." Tianyan Dao Venerable took a step forward and said calmly, "Wei Lian and Wei Mei will fully cooperate to help Chu Tian, unite as one, and fight for my heavenly human race. We will never betray each other or engage in internal strife." Hengkong Renwang frowned slightly, then sighed and said, "Yin-Yang sect leader, why don't you just give in to Chu Tian and apologize? The war is imminent, why make the situation so tense? I also think that Chu Tian is capable enough to be the young leader of this generation. Let's just cancel the Hengtian competition." The Yin-Yang sect leader's face was extremely gloomy, and he was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his hair and beard were trembling. "Chu Tian, you are too arrogant. My Yin-Yang sect has never been afraid of your Shungshan sect in the slightest. How dare you insult my Yin-Yang sect like this?" Chu Tian looked indifferent, took a step forward, stared at the Yin-Yang sect leader, and said, "All the seniors don't know how to participate in the demon race, but you do. This saint child seriously suspects that you, the Yin-Yang sect, are spies and are not worthy of joining me in the war. I just want to ask you, do you dare to fight? If you don't dare, get out of the ancestral temple." Chapter 240 Fear. Chu Tian's power, so domineering, so arrogant, and has no respect or reverence for the elders at all. The Yin-Yang cult leader was so angry that his entire body was shaking. He looked at the heavenly human king and roared, "Human king, you've seen it too. It's not that I don't want to give in and maintain the unity of our heavenly human race. It's just that this guy is too arrogant and has insulted the Yin-Yang cult. He almost spit in my face as the cult leader. If I give in today, as the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, how can I face the higher-ups in the sect and the heroic spirits of my ancestors?" The Yin-Yang leader was trembling all over, his eyes were bloodshot, his gray hair was fluttering, and he was filled with murderous aura. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight. But I have to say this first. You were the one who provoked me. When you are alone against many, fists and feet have no eyes, and swords and guns are merciless. If anything happens during the fight, I will not be responsible." The face of Hengkong Renwang was extremely gloomy, and he said hoarsely, "Yin-Yang sect leader, you." Chu Tianyan sneered and said, "It was you who had been provoking first, pressing step by step, and trying to disqualify my Shungshan sect. You also slandered Princess Xingxuan, who was invited by my Shungshan sect's saint child, as a spy. Now you have the nerve to turn the tables. Old man, you have lived for thousands of years. Did you cultivate your face to achieve this level of invulnerability to spears and sabers? You clearly know that our Tianzong saint child is extremely powerful and dare not fight him one-on-one. What nonsense are you talking about? But no matter how many minds you have, it doesn't matter." Chu Tianyan sneered repeatedly, full of great confidence in Chu Tian. He firmly believed that since Chu Tian said it, he was absolutely sure. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy tricks are useless. Human King, please summon the ancestral battle arena. Chu Tianyan bowed. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he said, I, Saint Child, also like this saying, fists and feet have no eyes, swords and guns are merciless. I'm just afraid that these idiots behind you won't dare to go on stage. In that case, I will not say much. Those who do not approve of Chu Tian as the young leader can challenge him directly. King Hengkong sighed softly, slowly stood up, and waved his hand. The vast clouds surrounding the ancestral temple dissipated apart, revealing a green battle platform that was 100 miles in size. This battlefield is not as grand in vicissitudes as the human race battlefield, nor does it have the statues of the 9 human kings from the mythical era. Above, there is only one statue standing upright, with its hands behind its back, facing the myriad world's heavens with an imposing manner. It was a statue of the Heavenly Emperor. The Hangtian competition is a tradition left by Heavenly Emperor Hang. Any prodigy who could get first place in the competition could even receive his praise. If they were good enough, they could even have the opportunity to receive his guidance and be accepted as his registered disciple. Millions of years have passed, and the Hangtian competition has become a stage for major apex-level sects to compete with their younger generations. It also has the important task of selecting top monsters to participate in the 9 Realms competition. Buzz. Chu Tian's figure flashed slightly and landed on the battle stage. He bowed slightly to Hang Heavenly Emperor and paid homage to him as a disciple. It was not only because of Hang Tian's divine ability, but also because of the Dao imprint of Hang Heavenly Emperor on the 10,000 Dao cauldron. Only Chu Tian himself understood how much help it had given him in the past 3 years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the disciple of Heavenly Emperor who is separated from him by millions of years. Seeing Chu Tian treating Heavenly Emperor with respect as a disciple, Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He understood that Chu Tian was indirectly telling him that he and the Hang family came from the same origin and he had no intention of replacing them. The Yin-Yang sect Xuanian Saint Child Bai Xuanming, the Jiang Saintess Mo Qingyi, and those rubbish. Chu Tian's face was calm. He turned around and looked down at the many young prodigies behind the Yin-Yang cult master from the battle stage and said, why don't you come up? Are you afraid? Behind the Yin-Yang patriarch, the leading man and woman had gloomy and ugly faces. After their master, the Yin-Yang patriarch accepted the challenge. They did not make any move. Because Chu Tian's reputation was so great, 3 years ago, he killed Kang Ming, who had already taken a half step into the divine realm during the battle. And that guy not only possesses the most powerful Kang dragon bloodline of the dragon race, but his bloodline can also return to the Chaos Dragon. Afterwards, the evil spirit condensed the lightning liquid in the thunder, which was against the will of heaven. It shocked the young generation of the entire continent and almost became a legend. Under such circumstances, how could they not be uneasy when Chu Tian took the initiative to invite them to a battle? The calmer Chu Tian's expression was, the more creepy they felt, as if a shadow of death was hanging over their heads. Master, I think it would be better for Chu Tian to take the leadership position of the younger generation. Xuanian Saint Child Bai Xuanming's face was slightly pale. Facing the cold gaze of his master, he continued, the prestige of the Shengxian sect is at its peak. It is the strongest sect in the continent today. Even if my disciple and sister lead the brothers and sisters to defeat Chu Tian, they will not be able to secure the position of the young leader. It is futile. It is better to give it to Chu Tian directly. Bang! My Yin-Yang sect has been passed down for millions of years. How come a cowardly saint child like you has emerged? The Yin-Yang leader's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and slapped his disciple in the face. He growled, people pointed at your noses and called you useless. They didn't let you participate in the 9 Realms competition. You still nominated me to be the young leader of the heavenly human race. You are in your 20s, at the peak of the divine realm, and have opened more than 9,000 Xuanian secret treasures, but you still dare not fight when outnumbered. What use do I have for you? Get up there, otherwise I will clean up the mess myself. The Yin-Yang sect leader picked up Bai Xuanming and threw him directly onto the battlefield, then turned to look at Jiang Saintess Mo Qingyi and the other 7 Yin-Yang sect prodigies with cold eyes. Master, watch me burn Chu Tian to ashes. Mo Qingyi's voice was cold. He took a deep breath, and the extremely young divine flame burned around his body. He led the 7 prodigy and stepped onto the battle stage in one step. Drink. Immediately, she let out a low cry, not daring to be careless in the slightest, and directly used the apex-level divine ability vision. Absolute beginning Xian Yang. Buzz, buzz, Buzz. The endless light of the divine sun tore through the void, as if shining down from the beginning of chaos, trying to purify the world of all evil. Divine fire billowed all around her, and she herself was like a gigantic divine sun, hanging in the center of the sky, illuminating the entire vast heaven. It has to be said that as a saintess of the Yin-Yang cult, the third largest religious sect on the continent, she is extremely powerful. Her spirit, body, divine ability, and secret treasures are all extremely strong. The divine fire she condenses can melt the void and destroy thousands of miles of land. She is definitely an emperor venerable. In the Hengtian continent, she is a first-class prodigy. She is also praised by prodigy of Hengtian continent as the goddess of extreme yang. It is conceivable that her strength is not in vain. Brother, now that things have come to this, for the honor of our master and the dignity of our sect, we have no choice but to fight. Mo Qingyi shouted in a deep voice, then looked at the other brothers and sisters and said, fight with all your strength. Even if you lose, it won't be shameful. If we win, it will be a huge honor for us. It will be a transformation that will completely transform us. In the future, we may be able to lead the Yin-Yang sect to the top of the continent and replace the Shungshan sect as the strongest sect. Chapter 241 The Strange and Terrifying Word, Demon. Mo Qingyi continued to shout in a deep voice, his fighting spirit gradually growing stronger. His divine sun became more and more powerful, shining brilliantly, with strange visions appearing all over the sky, illuminating the whole heavens, and was extremely powerful. Not only was she encouraging her senior brother Bai Xuanming and many other senior brothers and sisters, she was also encouraging herself to fight. She regarded Chu Tian as a huge mountain on her path of cultivation, and she wanted to cross Chu Tian and pave her way to invincibility. Yin and Yang integration. Xuanian Saint Child Bai Xuanming was encouraged by his junior sister, and he had no way to retreat. After all, if he retreated, his master, the Yin-Yang sect leader, would lose face and would definitely slap him to death on the spot. So he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, 9 Netherworld fire, junior sister, Yin and Yang integration, suppress the evil spirits. Bai Xuanming's whole body was burning with the Yin-White 9 Nether divine fire, and he transformed into an extremely Yin divine Yang, which reflected each other with Mo Qingyi. The Yin and Yang entangled with each other and resonated. The power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, and a terrifying mysterious force spread. The power of Yin and Yang is one of the most mysterious and powerful energies between heaven and earth. The reason why the Yin-Yang sect has been ranked third among the sects in the Hengtian continent for millions of years is because it has this unique skill. The combination of Yin and Yang can unleash a power far beyond its own. The Yin-Yang sect leader himself was not an emperor venerable on the heavenly ranking, but after complementing the Yin-Yang with the strong men in the sect, he even fought a great battle with Yi Tianshang and did not lose the upper hand at all, which directly established his reputation. One can imagine the horror of this attack of Yin and Yang combined. Boom, 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 1 Yin and 1 Yang, 2 divine suns hung between the sky, divine power was everywhere. The 2 men were like ancient gods coming to the world, powerful to the limit. At this time, the other 7 Yin-Yang prodigy also used their divine ability at the same time, combining Yin and Yang to attack Chu Tian together. These 7 people were actually all-powerful prodigy who had ignited the divine fire. Some of them were even approaching 30 years old, more than twice Chu Tian's age. I'll kill you and pave the way for my invincible supreme. Mo Qingyi shouted. Bai Xuanming's eyes were cold, as if a spirit from the underworld had descended upon the earth, looking down at Chu Tian. Chu Tian, you have inherited the legacy of the ancestral demon god and have already escaped into the demon Tao. You are not tolerated by the continent. Just surrender and let me purify your demonic energy. Put down your butcher knife, and there may be other ways out. In the camp belonging to the Heng family, Heng Chong, Wei Lian and Wei Mei stood together. The goddess Ji Yang is extremely powerful, gifted, and has an invincible will. Her future is limitless. What a pity. Heng Chong shook his head slightly, his words revealing regret for Mo Qingyi and contempt for Bai Xuanming. A dignified saint child, at this moment, still speaks of great righteousness, but is actually hiding behind the extreme Yang goddess. How shameless. A layer of frost covered Saintess Hylian's face. Based on his own strength, he is worthy of fighting Chu Tian. Hui Mei scratched her shiny bald head, curled her lips and said, don't mention Big Brother. I can cross the border and kill him within 10 moves. What a waste. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect even boasted that he wanted to compete with Big Brother for the position of leader. As wise and brave as I am, I can't even lead you and Heng Chong in a sneak attack, let alone him. Hang Chong's face darkened instantly, and he said, "You be asterisk 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 D, if you keep talking about leading me, I will blow your head off. Can you beat me and my cousin?" Huime curled her lips, realizing that she was far behind in realm. She was afraid that she could not suppress this guy one-on-one. She glared at Hang Chong at a 45-degree angle, as if looking at him with her nose up, and said, "Also, don't get close to my cousin in the future. I can see through your little tricks clearly. You don't deserve it." You, seeing Huime's eyes, veins on Hang Chong's forehead throbbed. If it hadn't been such a solemn occasion, he would have taken action directly. "You bald B asterisk 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 D, don't look at me like that again, or I'll be the first one to blow your head off when we enter the human sovereign palace secret realm." In order to deal with Chu Tian, he endured this damn bald guy for 3 years, 3 full years. "Also, who said I like your cousin? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hang Chong gritted his teeth and growled with a flushed face. "I was exchanging cultivation experiences with Saintess Hillian. Do you think I'm as dirty and shameless as you, a baldhead? You are just a little kid, your hair hasn't even grown out yet, how can you understand what liking and love are?" Hee hee. In response to this, Huime sneered and gave Hang Chong a look, as if to say, "We are all men, why are you pretending in front of me?" Buzz. Suddenly, an icy blue and crystal cold air enveloped Huime, who was directly frozen into an iceberg. She still maintained her expression of sidelong glance at a 45-degree angle, with only her eyeballs able to move. "Watch the battle carefully, Chu Tian has become much stronger." Hillian Saintess was as cold as an iceberg, her eyes were always focused on the battle stage. Boom, 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 yin and yang combined, 2 divine suns, 1 gold and 1 white, sealed off the heavens, cutting off Chu Tian's escape route. The terrifying divine ability of the 7 peak gods directly submerged Chu Tian in it, and the aura of destruction was everywhere. I'm afraid that ordinary gods would have turned into ashes. They are all the most powerful prodigy monsters in the Yin-Yang sect, and they cooperate with each other very closely. Master Yin-Yang, your disciple is not limited to this level. At this time, Chu Tian's calm voice was heard, and he walked out step by step, with chaos aura flowing all over his body. He didn't even use a bit of divine ability, but the attacks of the 7 disciples of Yin-Yang sect couldn't even break his body defense, not even his skin. "Demon, what can I do?" Chu Tian raised his hand, the word, "Mo," on his palm glowed, and circles of chaotic magic patterns emerged, spreading out like ripples. In an instant, the sky froze, and the 7 Yin-Yang prodigy at the peak of the divine realm did not even have a chance to resist. They were directly turned into ashes, and their souls and blood were directly swallowed up by the word, "Mo," on Chu Tian's palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The word, "Mo," shone brightly, blooming with the dark red light of Demon Tao, as if a great and supreme demon god was about to devour and destroy everything in the world. This, Hang Chong, Hillian Saints' pupils contracted violently, and her body trembled instantly. Many powerful people, even Hang Kong Human King, Chu Tian King and others, were suddenly suffocated and terrified. Many of them understood that it was only a matter of time before Chu Tian dealt with these Yin-Yang prodigy. Thinking of this, the Yin-Yang cult prodigy, who had already been frightened, would probably retreat quickly and escape from the battlefield. After all, they have such good eyesight that they can see that except for the extremely young goddess Mo Qingyi, the rest of the people are just pretending and will run away at the slightest change. I never expected this. They didn't even have a chance to escape. It was instantly reduced to ashes. All life force, soul, spirit, blood, and divine ability were all devoured by Chu Tian using the Demon Tao divine ability. Instant kill. Chapter 242 The 8th King's spiritual projection arrives again. The pupils of the Yin-Yang cult leader shrank drastically, and he roared, "This heavenly demon is so terrifying, so cruel and vicious. Human King, did you see that? The heavenly human race, will never tolerate such a demon to continue to wreak havoc." The king of Hong Kong had a blank expression on his face. Chu Tianxing said indifferently, "Fists and feet have no eyes, swords and guns are merciless. Since they dare to come on stage, they should be prepared to be killed. As for the demon Tao, he is the saint child of my Shungshan sect and the legitimate son of the Chu family. What does he have to do with the devil? Could it be that I, as the acting leader of Shungshan sect, have fallen into an extreme situation and am also a demon?" Many of the most powerful people had blank expressions on their faces and were not impressed by the words of the Yin-Yang master. If a small sect dared to do this, it would naturally be a heinous crime. but this is Saint Child of the Shungshan sect. The Saint Child of the most powerful sect is just a little bit cruel, how can he be called a devil? What's the righteous way and the demon way? In this world, only the one with the bigger fist is the truth, and the strong are respected. Ren Yusin said in a cold voice, looking at Chu Tian, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. She didn't expect that in just 7 days, Chu Tian had already mastered the word, magic, to such a superb level that he could devour the essence of all things for his own use and strengthen himself. In the Tianxin Shimo inheritance, there is naturally information about the word, demon. As the Taoist companion of the ancestral demon god, he has a deep understanding of it. Ren Yusin originally thought that Chu Tian had to at least reach the realm of true god before he could dig out the function of the word, magic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, after devouring the 7 peak gods of the Yin-Yang sect, Chu Tian's body was surrounded by chaotic divine aura, lightning and thunder, and howling winds. In an instant, hundreds of secret treasures were opened, directly devouring the essence of life, turning it into one's own energy and breaking open the secret treasure. This method is so terrifying that it is suffocating. Oh my god, Big Brother's methods are getting more and more perverted and outrageous. Huime scratched her head vigorously, grinning, her eyes red with envy. I also want to learn this method. Bai Xuanming, you said I have been possessed by a demon, so I am the demon. Chu Tian looked calm as he looked at the Zanyin Shenyang that Bai Xuanming had transformed into. What can you do to me? In the original plot, the original owner fell into the demon Dao, and turned to practice the magic skills given by Ren Yuxuan. He claimed to hate Demon Venerable very much, and was hunted down by the entire continent. Among them is Bai Xuanming. In the final battle, the star slave burned himself and used his life to help Chu Tian escape from the heavenly world. Among the powerful men who besieged him was Bai Xuanming. The hateful Demon Venerable escaped into the Demon Dao, but his methods were not even a fraction as vicious and evil as his. He didn't even use any vicious Demon Dao divine ability, but he was still hunted by the entire continent. And now, he openly admitted that he had obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demon god, and used the word, demon, to devour the spirit and life essence of the Yin-Yang sect prodigy, but all he could see on their faces was indifference. The reason why Demon Venerable was hunted down was never because he had entered the Demon Dao. It's because in the original plot, King Chu Tian offended too many people, and later the Chu family was destroyed. Everyone wanted to see if they could get the benefits left by the founding family from Chu Tian, and everyone wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. War. Yin-Yang escapes into the void. Faced with the terrifying methods and almost invincible strength displayed by Chu Tian, Mo Qingyi shouted angrily, and the extreme Yang turned, instantly escaping into the sky, attacking Chu Tian, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky, and he had no intention of retreating. Junior sister, I admit defeat. We cannot subdue such a demon. But suddenly, Bai Xuanming's Xuanian Shenyang also flew out, but in a completely different direction from her, and directly escaped from the battle stage. Without Bai Xuanming's cooperation, Jiyang Tianu's expression changed drastically and her power dropped greatly. Chu Tian stretched out his hand, and the word, Mo, on the palm turned into a dark red vortex, spinning wildly, covering the sky and directly covering it. Buzz. In an instant, the physical body of Mo Qingyi, the goddess of the sun, was annihilated, and all her life essence was devoured. The word, Mo, absorbed the spirit of this powerful great monster, and it burst out with endless demonic power. Want to leave? Chu Tian's voice was calm. He stretched out his big hand, spanning the sky, penetrating the void, and grabbed Bai Xuanming like a chick, squeezing him gently. Bang! In an instant, Bai Xuanming was crushed to pieces, turning into a blood mist that was swallowed up by the word, demon. With over 70,000 secret treasures unlocked and a physical strength of 200 million kilograms, Chu Tian could crush Bai Xuanming, a prodigy at the peak of the divine realm, as easily as crushing an ant. Boom, 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 thunder and lightning flashed, chaotic light appeared, demonic energy surged into the sky, and more than 74,000 secret treasures on Chu Tian's body burst into light at the same time. After devouring 2 monsters at the peak of the divine realm, Chu Tian was able to open more than 200 secret treasures. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, in Chu Tian's eyes, yin and yang condensed, one eye appeared absolute beginning divine yang, and the other eye appeared 9 netherworld fire. It turned out that he directly extracted the divine ability of the 2 people's cultivation from the source of their lives, and instantly mastered it to an extremely profound level, not far from great accomplishment. At the same time, Traces of the divine ability displayed by the other yin-yang disciples also flowed through Chu Tian one by one. The word, magic, conveys the divine ability of the universe, which is so strange and terrifying that it suffocates the entire audience. This divine ability was a perfect match for Chu Tian, and the divine ability he mastered immediately increased the yin-yang sect's 20+ apex-level divine abilities. This, Hui Mei's face turned pale and her whole body was trembling slightly. This scene gave him a great fright. This cruel, weird, and terrifying divine ability is 10,000 times weirder than the most terrifying soul-searching divine ability he had ever heard of. Forget it, I'd rather not be the big brother, cousin. When we enter the 9 realms competition, let's just be the little brothers and let Hengchang die on his own. Hui Mei muttered, I don't want to be devoured by Big Brother. All the things I have cultivated for 14 years will be used to make wedding clothes for Big Brother. Hui Mei made up her mind to please Chu Tian. You evil beast, how dare you be so cruel and arrogant that you devoured my 2 disciples right in front of me. The yin-yang leader's eyes turned bloodshot, as if he had lost his mind. He flew out with a bang and landed on the battlefield. He was filled with murderous intent. 2 large hands stretched out at the same time, one yin and one yang, suppressing Chu Tian at the same time. Boom, 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 and at this moment, the sky collapsed, and the projections of the 8 human kings appeared outside the realm at the same time. King Hengkong, the time for the 9 realms competition has arrived. Get out of the bounds immediately and leave the mythical human sovereign palace with us. The cold voice of the Xuanming human king resounded throughout the boundless starry sky. Chapter 243, The Civil Strife Before the Competition, A Fight to the Death. The sky was silent. In the outer space, the projections of the 8 human kings stretched across the sky and the earth. 7 of them held the gigantic human king seal. They are the human king seals of the 7 major human realms, namely, Netherworld, Burning Flame, Starry Sky, etc., who are in charge of the origin of the 9 realms of the human race. Among them, only the eternal human king Feng Changhao, although ranked in the top 5 among the 8 human kings in terms of momentum, did not hold the human king seal in his hand. The look he gave towards the Hengtian ancestral court was the coldest, with a hint of bloodshot and murderous intent, as if as long as he had the chance, he would massacre billions of the heavenly human race and wash away the shame on him. King Hengkong, your heavenly world is at the bottom of the 9 worlds. We in the 8 worlds are already prepared. How dare you make us wait? You, Heng Heavenly World, have been at the bottom for millions of years. Don't you have any self-awareness at all? Feng Changhao's voice was low and hoarse, and he mercilessly exposed the most painful scar of Heng Heavenly World under the gaze of many powerful people in Hengtian continent. Being at the bottom for millions of years, being crushed every time in the 9 realms competition, and receiving the least luck and resources from the human sovereign palace, this is the greatest pain in the history of the heavenly human race. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out in the Hengtian ancestral temple. Buzz! Chu Tianwang's figure flashed by, the roar of the dragon resounded through the heaven and earth, a silver-white light flashed. And the vast shadow of the dragon meandered into the sky. Puff, puff, in an instant, the arms of the yin-yang leader that were crushing towards Chu Tian were blown up and turned into a bloody mist. He suddenly let out a painful roar. King Chu Tian, your son has been possessed by a demon and devoured the saint-child saintess of my yin-yang sect in public. How dare you risk the wrath of the world by protecting such a demon? Shaoshan, Daddy is here. King Chu Tian's deep voice rang in Chu Tian's ears. With a flash of silver light, King Chu Tian appeared in front of Chu Tian, even faster than the speed at which the yin-yang patriarch appeared on the stage. King Chu Tian has been paying close attention to the movements of the yin-yang patriarch. The moment the yin-yang patriarch makes a move, he is already there first and protects Chu Tian. Chu Tian's face was calm and unperturbed, and he put away the heavenly emperor's advent talisman in his hand. The reason why he exposed the divine ability of the word, devil, and devoured the prodigy monsters of the yin-yang sect was not only to test the power of the word, devil, but also to deliberately provoke the leader of the yin-yang sect and make him do irrational things in order to maintain the dignity of the yin-yang sect. As for being labeled as evil, after obtaining the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God and knowing the Chaos Demon God visualization technique, which is the supreme physique of the demon race, he understood that he was destined to be on the road to the sky of Demon Dao and never return. So what about Demon Dao? So what about Shinto? In Chu Tian's view, they are just means to strengthen himself. The winner takes it all. As long as he could stand at the top of the myriad worlds one day, his Demon Dao could also become the upright great Dao among the myriad worlds, worshipped by all the spirits in the myriad worlds. From ancient times to the present, only losers are demons. Yin-Yang Patriarch, your fists and feet are ruthless, and your swords and spears are blind. It is your Yin-Yang Patriarch's prodigy monster that is too weak. He can't even withstand my attack. If he goes to the 9 realms competition, it will be a disgrace to our heavenly human race. It would be better for you to use your life essence to enhance my strength. It can also be regarded as using your life to make a huge contribution to our heavenly world. Chu Tian's face was calm and indifferent. He glanced at the Yin-Yang Patriarch, and then set his eyes on the top of the heads of the 8 human kings outside the domain. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the secret realm of the Chaos Spirit Pearl in his mind, the Origin secret realm has expanded to a size of 10 miles in radius as the Boundary Pearl continuously devours the Origin power. A transparent pool formed by the Origin power is located in the center of the secret realm, and the Human King seal is floating above the pool, nourished by the Origin power. 3 years later, the patterns on the Human King seal have become clearer and more spiritual, and more majestic than 3 years ago. At this moment, Chu Tian could clearly sense that a strong aura of Tao was coming from the outer space. It was from the same source as the aura on the eternal Human King seal. It seemed to be resonating with the Human King seal and wanted to summon the Human King seal back. Human King seal of the Netherworld, Human King seal of burning flame. Chu Tian's calm eyes flashed with brilliance, and he immediately felt the source of these 2 Taoist origins. The eternal Human King actually asked these 2 human kings to help him with the Human King seal, and took advantage of the 9 realms competition when all 7 human king seals were present and the origin was prosperous, to use secret techniques to summon back the eternal Human King seal. Chu Tian's mind moved slightly, and he immediately closed the channel through which the realm bead absorbed the original power, cutting off all contact between the secret realm and the outside world. The Chaos Spirit Orb became substantial, and the secret realm within it had become an independent world. As soon as Chu Tian closed the channel, the surging Tao essence of the origin immediately became like a headless fly. Outside the territory, the eyes of the Netherworld Human King and the Burning Flame Human King moved slightly, shook their heads at Feng Changhao, and took back the original power of the Human King seal. Feng Changhao's face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. He looked at the Hengtian ancestral temple with bloodshot eyes and murderous intent. He knew that it must be the work of the heavenly human race. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the Human King seal suddenly disappeared in the heavenly world for no reason? Even more so, how could the major sects in heavenly world be so united and join forces to deal with him? There must be huge profit driving force behind this. It is very likely that he is here for the eternal Human King seal. Heng Heavenly Human Race, Hengkong Human King, Shungshan Sect. Feng Changhao's eyes were red and he roared in his heart, "If you don't return my Human King seal, I will never reconcile with you. I will not be a human until I destroy Heng Heavenly Human Race in this life." At this time, on the ancestral battlefield. "Little beast, what right do you have to represent the heavenly human race?" Did the Yin-Yang cult agree? The Yin-Yang sect leader's gray hair danced wildly, and he shouted angrily, "You are a demon who has fallen into the demon Tao and devoured a generation of prodigy of my Yin-Yang sect. My entire sect will never forgive you. If I don't kill you, where is the dignity of my Yin-Yang sect, and how can we survive in Hengtian continent? Human King, my Yin-Yang sect is loyal to our ancestral temple. We have fought for the heavenly world for generations, and have risked our lives. Now, prodigy in my sect has been devoured in public, reduced to ashes, and his soul has been scattered. You must make the decision for my Yin-Yang sect. Emperor Venerable of the Desert and Poison Lord of Hell have been killed, and now they are targeting our Yin-Yang sect. If we allow the Holy Heaven sect to protect this little devil, and if they continue to act recklessly like this, the hearts of many apex-level sects of the heavenly human race will be completely chilled, and they will be divided internally. In the future, when there is an invasion by foreign races, who will be willing to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood for the heavenly world? Master Yin-Yang, I, King Chu Tian, am still alive. Who dares to say that my son is an evil demon?" Chu Tianwang's white hair fluttered in the wind, his voice was cold, his words were overbearing, and he stared at the Yin-Yang sect leader. Around the battle stage, many of the most powerful apex-level sects were stunned, with ugly expressions on their faces. The 8 human kings are just outside the starry sky, the 9 realms competition is approaching, and internal strife has begun within the heavenly human race. In this situation, how can many young prodigy monsters put aside all worries and fight for the heavenly human race? But they couldn't tell for a moment whether the Yin-Yang sect leader was right or the Shungshan sect was right. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, his brows slightly furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Yin-Yang sect leader, who is behind you? You are making such a commotion in the ancestral temple and disturbing people's hearts. What exactly do you want to do? Chapter 244. Willing to fight to the end, Father, Human King, I suggest that we should suppress the Yin-Yang sect leader immediately and interrogate him carefully. There must be someone behind him who is instructing him. Chu Tian's face was calm, and his voice was extremely cold. At this critical moment, he disregarded the overall situation of Heavenly World and disrupted everything that had been discussed before. He relied on the contributions made by the Yin-Yang sect and acted lawlessly. He definitely has great intentions. Everything was fine before, what happened now? Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable sighed. First, Emperor Venerable colluded with Dragon Race, then Dragon Divine Sect, Hell Valley, and Desert Divine Sect. Now even Yin-Yang sect is so disregarding the overall situation that they are willing to make us look bad in front of the rest of the human race world at the expense of Heavenly World. Tianyin Dao Venerable's expression was also extremely ugly, but this time, he was slow to speak out in support of Shungshan sect. He has suppressed Emperor Venerable, the god of desert, and destroyed the divine sect. However, the Yin-Yang sect is far from being comparable to these sects. It has truly made great contributions to the ancestral temple, and has a long tradition and extremely huge influence. Before the emergence of the Holy Heavenly Sect, it was even listed as one of the two giants of the heavenly world together with the Sihang Holy Sect, and produced several Emperor Venerables on the heavenly list. Even if it was indeed the Yin-Yang sect leader who initiated the trouble from the beginning, continuing the trouble at this juncture would not be good for the entire heavenly human race. The Yin-Yang sect cannot be suppressed or destroyed just by saying so. He really can't do it. What exactly does the Yin-Yang sect leader want to do? Is it really like Chu Tian speculated that the eternal king Feng Changhao is behind it, or is there someone else? But Feng Changhao had no connection with the Yin-Yang sect. How did he convince the leader of the Yin-Yang sect to make such a big fuss at all costs? Master Yin-Yang, the Nine Realms competition is coming soon. If there is anything, wait until after the competition. I will deal with the conflict between your Yin-Yang sect and Shengtian sect. The old heavenly human king said in a low voice, this time, I, heavenly human race, have the best chance to get rid of the bottom position in the Nine Realms in one fell swoop. Don't force me, human king, you are so biased towards Shungshan sect. My Yin-Yang sect will not accept it, and many top sects will not accept it either. Since you are unwilling to uphold justice for my Yin-Yang sect, then don't blame me for not cooperating with the ancestral temple next time. The eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader were bloodshot, his figure flashed, and he flew directly out of the ancestral temple. As soon as the Yin-Yang sect leader flew up, 5 powerful men followed him, leading the sect's prodigy monsters and flying with him outside the ancestral temple. These apex-level sects are all allies of the Yin-Yang sect and have a deep relationship with them. They have made their attitude clear. If the human king does not give justice to the Yin-Yang sect, then they will stand together with the Yin-Yang sect leader and not cooperate with the ancestral court. In an instant, the whole audience was suffocated. In the ancestral temple, the pupils of many powerful men suddenly shrank, and their bodies trembled. Some of the powerful men had ashen faces, and their bodies were shaking violently with anger. The murderous aura that could not be suppressed continued to surge and rushed straight into the sky. At this critical moment, there is still such internal strife, and the 8 great kings are watching. What will the many prodigy monsters who are about to participate in the Nine Realms competition think? Before they even go on the battlefield, their fighting will is probably weakened a lot. Damn it! Tianyin Dao Venerable's voice was extremely gloomy and cold. He raised his hand several times, then put it down again, still worried that the impact would be too great. Yin-Yang sect, and 5 apex-level sects to support it. If they fight directly, then Hang Heavenly World will not have to participate in the Nine Realms competition, and a large-scale civil war will break out directly within the world. There were traces of bloodshot in the eyes of the Hengkong king. He was trembling with anger, his chest was beating violently, and he suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Hole. This is such a jerk. I, Hengkong, feel ashamed of my ancestors and of the heavenly emperor. The human king Hengkong roared at the top of his lungs. This is really embarrassing, and it is embarrassing for the other 8 realms of human race. There are even many other human race worlds that have invited prodigy monsters from other races to join the war. He really couldn't understand why the situation suddenly became such a mess just before the big competition. Chu Tian frowned even more tightly, feeling more and more that all this was definitely not a coincidence. Because it's such a coincidence. It has been 3 years since the last time, and the Yin-Yang sect and these apex-level sects have not caused any major trouble. Why are they suddenly making a fuss at this moment? It was as if there was an invisible hand behind the scenes controlling everything. Feng Changhao, do you have such ambition and skill? Or is it that the mythical dragon emperor is behind all this? Chu Tian always felt vaguely that he seemed to have overlooked something, but for a moment, he couldn't remember it. Human King, so what if the Yin-Yang sect withdraws? So what if these apex-level sects withdraw? Chu Tian looked at the Heavenly World King and said in a deep voice, no matter what kind of layout and planning is behind the scenes, or what the Yin-Yang sect leader and others are up to, I will lead Heavenly World to win the first place in this 9 realms competition. Once we get first place in the 9 realms competition, all the rumors, speculations, and confusion will be put to rest and will be shattered. By then, the Ancestral Temple will slowly deal with the affairs of the Yin-Yang sect and these apex-level sects, and the Shungshan sect will fully cooperate. The 8th Human King is waiting outside the domain. Please put aside all your worries, ignore these evil spirits, and open the Human Sovereign Palace. Chu Tian bowed and clasped his fists, his voice calm, revealing a strong will and majesty. No matter what conspiracy or trick there is, since you can't find any flaws for the time being, then just go your own way. If there is any change, you can break it by yourself. Gods stand in the way and gods are killed, Buddhas stand in the way and Buddhas are killed. The first place in this 9 realms competition can only be from heavenly human race. At this time, as if influenced by Chu Tian's words, Heng Chong walked forward with a stern face, bowed to the Hengkong Human King at the bottom of the stairs, and said, Grandpa, in this 9 realms competition, I will fight for my Heng heavenly world at all costs. No matter how many forces interfere, my grandsons will not be shaken. I will fight for the honor of my Heng heavenly human race and the blood of my Heng family. Heng Chong still had a childish look on his face. He was only just over 20 years old, but his facial features showed a kind of tenacious firmness, as if he had faced 3 years of suppression from Chu Tian, yet remained unyielding and was determined to compete with Chu Tian for the position of young leader. For the honor of the Heng heavenly human race, fighting to the end has always been the insistence of generations of Heng family members. Hillian Saintis and Hillian also came out and stood behind Heng Chong. They didn't say much, but just followed him, clasped their fists and bowed to show their attitude. No matter how chaotic the situation is, they are willing to fight to the end for the honor and interests of the heavenly human race. Even if we lose, even if we are defeated, we must lose standing and die standing. Heng Chong's words were loud and clear. Please ask the Human King to go to the starry sky and open the Human Sovereign Palace. Tianyan Dao Venerable stepped forward and bowed. I agree with Chu Tian's words. The Yin-Yang sect and other matters can be postponed until after the 9 realms competition. Now, we must not let the other 8 human realms laugh at us. Many powerful people with gloomy faces also stepped forward at the same time, clasped their fists and bowed, and shouted at the same time, please don't be disturbed, go to the starry sky, and open the Human King Palace. We, the prodigy monsters of our sect, are willing to fight to the bitter end for the honor and interests of the heavenly human race. Chapter 245. Are you ready to be slaughtered? Boom, 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 the wind was howling across the sky, and it seemed as if thunder was exploding deep in the void. Good. The King of Heaven wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a ferocious smile appeared on his old face. Since someone is making trouble behind the scenes, it means that he is afraid. He is afraid that heavenly world will rise in this generation. Then I, your majesty, must not let them have their way. I am leaving now. The human king Hengkong sat upright on the throne, his brows glowing, his soul projected outside the domain, and the human king's seal on his waist flew away with it. And at this time, buzz. Bloody light flashed, a dense sea of blood-colored thunder filled the air, roaring to the sky, and murderous intent surged. You bastards, for some insignificant benefits, are willing to mess up the interior of our heavenly world at this time. The human king is reluctant to take ruthless action against you because of our old friendship. But this is definitely not a reason for you to act recklessly. Chu Tianxing appeared in the sky, his blood-red hair dancing wildly, his eyes turning scarlet, looking into the distance at the Yin-Yang patriarch and the 5 strongest men following behind him. When he raised his hand, rolling in dense blood-colored thunder condensed and gathered in his hand into a huge blood thunder that spanned 1,000 miles of the sky. The terrifying and extreme aura of destruction filled the air, making the heavens silent and all spirits trembling. 3 years ago, Chu Tianxing, who had just broken through Emperor Venerable and entered the extreme realm, was able to instantly kill and devour the severely injured dragon race Emperor Venerable. 3 years later, with the help of the chaos-purifying Heart Stone, the profound heavenly ring, and the profound heavenly divine maiden, Chu Tianxing's control over the extreme realm has become deeper. Once it erupts, the aura of destruction seems to destroy everything in the world. The stars outside the domain are directly destroyed, and countless mountains within 100,000 miles around are directly turned into ashes. Even if I don't kill you now, you must pay the most painful price for your actions. Boom. Chu Tianxing threw the huge blood thunder in his hand with a bang. The blood pierced through the gloomy sky, penetrated thousands of miles, and smashed down the Yin-Yang sect leader and others. Chu Tianxing, how dare you? Are you trying to cause a war within the realm? The Yin-Yang leader roared, and the Yin and Yang energies circulated as he attacked with a bang. The other 5 most powerful ones also shouted in anger and simultaneously used their divine ability to face the blood-red thunder. Even if your Shungshan sect is the strongest sect on the continent, do you really think you can sweep away everything? We, the 6 top sects, will never be afraid of your Shungshan sect. Boom, 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 the sky collapsed, the world turned upside down, blood covered time and space, and the breath of destruction was everywhere. Puff. The 3 Emperor Venerables simultaneously vomited blood, let out a scream of pain, and flew backwards thousands of miles. The power of the extreme realm is feared by the myriad worlds. It can directly destroy the soul and consume all power. Their souls were directly traumatized. When the blood faded, the Yin-Yang sect leader's face became extremely gloomy, because the 5 strongest men who had followed him, and the prodigy monsters they brought with them, had all been wiped out. Chu Tianxing's attack was not intended to kill them, but to exterminate these prodigy monsters. Chu Tianxing, you have fallen into an extreme state. You are also a devil, just like that little devil. Myriad worlds cannot tolerate a devil sect like you. Sooner or later, you will suffer the consequences. Everyone, the Shungshan sect is doing evil things, and its arrogance won't last long. After the Yin-Yang sect leader said this, he immediately disappeared into the void. The 5 most powerful men had ashen faces and were shaking with heartache, but they still followed the Yin-Yang master and flew away. The terror of Chu Tianxing made them feel suffocated and terrified. If King Chu Tian also went crazy, they were afraid that they would become like the Dragon Lord and would not even have a chance to escape. You are causing trouble for the ancestral court and are unwilling to fight for the heavenly human race. Then what's the point of keeping you? Chu Tianxing's face was cold, and the blood-red lightning between his brows converged. He did not chase after them, but turned around and flew back to the ancestral court. The 9 realms competition has begun, and now is not the time to start a war. Even if they want to destroy the Yin-Yang sect and these apex-level sects, they have to wait until after the competition and the human king returns to make the decision. The Shungshan sect cannot interfere. This is order and discipline. A bunch of losers. Chu Tianyan's face was full of murderous intent. He said, "Second brother, you are too good-tempered. It's because I haven't broken through to Emperor Venerable yet. Otherwise, none of them would be able to leave. They would all die." Chu Tianxing's face was icy, and he said, "Everything will be discussed after the competition. Some people behind the scenes just want to cause chaos in our heavenly world. How can we follow their wishes? Killing these young prodigy is just to teach them a lesson so that they won't mess around." "That's right." Tianyan Dao Venerable nodded, agreeing with Chu Tianxing's words. Chu Tian's face was calm, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Chu Tianxing is indeed the most suitable person to be the head of the Chu family. He knows when to stop and is calm in critical moments, which is absolutely beyond the reach of his father Chu Tianwang. At this time, outside the starry sky, the projection of the soul of Hengkong human king appeared in the starry space, reaching heaven and earth, with murderous aura and coldness on his old face. In his palm, the Hengtian human king seal rose and fell, filled with surging original power. "Feng Changhao, if I knew that you were behind all this, I would make your Feng family pay the most painful price. My Heng family has protected the Heng heavenly human race for millions of years. What we hate most is outsiders interfering in the internal affairs of our Heng heavenly world. It seems that kneeling and kowtowing 3 years ago still hasn't taught you a lesson." The eyes of the Hengkong human king were filled with murderous intent, and it seemed that the human king's seal in his hand would smash out at any time, killing Feng Changhao on the spot. "Hengkong, You insulted me and robbed me of the human king seal of the eternal human realm. I should be the one saying this to you. Feng Changhao said hoarsely. This king has detected that the eternal human king seal is now in your Hengtian ancestral temple. The netherworld human king and the burning flame human king can both testify for this king. What else do you have to quibble about? If you don't hand over the eternal human king seal, after the 9 realms competition, your heavenly human race will be destroyed. As for the first place in the 9 realms competition, your heavenly world is in such a mess. If you dare to join the battle, you will all die. Especially that little b*** D Chu Tien. My Feng family and the prodigy monster from Dragon Race will tear him into pieces. Buzz. At this moment, the starry sky was violently fluctuating, and the rolling supreme fluctuations were spreading. A silver dragon figure appeared, and opened its huge dragon eyes like stars. Eternal human king, I, Dragon Race, will dispatch the strongest true dragon monster to join the battle as promised. Heavenly world, are you ready to be slaughtered? Chapter 246. It's still unknown who will kill whom. The dark starry sky is endless, with numerous stars hanging above the black curtain. The winding and majestic silver dragon tore open a vast and boundless crack in the void. In an instant, an ancient, vast, great and vicissitudes of life aura diffused from the crack. It was a vast and boundless great thousand worlds, and at first glance, one could not tell how vast it was, spanning countless galaxies. Even if you just look at it from across the cracks in the void, the vast and boundless great world can give people an unimaginable sense of shock. In this world, sometimes there are roars of dragons that shake the sky, tearing the universe apart, and the stars outside the domain are shaken to death. This is the Dragon Realm, one of the oldest overlord realms in the myriad worlds. It has continued from the mythical era to the present day. Countless dragon race bloodlines live in it, and all the mythical and strongest dragon races that are famous in the myriad worlds also live in this ancient and vast world. Looking down from outside the domain, heavenly world is not even 1/10 the size of dragon world when compared to each other. The face of the heavenly human king was filled with a strong murderous aura. He stared at the heavenly dragon king and for the first time did not make any concessions. He said coldly, Heavenly Dragon King, I, the evildoer of the heavenly human race, have also made all preparations to slay the dragon. I just don't know if you, the monster from Dragon Race, are ready to be slaughtered. The Human Race 9 Realms competition, the mythical human sovereign palace, is not a place where Dragon Race monsters can act recklessly. The young prodigy of the heavenly human race will fight to the end for the honor of the human race. As soon as these words came out, the huge silver dragon eyes of the heavenly dragon emperor were filled with indifference, without even a trace of fluctuation, and his voice was grand, cold and calm. Eternal human king, this emperor admires you very much. The heavenly emperor who came out of the heavenly human race, but coincidence is always coincidence. The rise of a strong man cannot represent the strength of the entire race. The depth and greatness of Dragon Race cannot be imagined by a tiny tribe like you. Even if you, heavenly human race, killed my messenger, Tyrant Dragon Lord, your heavenly world's background is still not worthy of our dragon world's attention. The voice of the heavenly fate dragon emperor was icy cold, and faintly carried a hint of murderous intent, freezing the boundless starry sky. But you summoned the immortal soul of heavenly emperor, and used your supreme divine ability to cut off a part of the origin of my dragon world. This has caused the wrath of many ancient dragon emperors of my race. The strongest blood monster of Dragon Race sent this time is not something you, the human race, can imagine. Hand over that part of the dragon realm origin, otherwise the heavenly human race will face an unimaginable massacre and extinction. Since the mythical era, no race has ever dared to question the words of my dragon race, not even your human race. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of many human kings shrank violently and their bodies began to shake violently. They immediately understood why the start of the Human Race 9 Realms competition had caused the heavenly fate dragon emperor to come again in person in spirit. The human race is in decline, and the Human Race 9 Realms competition is naturally an unprecedented event in the human race, but in the eyes of those super powerful alien races, it is really not that important. They can dispatch some prodigy monsters to help, but it is still based on their usual relationship. It was unprecedented for the sovereigns of various races to come in person to show their support, not to mention the supreme mythical of the myriad worlds, the Dragon Emperor of Destiny. But now, they understand. The scene suddenly emerged in my mind. 3 years ago, when Heavenly Emperor Heng walked through the 9 realms of the human race, and the strongest people in each realm all had their hair standing on end and were trembling with fear. Heavenly Emperor Heng actually went to the Dragon Realm and cut off a part of the Dragon Realm's origin. They just felt dizzy in their minds. How powerful is Heavenly Emperor? A wisp of immortal soul, which revived after millions of years, actually suppressed the entire vast Dragon Realm and cut off a part of the Dragon Realm's origin. Moreover, the dragon race suffered such a huge loss, but for 3 whole years, there has been no news of any dragon race getting angry and going berserk. It was not until now that it came out from the mouth of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. In the Hengtian Ancestral Temple, many powerful people were shocked when they heard the news. The eyes that were originally in chaos within Hengtian due to the withdrawal of the Yin-Yang sect leader and others, and some of them were lonely, suddenly became excited. Just hearing this news makes one's blood boil and one feels as if the blood in one's body is burning. Heavenly Emperor Tao Venerable was silent for a while, not knowing what words to use to describe the excitement in his heart. In the end, only one word popped out: awesome. King Chu Tian and Chu Tianxing looked at each other, and at the same time, the corners of their mouths curled slightly, and they turned to look at Chu Tian with pride in their eyes. The immortal soul of Heavenly Emperor was summoned by the young master of the Chu family after he broke through the Heavenly Palace for the first time in millions of years. At this moment, Chu Tian's face was calm, but after hearing the words of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, there was a slight weirdness in his eyes. He calmed down and took a look at the Wandao cauldron in his mind. At this time, a ball of golden liquid was floating in the mouth of the cauldron. This happened 2 years ago, when he was in seclusion in the ancestral library. Suddenly, it flew in from the sky and merged directly into the 10,000 Dao cauldron. It was enveloped by the Dao aura left by Heavenly Emperor Heng. For 2 years, he was immersed in comprehending divine ability and reading ancient texts, and had no time to study this ball of golden liquid. Could it be? Heavenly Emperor Heng really gave him a transcendent level gift. Of course, this is also a time bomb. Chu Tian's mind moved slightly, and he moved the origin of the Dragon Realm out of the Wandao cauldron and placed it in the secret realm of the origin in the Chaos Spirit Pearl, placing it together with the Human King seal, and then he felt slightly relieved. If the strong men of the dragon race knew that the origin of the dragon world was in him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The remaining power of the Heavenly Emperor's immortal soul seems to be extremely frightening to the dragon realm. Chu Tian calmly analyzed to his father, King Chu Tian, and his second uncle, Chu Tianxing, the origin was cut off. Such a big thing, but there was no news in the past 3 years. It is conceivable that they are extremely afraid of the Heavenly Emperor. It seems that the Emperor Venerable's immortal soul has left a big shadow on them. Chu Tianyan laughed loudly and said, "It seems that this is the reason why the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor has not come in person until now to ask for the origin of the Dragon Realm. The Heavenly Emperor scared them out of their wits. Otherwise, according to the dragon race's domineering character, the dragon race army would have descended long ago to annihilate the race, the world, and massacre billions of people." Chu Tianxing said calmly, "Now, they only dared to claim that they have sent out the most powerful dragon race blood monsters to shock our Heng heavenly world, and also brought out the reputation of a group of ancient dragon emperors." Chu Tian Wang's white hair fluttered, his eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, "I am Heng heavenly human race, and I was not brought up to be scared. Ridiculous." Chapter 247 Dragon Race True Dragon Monster outside the starry sky. The eyes of the heavenly world king were cold, and he sneered with murderous intent. "You, the dragon race, are interfering in the internal affairs of our heavenly world. This is just a small warning from our ancestors to your dragon world. As for the origin of the dragon race, I have never known it. Since your great dragon race is so powerful and dominates the myriad worlds, wouldn't it be better for you to cross time and space and go to the ancient times to ask your ancestors where the origin of the dragon world is placed?" In the dragon eyes of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, which were as cold as silver stars, terrifying murderous intent and anger suddenly emerged, as if a raging heavenly fire was burning in them. After saying this, he has been paying attention to the expressions of the Hengkong human king and the strongest human race in the Hengtian ancestral court. He understood immediately that although the major clans in the myriad worlds, such as the Phoenix clan, the Golden-Winged Great Peng, the Shira clan, the Titans, etc., were all in great shock, the human race had not received any news at all. Including Hengkong Renwang, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, and Tianyan Dao Venerable, all of these were news that he had just heard from his mouth. His words even inspired the people within the heavenly human race and boosted their morale. The words of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were actually a test. The Reactions of many of the strongest people in Heavenly World also confirmed his guess. Heng Heavenly Emperor also understood that with the current strength of Heng Heavenly human race, getting the dragon race origin would be a disaster and impossible to keep, so he never sent the cut dragon race origin back to Heng Heavenly World. Otherwise, as the Dragon Emperor, with his familiarity with the origin of the dragon realm, he would be able to sense it from the Heavenly World in an instant, and the Heavenly Human King would not be able to hide from him. Heavenly Emperor Heng was intimidating the dragon realm, showing the human race's strongest foundation, and at the same time telling the myriad worlds that although the human race was divided and infinitely declining, it had produced many human kings, and the mythical foundation was still there. If they wanted to touch the human race, they should first consider whether they could afford the consequences. Damn you human race, after eternity, you should have been completely extinct long ago. Emperor Heng Heavenly, you want me, the dragon race, to fulfill the contract of the mythical era and repay the debt to the human race. Then I will kill all the prodigy monsters of your Heng Heavenly human race in the 9 realms competition of your human race, in the human sovereign palace, the supreme sacred land of your human race. I will see what you can use to collect the debt. The Destiny Dragon Emperor roared in his heart, with terrifying murderous intent, freezing the endless starry sky. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, in the void crack behind him, huge dragons at least 10,000 feet long flew out from the dragon world, and finally transformed into human form and stood behind the eternal King Feng Changhao. This group of real dragons includes both males and females, all of whom were burly yet slender and charming. The shortest one is 2 meters tall, which is much taller than the average human race. Their eyes were cold, majestic, and their aura was noble. Although they stood behind Feng Changhao, they did not even say hello to Feng Changhao, the human king. They did not even look at the other human kings, but just bowed to the heavenly fate dragon emperor, extremely proud. It is a kind of dignity and pride that emanates from the bones. As the strongest bloodline of the dominant dragon race, the human race, a race that has not even made it into the top 50 myriad worlds since the mythical era, is not worth even a second glance from them. Feng Changhao didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled at the many dragon race monsters. After feeling the power and terror of these dragon race monsters, his eyes were full of excitement. He looked towards the Hengtian ancestral court with bloody murderous intent in his eyes. Many human kings did not take it seriously as they were already used to it. Instead, they captured a lot of horrifying information in the fleeting moment when many dragon race monsters maintained their dragon forms. There are 36 in total, and there are at least 11 clawed true dragons, and there are also 12 clawed golden dragons. Moreover, their bloodlines are extremely terrifying and powerful. There seems to be several of them whose bloodlines have returned to their ancestral chaos dragons. The voice of the netherworld human king trembled, and he looked at the burning flame human king beside him with horror in his eyes. Is it possible that the first place in this 9 realms competition will really fall into the hands of the eternal human realm? The burning flame king was silent. He was also shocked by the group of monsters sent by dragon race. In the past human race 9 realms competition, each realm would actively use their connections, make solemn promises, and invite some monsters from super powerful tribes to participate in the battle. However, the foundation and ranking of the human race are destined to be unable to attract these super powerful tribes, the most top-level and powerful monsters to participate. It is even more impossible for a single super powerful tribe to have so many top-level apex-level monsters come. The Dragon Emperor of Destiny was not exaggerating. Those sent by the dragon race are definitely the most apex-level true dragons in the dragon world. These 36 most powerful true dragons alone are definitely enough to sweep away all the prodigy alliances of most races in the myriad worlds. This is not an exaggeration, because the aura of this group of true dragons is so powerful and terrifying. Most of them are at the peak of the divine realm, but their aura and power are much more terrifying than those of the gods, and their bloodline power is incomparably strong. Kang Ming, it's good that you're resurrected. Feng Changhao laughed loudly, extremely happy and laughing wildly. Among the 36 true dragon monsters, there is a figure in the second row that many human kings are very familiar with, Kang Ming. Although Kang Ming was originally a nearly 1,000-foot-long blue dragon, and now he has truly broken through the divine realm, 3 years have passed and he has reached the peak of the divine realm, but they cannot mistake his tyrannical and overbearing aura. Kang Ming is tall and sturdy. Even in human form, he is nearly 3 meters tall, like a small mountain. He has loose black hair, scorching eyes, and black skin all over his body. He is like a piece of chaotic iron that has been tempered thousands of times. he exudes a majestic and powerful aura that is breathtaking. Human King, how could I die at the hands of a mere human race? 3 years have passed, and Kang Ming seems to have taken another step towards returning to his ancestral bloodline. His eyes are wild and ferocious, looking through the starry sky at the ancestral temple, as if he can see Chu Tian. He said, I will eat that guy alive bit by bit, torture him millions of times, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, refine his blood into blood pills, and let his soul wail day and night to wash away the great shame I suffered 3 years ago. Feng Changhao laughed wildly, okay, I look forward to your performance in restoring the dignity and glory of the Kanggu Dragon Court. Hearing about the Kang Ancient Dragon Court, Kang Ming frowned slightly and said, I am the great Kang Dragon bloodline, and I have completely washed away all traces of the human race's bloodline. After the death of the false dragon of the Ancient Dragon Emperor, I no longer have the slightest relationship with the Kang Ancient Dragon Court and your human race. Kang Ming's eyes were wild and indifferent, and he said, Eternal Human King, please be careful with your words. Feng Changhao's smile froze for a moment, then he said with a smile, it was I who made a mistake in my words. Chapter 248, Supreme Heavenly Soldier. The eyes of many human kings were extremely heavy. They did not pay attention to Kang Ming's words, but turned their attention to a man and a woman in the first row of the 36 strongest monsters of dragon race. The dragon race respected bloodline, and the hierarchy was extremely strict, far more cruel than that of the human race. This was known to all the myriad worlds. At that moment just now, they had seen that Kang Ming had evolved into a 12-clawed Kang dragon, and his ancestral bloodline was even stronger. But this man and this woman actually ranked first, and Kang Ming, the wild and domineering guy, was content to be second. Just how powerful are these two? But they seemed to have a seal left by the ancient and powerful dragon emperor of the dragon race. Even they could not see through the background of this man and woman. I'm afraid it's the strongest great monster cultivated within the dragon realm today, a true dragon that intends to challenge the throne of the young supreme of myriad worlds. The starry sky human king's voice was extremely heavy. Young supreme, 4 extremely heavy words. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was originally the young supreme recognized by the myriad worlds. In the myriad world ruins, he killed the myriad world prodigy monsters and made them tremble with fear. It is conceivable that the value of these 4 words is enough to crush the boundless starry sky. The human race 9 realms competition actually attracted a monster of this level. This is absolutely unprecedented after the mythical era. Ha ha ha, Dragon Emperor, all the strongest dragon race prodigy, please wait a moment, the prodigy and demons from my eternal human realm, as well as the celestial spirit clan, the prince of the heart demon race bloodthirsty demon king lineage, and the demon race prodigy, etc., will be here soon. Feng Changhao mentioned the heart demon race intentionally, which seemed to indicate that the connections in the eternal human realm were also strong, and he pulled up the heart demon race to support him. The leading dragon race monster said indifferently, it's a waste of time to participate in this kind of competition. Don't say too much nonsense. I alone am enough to slaughter the entire heavenly human race. The 9 realms competition will begin soon. King Hengkong, stop wasting time and get started. Feng Changhao's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and tore the void. The eternal royal court appeared in it, and many monsters of the eternal human race appeared in it. Among the leaders was Mo Wuyuan, who led a group of monsters from the sacred land. The half-human, half-dragon monster of the Kangji Yulong Ting, Shui Jihan, the son of the demon king of the heart demon race, and some powerful aliens who are on good terms with the eternal human realm, etc. Buzz. The great eternal king heavenly soldier, the hourglass of time and space. Feng Changhao's soul began to chant a spell. In an instant, the entire eternal royal court began to vibrate. Deep in the royal court, a huge 9-colored hourglass appeared. In an instant, a great, supreme, and vicissitudes of life aura penetrated the heavens, and a 9-colored divine light instantly penetrated into the eternal origin. How can the tiny human race be worthy of owning such a great heavenly soldier? The star-like huge dragon eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were full of coldness. Looking at the time and space hourglass filled with 9-colored time and space sand, his eyes were full of fear and greed. In the mythical era, the human race produced too many great and supreme beings. Even after the mythical era, there was division, civil war, and the destruction of countless powerful heritages, scriptures, treasures, secret realms, etc., but under such circumstances, many terrible backgrounds were still left behind. Human King Seal, communicate the power of origin. the 9 mythical kings even created the supreme heavenly soldier, which was suppressed within the realm. Inside the weapon was an independently born god that was in deep sleep, and even the kings of the various realms could not use it. But if at the critical moment of world destruction, these great heavenly soldiers can burst out with terrifying and boundless power. This is also the reason why the 9 realms of the human race have experienced ups and downs, and have continued to decline. Even the eternal human realm, where most of its power has been taken over by alien heritage, can still maintain its existence, the legacy left over from the mythical era is still protecting these human race worlds. Great heavenly soldier, time and space hourglass, sooner or later you will be part of my dragon race. There was immense and boundless greed deep in the eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, but it was hidden so well that Feng Changhao, who was chanting the spell, did not hear it. Buzz, the burning flame king, also tore through the starry sky, connecting to the heavenly fire royal court. The huge heavenly fire royal court, and the prodigy monsters in it appeared. Some powerful alien monsters also stood in the royal court, exuding an extremely powerful aura. In the sky above the heavenly fire royal court, a golden-winged great pung with its wings spread attracted many eyes. Even the leaders of the dragon race, a man and a woman, 2 real dragon monsters, cast their eyes over it. Pure-blooded golden-winged great pung, interesting. The male true dragon's voice was cold. The female true dragon said coldly, the golden-winged great pung was once the sacred beast under the human race Buddha. I'm afraid they want to go to the human sovereign palace to see if there is any opportunity. The golden-winged great pung tribe has always been at odds with my dragon race. I'm afraid they heard the news and wanted to come and see the joke of my dragon race. This time, all the races have learned that our dragon race has been defeated and will participate in the 9 realms competition. They will send out real monsters to participate in the battle. So I'm afraid they will send out some monsters, claiming to help the human race, but in fact to find out the truth about our dragon race generation. The male true dragon's eyes were wild and cold, and he said, if that's true, then he's probably going to be disappointed. The golden-winged great pung has always claimed that it likes to hunt me, the dragon race, for food. This time, I want to taste the pure-blooded golden-winged great pung's blood to see what it tastes like. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Deep in the heavenly fire royal court, there was a great and supreme aura in the air. A gigantic fiery red cauldron revived, emitting a supreme aura that poured into the origin of the burning flame human realm. The great heavenly soldier left behind by the heavenly fire king, the heaven-burning cauldron, the starry sky human king, the netherworld human king, and others also began to take action, communicating with their respective royal courts, summoning the supreme heavenly soldier, breaking through the origin, and beginning to summon the mythical human sovereign palace. In each of the vast and majestic royal courts, there appeared prodigy monsters from all walks of life, as well as monsters from other races that they invited to help. There were so many terrifying and powerful monsters that it was hard to keep up with. The pure-blooded Nirvana Phoenix, the heavenly fire Qilin, the white tiger, the Titan giant and other terrifying alien bloodlines all appeared. In comparison, the heavenly king court seemed the most desolate. Because of the betrayal of the Yin-Yang sect and other 6 apex-level sects, there were less than 20 apex-level sects participating, and except for a demon race princess Xingshuan, there was no help from any alien prodigy. It's not that Heavenly World has no alien races with which to make friends, there are still some small alien races scattered here and there. However, due to the participation of Dragon Race, no prodigy dared to join the war even though the king of Hengkong offered huge benefits. Why haven't the ancient sword god clan arrived yet? Jian Kongju, you can't do it either. The face of the Hengkong human king was extremely gloomy. Since he had already connected to the Heng Heavenly King Court, he directly began to summon the Supreme Heavenly Soldier left by the Heng Heavenly World Human King. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Chu Tian could clearly feel that the huge Heavenly King courtyard was shaking violently. Deep in the royal court, deep in time and space, a huge stone tablet appeared. The Supreme Heavenly Soldier of the Heavenly Human Race, the monument to the world. This, Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted, and he suddenly felt that the Dao aura left by Heavenly Emperor Heng on the 10,000 Dao cauldron suddenly fluctuated violently. Chapter 249 The Master of the Supreme Heavenly Soldier. Deep in the ancestral temple, time and space are in chaos. A gray stone tablet stands quietly in the turbulence of time and space, as if it has existed in that world since before the creation of the world. The whole body of the stone tablet is simple and ancient, exuding an air of vicissitudes. It is who knows how many billions of miles high, reaching from heaven to earth, with no end in sight. It seems to suppress the mystery of heaven and earth and solidify the vastness of the universe. This is the great heavenly soldier left by King Hengtian, one of the 9 great human kings of the mythical era, for the heavenly human race. He has suppressed the heavenly world for millions of years and protected the safety of the heavenly human race. Although the Hengtian continent has experienced many ups and downs, it has still been able to stand firm among the myriad worlds. Even in the weakest period, as long as they have this supreme heavenly soldier, the heavenly human race will have the confidence to confront other races. Bow down to the heavenly soldier. Tianyin Dao Venerable had an unusually solemn expression on his face. He spoke, stood in front of the crowd, knelt down, and prostrated himself in worship. Bow down to the heavenly soldier. Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and many other powerful people straightened their clothes, with solemn faces, and led the prodigy Chu Yuyao, Chu Shang, Yi Guilong, Yi Wen, Duan Muwaner, Su Shikun and others who came from Shungshan sect to pay homage and kneel down. Many powerful people followed closely behind him, prostrating themselves on the ground to express their highest respect for the mythical king. At this moment, Chu Tian was the only one standing there, staring blankly at the heavenly soldier monument deep in the ancestral temple, which was in the reverse current of time and space, without moving a muscle. It's not that he wants to be unique and arrogant, and he doesn't even take the mythical king seriously. This is the common ancestor of the heavenly human race. According to blood inheritance, it is reasonable for him to kneel down, kneel to the sky, kneel to the earth, and kneel to the ancestors. But he couldn't kneel down. In the 10,000 Dao cauldron, the Dao essence left by heavenly Emperor Heng seemed to be alarmed by the aura of the world-suppressing monument. The Dao essence permeated Chu Tian's whole body, allowing him to not only completely block the great aura of the world-suppressing monument, but he even had a vague feeling of it. He seems to be able to control this great heavenly soldier. After feeling this, Chu Tian's heart shook violently, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind subconsciously moved slightly, causing the world-suppressing monument to move slightly to the left. Boom, 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 suddenly, the world-suppressing steel that had stood in the depths of the turbulent space-time and remained motionless for billions of years suddenly moved a little to the left. In an instant, space-time collapsed, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the entire heavenly world seemed to be shaken, causing Dao Venerable and Chu Tianwang, who were lying on the ground, to raise their heads in confusion and look at the world-suppressing steel. For billions of years, the world-suppressing monument has been standing eternally in the deepest space and time of the ancestral temple. Even the human king cannot drive it. When summoning the human sovereign palace, he can only communicate with the great spirit in the heavenly soldier to open up the origin and cooperate with other human kings, heavenly soldier, to summon the human sovereign palace. Unless faced with the danger of world destruction or genocide, the supreme heavenly soldier will never awaken. But just now, they vaguely felt that the world-suppressing monument seemed to move slightly to the left. Is it an illusion? Tianyin Dao Venerable asked doubtfully. Chu Tianwang shook his head and said, perhaps the great spirit of the weapon has awakened a little and moved on its own. Then the two of them prostrated themselves on the ground again. The heavenly soldier, the human king, was born. Even the human king had to kneel down and prostrate himself in worship. This was the rule. Outside the starry sky, the pupils of Hengkong human king suddenly shrank, and he felt something was wrong. This was not the first time that he had communicated with the monument to the world and opened the human sovereign palace, but each time, it was just a routine. Apart from being shocked by the greatness of the supreme heavenly soldier, he was unable to move the world-suppressing monument even a little bit. But just now, the monument really moved about 10 centimeters to the left. This is no illusion. What's going on? The spirit of the supreme heavenly soldier is in eternal sleep, and will not revive on its own unless its master, the mythical king, returns, or the power of genocide is extinguished. What's going on? Now heavenly world is not facing the crisis of genocide. The human king Hengkong was stunned. Could it be that the world-suppressing monument sensed the breath of the ancestral king Hengtian and revived a little on its own? Hiss. At the moment when the world-suppressing monument moved a mere 10 centimeters, Chu Tian felt that more than half of the mental power in his chaos mental orb was instantly drained, and his face turned slightly pale. The supreme heavenly soldier of the level of the world-suppressing monument can be called a creator-level weapon. It can reverse time and space, reverse fate, and is omnipotent. It is not something he can control now. Fortunately, he just had a thought and moved the world-suppressing monument a little, otherwise his spirit would have been drained in an instant. Even if his spirit was condensed to a substance far beyond that of the gods who ignited the divine fire, it would still not work. This was not a realm that he could reach now. With the blessing of the high-level spiritual aura, Chu Tian's spirit instantly recovered to its peak state. His face was no longer pale, but his pupils were still filled with endless shock. He could actually control the supreme heavenly soldier, the world-suppressing monument, through the Tao essence left by Heavenly Emperor Heng. And what's even more incredible is, at that moment, his spirit suddenly entered the world-suppressing monument and saw a sleeping golden god. That was the god nurtured in the monument. Because of his thought, it was revived a little and looked into his eyes. His spirit entered the world-suppressing monument for just a moment. But in that moment, Chu Tian saw a lot of things. A huge purple nail was driven into the center of the golden deity's brow, and its body was bound with purple iron chains. The nails and chains are all transformed from the rules of Taoism, and have dense patterns on them. And Chu Tian was all too familiar with those Tao-level rules, because it was the Hengtian divine ability that he had been continuously comprehending for the past 3 years, which contained the rules of the Tao of time. Heavenly Emperor Heng actually suppressed the divine spirit in the great heavenly soldier left by ancestor Hengtian, and forcibly brought the heavenly soldier under his control. Endless shock filled Chu Tian's heart, along with endless doubts. Heavenly Emperor Heng is a descendant of the Heng family. King Hengtian, one of the 9 great kings, is his ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Heng actually forcibly suppressed the gods in the monument. Why? Moreover, the Tao essence left by Heavenly Emperor Heng did not allow him to kneel down in front of the world-suppressing monument, because now, through the Tao essence on the 10,000 Tao cauldron, he could control this supreme heavenly soldier, which was equivalent to the master of the world-suppressing monument. However, he was still far from being able to control the world-suppressing monument to fight. Chu Tian could sense that Heavenly Emperor had no respect for the human king ancestor and seemed to be very dissatisfied with him. Otherwise, the gods in the monument would never be suppressed and bound. Because the deity in the vessel was created by the human king, it is almost equivalent to the incarnation of the human king. Chu Tian vaguely realized that there might be a shocking secret of the mythical era hidden in this. Chapter 250 Heavenly Sovereign Disciple. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Only now did he realize that he had become the master of the supreme heavenly soldier of the heavenly world. This is the great heavenly soldier who even King Hengtian can only communicate with but cannot control at all. If the older generation of the Heng family knew about this, I'm afraid their spiritual faith would be almost completely destroyed. One is the ancestor of the Heng family, the human king, and the other is the greatest emperor venerable after the Heng family's mythical era. But this emperor venerable actually suppressed the first human king. Heng Heavenly Emperor is indeed a ruthless man who can move the remains of the Tianxin first demon to Heng Heavenly World. There is nothing he dare not do. Boom, 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 the world-suppressing monument emits divine light, penetrating the origin of the eternal heavenly world. The 9 human kings of the human race, the heavenly soldier, resonated with each other, and the origins of the 9 realms entangled with each other. The starry sky began to tremble violently, and a corner of the projection of a vast palace complex slowly appeared in the starry sky. In an instant, auspicious visions appeared between the starry sky, such as dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, unicorns running, rocks spreading their wings, and monkeys waving sticks. An aura of incomparable nobility and supremacy, which surpassed the myriad worlds, enveloped the starry sky. This was just an illusion summoned from outside the endless time and space by the 9 heavenly soldiers who condensed the essence of the 9 realms. But even so, it still caused the fluctuations in the rules of the myriad worlds and gave birth to all kinds of supreme visions. It seemed that all the myriad worlds would submit to this group of palaces. The human sovereign palace was once the core that ruled the myriad worlds. It was where the emperor of the human race lived and where the sovereigns of the myriad races came to pay homage and hold court. Damn human race! Looking at the vision of dragons and phoenixes dancing and lovebirds singing in harmony on the human sovereign palace, the eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were filled with endless gloom and humiliation. This human sovereign palace was the greatest shame of the dragon race throughout the ages, a shame that could not be washed away for millions of years. The dragon race was actually conquered and signed a mythical contract with the human race. To put it nicely, dragon race is the totem of human race and a symbol of good fortune. To put it bluntly, dragon race is the mount of human race. Even now, among the 9 realms of the human race, there are some extremely powerful human race sacred lands and sects that habitually suppress and subdue some powerful dragon-shaped beasts as mounts or pulling vehicles. For example, the Shungshan sect even subdued the Flood Dragon clan, which was closest in appearance and bloodline to the dragon race, and used them as mounts. As one of the dominant races in myriad worlds, and long ranked among the top 20 races in myriad worlds, the dragon race has never suffered such humiliation. Human race, why haven't you been completely wiped out? You've even been trying to rise again. This is simply treasonous. Especially this heavenly human race branch, you should all be completely slaughtered, leaving no one alive. The eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were full of bloodshot, and murderous intent was like a vast ocean. If the legacy of the human race had not been so strong and the various ethnic groups had not been fighting openly and secretly, the human race should have been completely wiped out long ago. At this time, in the Hengtian Ancestral Temple, after the human sovereign palace appeared, many powerful beings and prodigy also stood up and looked up at the human sovereign palace, their eyes filled with shock and amazement. Some very old and powerful people, even though it was not the first time they saw the human sovereign palace, were still shocked. They turned around and told the younger generations in their own sects what myths had been created in this human sovereign palace and what powerful people had emerged from it. According to ancient records, in the mythical era, the human sovereign palace held a court meeting every year. The rulers of the major ethnic groups in the myriad worlds had to come to participate and kneel outside the palace to wait for the human sovereign to summon them or to make reports. Emperor Venerable spoke in a low, excited voice, as if immersed in the mythical deeds recorded in ancient books. Myriad races must obey orders issued by the human sovereign palace. Myriad races are honored to learn the divine abilities and culture of our human race, wear our human race's clothing, and use our human race's weapons. The high-ranking clans of the alien race all consider it an honor to marry a woman of my human race, and they compete with each other. In the mythical era, the Dragon King and the Phoenix King were responsible for pulling the carriage for human sovereign to travel. Many powerful men of the older generation kept recounting the stories they knew, which made many young prodigy marvel again and again, with their eyes full of yearning. All this sounded like a dream to them. The ethnic group that I came from actually once had that kind of supreme glory and great honor. Once an order is given, all myriad worlds will obey. The dragon race, Phoenix clan and other mythical beasts and ferocious beast tribes will condense into human forms after igniting the divine fire and breaking through the divine realm. This is a tradition left over from the mythical era. At that time, the closer the condensed human form is to the handsome and beautiful appearance of men and women of our human race, the more sought after it will be, and it will be a symbol of strong and rich bloodline. Tianyin Dao Venerable said with a smile. Chu Tian had a calm expression, and was not too shocked to hear this, because over the past 3 years, he had learned all about the past of the human race from the Ancestral Sutra Pavilion, and even knew some secrets that the strongest people might not know. Chu Tian added calmly, pointing at the dragon race monster outside the starry sky, and said, after the decline of my human race, the dragon race has been trying to get rid of the influence of my human race on them, denying the history of using my human race as a mount. So even after breaking through the divine realm, they will still transform into handsome or beautiful human forms according to tradition, but they will deliberately stretch their bodies taller and wider, like a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Hearing this, Hylian Saintess couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth slightly, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Heng Chong was amazed when he heard this. He had never heard of this secret before. He said, I thought that dragon race was born to be so tall and strong after breaking through the divine realm and transforming into a human form, far exceeding the body shape of my human race. It turns out that I failed to achieve the desired result. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter in the ancestral court, and many powerful people couldn't help but smile. The legendary human sovereign palace, the supreme place where my human race once ruled the myriad worlds. Huime scratched her bald head, her face full of amazement, and said, is this the place where we will fight with the prodigy monsters from the other 8 worlds next? Tianyin Dao Venerable shook his head and said, of course it's impossible. The human sovereign palace is so supreme and great, how can it be used as a place for the younger generation to compete for prodigy supremacy? In fact, the human sovereign palace has disappeared since the mythical era. No one knows where the human sovereign palace is now. This is just a projection summoned by the 9 supreme heavenly soldiers relying on the origin of the 9 realms. If we knew where the human sovereign palace was, and had access to the many mythical inheritances of the human race that were likely there, I'm afraid our human race wouldn't have fallen to this point today. None of the 9 human realms can make it into the top 50. Dao Venerable pointed at a golden vortex above the human sovereign palace and said, you are about to enter that vortex. Inside it is a secret realm, which is where the human sovereign selected heavenly sovereign disciples in the mythical era. In the mythical era, the human sovereign palace ruled the myriad worlds and would select prodigy monsters from the human race and the myriad worlds for training. Prodigy monsters who could achieve good results would be awarded the title of Heavenly Sovereign Disciples and would be trained as future high-level officials of the human sovereign palace.